because people are catching on to the music. Honestly, that's what's doing it. The ODD putting out that music back in the day is what really got me on board, because I was able to walk around, tell people the earth is flat and that's that, and like I felt good about doing it, like just walking by, earth is flat and that's that, feels good. So people are catching on to the flat earth music, dude. The whole it's about to switch. There's about to be a flip switch. Boop.
Yeah, that's what's happening with me. Like, it's I haven't been able to dispute anything, and then
That's right.
debunk anything, and honestly, I'm getting kicked in the hate to say it, kicked in the ball sack. Yeah, like,
yeah, and the thing is, you've got to be honest to yourself as well. At the end of the day, you can't prove what they tell you, and when you look, there's no evidence of what they tell you out there. Because we can definitely direct you through the moon landings and the ISS and satellites and prove to you that they cannot be there. We don't have that technology. We never will. We never will.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm not arguing it. I'm saying, like, dude, the more that I sit here and listen, the more that I realize, like,
yeah,
I'm kind of living in a fallacy.
Well, that's what you have been for a while, but now you're beginning to wake up and realize that, all is not well on the flat earth. The beautiful flat earth that the Creator created for us to live on harmoniously together, to learn and enjoy that special thing, supposedly life, has been hijacked, and you got a bunch of lunatics, gangster, mafia, kind of cartel kind of behavior, and they're taking advantage of humanity because they know the human disposition is one of love, affection, devotion, protection. That's what we're about. But they've hijacked that and they turned it around. I mean, fucking hell. Imagine all those people that died that never knew the earth was a flat plane at all. You know what I mean? There's crime there, wasted lives,
So I have a question that might okay, so
that might help you along. Yeah, you got a question that might help you. I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, so at this point in time, I think, from what I've learned from you guys, or guys and women. Sorry, I don't want to leave anybody out.
Ladies as well. Exactly, because I've learned from the ladies for sure. Not kidding there.
From what I've been taught, is almost like kind of like this fake religion. Is that like a good analogy? Like, I feel like I feel like when it comes to astronomy, that it's been fake religion.
Of course, it has. They even tell you they don't follow no scientific method. Okay, so everything they tell you is just one big story. Take it or leave it. To think that they earn money to the tunes of millions of dollars for this crap that they're pushing out. They can afford to go and play golf, travel the world, nice cars, nice house, nice family. You understand? Through bloody lying stories.
Yeah.
And then you got the other side, homeless man on the street. He probably was paying his tax, but, circumstances out of his control. He's now on the bloody street, cold concrete, sleeping. You know what I mean? Yeah? And he has more integrity than the man who's lying to you on TV. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the gist that I've gotten from it. Yeah. And from the evidence that I've have seen from you guys, that's what I get. Like, I feel like it's just like, it's all fallacy, like fake religious bull, like BS that, like, it can't be proven, and so how can it be true?
Exactly. How do they? The question is, when you say, where's the scientific evidence and your basket is empty, you can see right through the basket to the floor. Fucking hell, man. I mean, that's it. You should be super angry and with every atom of your body promote the truth.
Yeah.
To the point where your voice can, if you can project your voice, you would strip them of their clothes. You know, the volume of the power of your voice would just ragged their clothes on their backs. Such is the power of your, you know, your disgust with what's been happening.
Yeah. That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. If I had that power, that's what would be happening to people that I meet who lie. They'd be stripped naked just from a verbal assault.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm trying. You know, I just got to break down these barriers.
That's right. Now, I'm talking about those in the education system, not the average man on the street. When I say, you know, you project your voice and you strip them from their clothes just to power your voice, what I mean is they need to be told that they are lying, you're earning money through lying. That's absolutely unacceptable. If you had any integrity, you'd give it all back.
Yeah. I just have like these concrete barriers in my head that just like need to be smashed apart. And they're coming down fast.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you know, you've got to be honest to yourself. That's all it is. You've got to be honest to yourself. Once you're honest to yourself, you can help. You can definitely help others, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And we can't do that because we can't be you. You've got to do that for yourself. You've got to take what's been given to you as information. Bearing in mind, you took the information at a young age where you couldn't critically think and you trusted. Now you're being asked to trust again. But this time you're going to be able to check because you're older, you're more articulate. You know, you can critically analyze what's being told. Then you can make that informed decision for yourself.
Yeah,
you see, that's the difference.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Like,
yeah, that's it.
I'm 34. I'm not a young child, so I can picture, or not picture, but I can actually articulate, you know, these examples.
Yeah.
Or not examples, but like, you know.
Yeah. You see,
you get what I'm getting at. Like, I can look at the evidence and be like, you know what? This actually makes more sense than what I've been told.
You're old enough now to make these critical decisions. You can analyze better. You see, you're in a better position than me, let's say, okay? I'm 59 years old, so I'm moving towards death faster than you are, okay? So I learned at 53. So you can see the passion and the urgency in my voice. I want to get it out before I die. Whereas you're in your 30s, you're lucky. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You've got amples of time to make some serious impact. Amples. I'm approaching 60, so I'm on a faster road than you're on. Believe you me.
Yeah.
That's what's burning through me now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't learn about this earlier in my younger years.
If you're disappointed, I'm damn right angry.
Yeah. I should have been smarter and I should have questioned it.
Yeah.
You did question. I know I questioned it. I got kicked out of regular school, dude, and put into special education shit because I would question it and I would stand up and I would cause so many waves all the time that I wasn't allowed. Dude, I tried really hard to question. So,
well, you know what?
Probably did the same thing. You know, it's not like I can't believe that you say you're upset about it. Like if you're disappointed in yourself, like, yeah, you shouldn't be disappointed. You're at this time now.
Yeah. Well, I wish I would have paid more attention.
Yeah, it's not about your wishes. It's about your intent. What are you going to do with it?
That's right.
I don't wish anything anymore. I turn it into intentions.
It was just I don't know. I wish I would have thought about it earlier.
Yeah. Now, as I said, mine is one of like an emergency, but I'm very mindful on how I approach people with this knowledge. So although I'm going at breakneck speed, but I'm going in with cotton wool gloves. So I'm not just spraying them with a fireman's hose. You know what I mean? I'm not hosing them down, and I'm not looking at them as how ignorant you are. No, I can't even go down that road either. I've got I'm rushing through, but I'm going through gracefully. Okay, that's how it's got to be. So you've got to be fit to do that.
Yeah, you made a
Physically and
really good
mentally.
Well, put your money. Put your money where your focus and energy is. Like, so if it's companies and things and people that keep pushing that narrative of all this fake science and the garbage and the globe and the sphere, then if you're people that do that, don't put your money to that stuff if you can help it. And
Yes.
keep the idea that it's insane. Be like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When someone says, be like, that's insane. What are you talking about? Just clearly, just right out in front of everyone. That's insane. You know, and then point that out.
Well, dude, you said you're disappointed, and Jin pointed out like just a second ago. It made me remember. What if I told you, like back in the day, I'm really disappointed in you that you don't see this. I can't believe. Like, what if I was yelling at you and trying to tell you that you, like, really in your face, like the way that you're disappointed in yourself right now? What if I tried telling you that 3 months ago? I'm disappointed in you for not seeing. You know, you should be disappointed in yourself. You know, that wouldn't work. You know, it wouldn't work that way.
It wouldn't work at all. No, it wouldn't.
That's why it doesn't work for the globe.
You know, when I came and joined the server, like, what was it, a week and a half ago? You know, I came to be a Glober, you know, kind of piece of shit, you know, whatever. And I've stuck it out, and I've listened, and I've actually adopted all of like everything that I've been like seeing in the voice text and everything. And I'm still doing some learning. But unfortunately, I thought some of my buddies would be
on board.
On board, and so I invited them in here, and they ended up being trolls, and I was severely.
That's not your fault, though. You can't blame yourself for that at all. You know, obviously, we know that. We're intelligent enough to know that that's not your fault at the end of the day. You're a leader of your group anyway, without even realizing it. You're a leader of your group. They don't realize that yet.
Yeah, like I was just trying to give them, you know, some knowledge. And they just dude, they're boneheaded. They're boneheaded.
You were actually flat smacking in a kind of way.
Yeah.
Right.
It sucks. It sucks, and I feel bad that I even brought those guys in here.
The thing is, you shouldn't, because you've done the huge decent thing to bring them in. So you've done good. If the creator was watching you, you'd get your full marks with the bonus, because you've also got to now take on the idea that they're not on board, and you've got to wear that. You know, they don't know what's the relationship going to be like from now on. You know, that's what you've got to take on board as well. You know, because you could isolate yourself from your friends because of this knowledge. So you're really, you're careful in that sense as well, and we understand that.
Yeah, no.
I just want to say,
I'm very careful about hanging around them anymore, because clearly they don't have.
I would say
they don't have cognitive.
don't sever that relationship. I don't think you should sever the relationship because of the knowledge you have acquired. You should still try and be with them, because every time you're with them and you're living the real life, the reality, they could come round. You see what I mean? You know?
Yeah, it's just gonna take a lot of work.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So it takes a lot of work. You know, if you want to be
just need to
friends with
live
them,
by example.
yeah.
I mean, well, I guess that's what you guys applied to me. I mean, I've been a lot of work.
You have been a lot of work. Is this Trent?
Yep.
Oh wow, cool dude.
Yeah.
I think Trent's doing it all by himself. We've let
I am doing it.
and you're feeding off of it. So you're taking your time. You're taking it at your leisure, and that's right. That's your prerogative. That's what you should do. So don't worry.
Yeah.
It will all happen when it happens.
I mean,
you're doing good.
The flat Earth. At this point, I'm pretty much convinced. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's nothing out there.
Not 99%. Like,
yeah, that's right. When professors can come to this server and have their ass handed to them, yeah, I mean, look, when you're at school, when you heard the word professor, you think, wow, you know, that's the highest of the high when it comes to education. Yeah. You know, a professor, but he's been handed his ass. Professor is the chief liar, basically.
The only way, Trent,
I've got my ass kicked.
Yo, the only way that you could go back would to be you would need to tell us no thanks, and that's it, and walk off. That's the only thing that you could do. No thank you, not interested. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go smoke my cigarette. Oh, I cared for a second, but then I smoked my cigarette and didn't care. So that's the only thing that you can do. If you are questioning it, you're beat. You're a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I'm beat. I'm beyond.
And let's not forget, we were all born flat earthers. We just didn't realize it. That's all. At the end of the day, we just didn't realize it. We're all born on the flat Earth. That's where we were born, on this beautiful flat Earth. So we just didn't realize it because of all the distractions.
I literally went over to the fucking Seattle coast and set up my trinocular on the beach and tried to see if I could see a curvature.
Right.
Nope, that didn't happen.
That's right. It wouldn't. That's not going to happen. It will never happen.
Yeah, I packed my bags and went back home with my tail down.
Well, yeah, because you realize that the reality is you've been living a lie. Not your fault, though.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, just a moment there, and a big shout out to Denmark and his family. All the best for 2021. Make sure they don't take the vaccine, Denmark. I've known you about a year now, so that's cool. Okay?
Shout outs to you.
Yeah, Denmark. Yeah, I've known him a year now. So I'm just wishing him all the best for 2021.
Yeah, I'm not lying. I've given you guys.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I've been trying to kick your guys' butts for a week now, and it ain't happening.
No, you're flogging a dead horse there, for sure.
No, how about the idea when they keep saying the word force?
I know, that annoys me, that does.
all I do is say, look, sit down in the chair. I'll pull the chair out from underneath you. What force was added?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Several forces are going on. The force of your
you merely take out resistance. You just take away the resistor, and then it's not going to be there anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, what's really going down with me and all this? You're literally just breaking down, like I said, barriers that I've set up in my head.
That's correct. Yeah, and you only set them up because of what you were told, and you galvanized them. You galvanized them because you trusted the authorities that gave you that information. So now you have to start to dismantle and melt that down. That's what That's where you are at the moment.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah, and they'll tell you about this constant rate that isn't constant. They'll tell you about things that always go down, and you're like, "What about helium?" Oh, well, in the
yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of
exactly.
Yeah, we've been. I mean, the more that I look at all of this, or understand it, like we've been taught excuses on top of excuses and theories, and it's just like
exactly.
it's just a pile of
One
mumbo
guy's
jumbo.
excuse didn't make sense to another guy, so they made more excuses to make more excuses because the first excuse didn't make any sense. The question the guy shouldn't have asked for the idea of gravity, I mean, it shouldn't even have came about the way it did. To me, it's ridiculous how a guy can say something and then you say on one hand that science is supposed to, progress, not regress. And then every time a new thing gets added, you're like, no, we got to go with gravity. If that doesn't go with gravity, then it's like they're retarded speaking like, got to go to Wapner. Definitely got to go to Wapner. Definitely got to go to Wapner. You know what I mean? Like, you're Rain Man all of a sudden. Like, what the hell? Globe. Got to be Globe.
So being a software engineer, the way that I look at it, like at this point, from what I've learned, is you build a base application and you assume that your base application works functionally, but then you find out that it actually doesn't work within the models that you think, and then so you have to patch it, and then so you start creating these different types of theories and patches to kind of like justify like why your system is broken. And I feel like that's kind of what is going on at this point. Like, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're in limbo. You're in limbo now. You're in limbo.
You fill it in for yourself. If there's pieces that didn't make sense, and you're like, hold on, that didn't make. Oh, it must be because of that. Oh, I must not understand. Oh, it must be
and
this.
then you start making up stuff. That's what I'm saying. Is like you start making up stuff to like justify your original thought.
That's what happens when you lose money on a deal too, and the woman or the kids or the family's like, hey, how'd you do, son? How'd you do? How'd you do, Dad? Oh man, I did great. I did okay. At least I came out even. And then you look in your pocket and you're like, you left there with $10. Now you have none. So somebody's not even. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like actually look at it in like the opposite like way. I feel like I feel like the system is built like has been built inside of our mind, and that's how that's how they educated us to kind of like patch and make it work. Whereas like now that I've like seen what you guys have pointed out, like it's kind of like reversal now. Like I have to break those down. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not easy. Like I'm really trying, guys.
No, that's all right. You take your time. No one's rushing you. Eh? No one's pushing you into it. You take your time. I've just realised, Denmark, I've known you for 2 years. This is the 3rd year we just started. I've just realised. I've just had a quick think. Because I knew you all through 2019. I met you in 2018.
I was gonna say something, but
Yeah, sorry about that, Denmark.
I
Yeah,
just let it roll.
yeah. I just realised I just had to backtrack.
He hasn't sat on you for a while, Jin.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Maybe 4 years.
Maybe 3. Yeah. It's getting so fast. I'll tell you that.
Well, since Poncho, yeah, it's probably about 4.
4.
Think about that.
Amazing. How
I
fast.
hear. Did somebody say Poncho?
Yeah, Poncho Pete. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I was just
Yeah,
playing.
Poncho Pete from way back.
Poncho Pete.
Yeah, that's where me and Jen used to talk and go on there with a lot of other people.
Yeah, on the Hangouts.
The most memorable person is Jimbo from those hangouts.
Yeah. Jimbo was definitely.
Jimbo was definitely the most memorable.
Yeah. I have to give him that one. He was definitely a memorable character.
Yeah, he does his monologue thing and he does his thing. Yeah, he comes on here, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I like his insight. I like anybody's insight that's different than mine, so I can compare and contrast. So that always works out.
Mm.
Oh, that's beautiful, dude. That's beautiful the way that you said that. I like anybody's insight that's different than mine.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, guys, I'll catch you guys up later on. I'm about to watch the Dakar Rally in America, the race in the desert, bikes, cars, and trucks. What an exciting life that is! I've been following it since the 80s, so it's 2021. It starts in the new year. It used to start at Christmas Day, but since they moved to South America, 2005, they started in the new year. So it's the presentation starting today, the 2nd, and then the race will begin tomorrow, which is 2 days' time, your time. brilliant race. I'm going to go and watch all the preparation and that and see who's the man to beat and everything else. Brilliant, man. So I'll catch you guys up later.
Enjoy yourself.
Oh, thank you. Same to you. Yeah, hey.
Playing a game here. We're listening to you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yeah, enjoy, Jin. Take care.
Hey there. Hey, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Oh, cool. Who am I talking to right now?
Sir Vagabond?
Oh, hey. Are you, well-researched flat earther?
Well researched?
Well, fairly well.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd give myself
Okay.
that.
Okay, perfect. I came in here because I want to ask a question. I'm fairly new here. Like, I mean,
No, you're not, you liar.
fuck off, Crypto. I know you were going to say that. I am new though. I've only been here since like May.
Is he trying to set me up, Crypto? Let me know.
Yeah, he's full of shit, mate.
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
okay.
But good.
I was gonna play with him too. Like, listen, I'm not gonna shy away from a healthy debate.
Crypto, good one. Funny. But
what? You've been here for ages, mate. What are you trying to say?
Okay, well, I will tell you what I'm trying to say, and I'm glad you're here, so maybe you can like chime in too. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, and like this is probably wrong. I already know that. I don't understand why, but I know it probably is. And I'll try to make this brief. I'm just trying to look at the scenario, like the greater picture here, and what the reality of the situation actually is, right? And I was in the middle of a dream state and an awake state sometime last week. So you know that feeling where you're like kind of dreaming, but you're awake and blah, blah, blah. And I had this like, I don't know, vision in my head or this idea or something. And so I wanted to...
They call it theta. You're in theta.
Okay. And I was actually been afraid to even like talk about it with anyone in this server because I was like, they're gonna think this is the stupidest thing in the world. But and I'll follow it up with one final question after that. But anyway, can I lay that out for you right now? Is that appropriate?
Sure, let her rip.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay. So, could it be possible that Earth is flat and a sphere at the same time? Meaning that...
No.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
No, instantly no. Okay, so the plane, like meaning like the soil, and with the exceptions of the mountains and all that stuff, it's a flat plane, but it's encapsulated in some kind of spherical bubble, if you will.
Sure, possibly, but we can't know that. We can only observe the plane and take into account that we must be holding in the pressure somehow, and there must be some type of container. So yeah, potentially for what you're saying, but like, so then we'd have like the flat plane cutting through the spherical.
Yeah. Well, if you think it goes on forever, I mean, I was okay. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Okay, so like, and tell me, somebody stop me if it starts getting too ridiculous for you. But like, I'm not joking. So and
let me stop you there then.
Okay.
No, I was kidding, Karen.
You son of a fuck off, Crypto. Okay, so what I'm thinking is like, and this is just like a. How about I'll premise it like this? This is what my friend said, and then so the Earth is flat, right? But since we already have the dome, why wouldn't that dome go on the underside as well? Which begs a lot of questions about, I guess, what happens on the underside of flat Earth, which is interesting because we've only been down like, 8 miles or something like that? And so, this is what I'm wondering, or thinking about in my dream state. Is it possible that it could be encapsulated in a spherical shape? So it would be like, you guys know what a snow globe is? Those little Christmas toys?
Sure.
Yeah, they're flat, but they're encapsulated in a sphere. So that's the closest thing I can think of to what I'm thinking. And then so it's got soil underneath it, but that would also be rounded off on the bottom as much as it's rounded off on top. but it's spherical, right? And then this is where you're not going to like this. Hold on, give me a second while I take a sip. So, under this theory, space and the out there is very real. And so that's why people can take a telescope and view like the moon and all these other planets and other celestial objects, is because what I'm thinking is that these are all just like encapsulated bubbles floating around in space, basically. And so what I think it would be like is like, imagine if you had a fish tank, right? Well, any kind of cubic thing, transparent cubic thing, and the closest thing I can think to that would be like a fish tank. So get a fish tank, right? And then you remember when you were a kid, or we've all probably seen it, like hair gel, like goopy, jelly, transparent material or something like that. There's, whatever. There's lots of materials like that. Some kind of transparent gel material like that. Fill up a fish tank with that, right? And then get a bunch of these snow globe things. And, obviously the first one would represent Earth. And then you could just position them in that gel fish tank situation. And boom, maybe that's what's going on. And I don't know why moon and the sun run around like they do, and the stars, but I mean, like, the stars could maybe be like little marbles.
Yeah, I think the problem is just it's pure speculation, all of it. We can't verify how far it goes down or up or whatever.
It's absolutely pure speculation.
Go and have a few more bottles and come back to us.
Wait, what? No, it's absolutely pure speculation, like 100%. I just wanted to hear what your guys' thoughts on that idea.
No, it's logically sound. It works in your own mind, but it's like, you're making I think a choice in that moment to say, oh, I'm just speculating right now, and this is what I think could be, or this is one way it could work in my mind and still be.
Yeah. Well, the reason I
half truth.
The reason I had that thought is because
but it doesn't serve you, is my point. It doesn't serve you to even think about things that are outside of your range of understanding.
I'm just exploring my own mind.
Within our range of understanding that we still don't understand.
I know that. I'm trying to figure out the answers. And I think it's healthy to have, explore different, many options, every option you could possibly imagine.
Oh, I agree.
And
I've already thought about what you said, by the way.
Okay. And because one thing that's been troubling me since joining this server, and I've known about this for years, but I mean, seriously thinking about it this year, has been that I can't. I don't think space. I think space is actually real somehow. I don't know what it is, but I think it's out there. You mean
like the space between your ears?
Space meaning an area, a physical area.
Mate, there's a vast chasm between your ears, isn't there?
An area between Earth, as we know it, and other celestial objects, whether they be wandering.
Now.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm the kindest person you've ever done meet.
No, you can make jokes all you want. I'm actually having a serious conversation here, and so
yeah. But the problem with this is, right, you're talking about a vacuum. So even if these things were all like flat planes contained in spheres, right? What's going to hold them up? What's going to hold them up in the vacuum of nothingness?
In a jelly. That's why I told you that fish tank thing with the gel. They could just be sitting there somehow. So, they're called the ether. The ether is highly talked about here.
You got to let go of space monkeys.
Well, well, if you don't even believe in space, how the hell do you know if it's a vacuum or not?
No, that's the thing. We never said that. They said that, right?
There's not a we, man.
Yeah. When I say we, I'm talking about common sense we, right? So when the globehead, said space, we're like, okay, let's test this. Oh wait, no, violates laws of the second law of thermodynamics, etc. Right? So therefore, it's not even something to consider.
It is something to consider, and I'm trying to go beyond these paradigms that we've created.
Okay, but just try and base them on some kind of foundation, yeah?
It's just a theory that I had in a dream. Nothing more. I don't believe it. I just wanted to hear what you guys thought about that idea, because to me, that happened to me like a week or so ago, and I can't get it out of my head because I can't prove that that's not the situation. So I guess I want to get flat smacked down on that theory or something like that.
See, when you come up with something like you can't prove that it's not the situation, right? There's a logical flaw there, right? Because it's akin to saying, because some guy told you that something's over there that you can't test, you can't dismiss it because you can't test it. But if what he's saying goes against reality, right, then it doesn't matter, you know?
But then we're just stuck in
I wonder if those words made sense.
Listen, this is the situation. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. You have to explore something that's never been explored before to understand what the hell is even going on. I think that's how a lot of like scientific endeavors over history has been invented and understood. Don't you think? Like, if everyone just kept doing the same thing over and over, well, there's no such thing as fire because, you know. Or we never built a car because we never thought that we'd ever get over a horse and carriage, you know. Just saying.
Yeah, but see, you're talking about technology and phenomena. You don't actually have to understand anything about the creation itself to get like fully understand it, scientifically understand it. Thereby meaning the cause, right? To actually make those things happen. So I can make a car happen. I can make a push bike happen. I can make fire happen without fully understanding what the flip's going on. Do you follow?
Follow. Okay, now make a flying saucer. That's never been done before.
Yeah, I could just play with stuff.
Okay, make one, and then show me how to do it.
But listen, what I'm saying is, I mean, you could actually go and do this yourself. I wouldn't recommend it for you personally, but there you go. Go and play with electromagnetics. Go and play with. Yeah, no, because we're talking about stuff that's actually dangerous, right? Go and play with electromagnetics. Go and play with that kind of stuff. Go and look up guys like Tesla, Heaviside, all those guys from the great times, right? And you could probably make yourself something akin to a flying saucer, but it doesn't mean you actually understand the principles that dictate how that operates within the creation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think we're basically on the same page. Yes.
Right, because what you're trying to contemplate, and I get it, it's fun, right? Because you had a dream. You're trying to contemplate the things that we can't actually understand, and we won't ever really be able to, at least currently, right? So yeah, you could entertain the thought, but what I'm saying is to equivocate that to if we don't entertain that thought, we wouldn't get fire and cars, etc. That's what I'm saying is that there's the mistake. We can get technology without thinking about stuff that we can't actually understand.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I do understand what you said. I just made that fire and car things up just to that just came off the top of my head. I don't actually that wasn't part of my argument at all. Solely, and I'm kind of done talking here today. I'll listen. If you want to talk more, we can. But I mean, the whole point is I just wanted to listen to what people thought about my my dream thing with Flat Earth.
At least you weren't dreaming of a globe Earth. Well, not entirely, anyway.
Because it explains so much about all the questions I have about space. Because I think there is something out there. Because this is why I kind of like started.
Yeah, it's called
exiting.
Have you ever read any of the
Book of Enoch? You're talking about the Book of Enoch? No, I haven't read the Book of Enoch, but I know about it.
Give it a read and give Apocalypse of Abraham a read as well. Because like like you said, you're going into the realm of speculation stuff that we can't prove, right? So if you want answers, whether you believe them or not is another thing, right? But if you want answers to these questions of what's up there, those are the kind of places you want to look for, right?
Well,
at least in my humble opinion, anyway.
That's fine, and I respect your opinion and everyone else's. But, so what are we doing now? We throw our beliefs into the wind and blame it on God's creation.
I don't understand what you just said.
You don't know what I mean, though? I kind of fucked that up, but I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, okay, so we're basically supposed to even like scientifically or like with any kind of physical proof, just like say that God did it or God created it, and we are supposed to just forget the fact that space looks real.
That's not what I was getting at. What I'm saying is you want answers to what's up there, yeah?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah. I could go and rattle you off all the answers I have from those scriptures that I've read, right?
Well, okay.
But I think it's better to just show you where I got them from, and just you know, if you want to go and look it up yourself.
Like that's fine. Don't send any link. I know about Book of Enoch. It's on my list.
I'm not going to send links. I'm just saying, because otherwise, then it's just third party. So you're getting it from like down. What's the expression again?
Yeah.
You're getting it.
It's just raw. Yeah.
Yeah, like Chinese whispers, right? But so if you actually go and look at it for yourself, then you're not taking it through my words or through my opinion or anything, right?
I have been meaning to read the Book of Enoch, and I know that a lot of people think it's very interesting, and I've been meaning to do that. I will do that soon. But one thing that troubles me, because I've heard a lot of stuff in the server over in 2020 about people talking about the sun and the moon being a disk. And I guess, that was my other question. Oh, I guess now I have two questions. Okay, I'll ask them both really quick. I'll start with the first one. Ooh, what do you want to go, moon or dome?
I don't mind.
Okay, let's go with moon first then. How come when I see telescopers professionals sometimes, taking pictures of the moon, it actually does look spherical? I want to know the answer to that.
I don't know. I didn't make it.
Okay, that's okay. I don't know either. And then, so when you think about the dome, because they talk about gas and containment on Earth. Well, what is that then? If it's not ice, because like people like Lemon Meadowlark, because it's just the ether, and he's one of the smartest people in this room. But like, what actually is it? Oh, I'm goddamn sure it is. He's way smarter than most people in this room. So what is that? Okay. Is that like ice or something? Because that could resemble glass.
All I can say for sure, definitively, is that it's a physical container, right? Anything more than that is speculation from what I thought about or what I've read, right? So
I guess I'm just speculating.
I'm speculating. I'm just saying, for definitively a physical container, because by the second law of thermodynamics, it necessitates it, right? So one way or another, there's a physical container there. Otherwise, no gas pressure. So that's
I understand that.
But now
I understand that concept.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just putting the basics first, right? And then from there, now this is realm of speculation based on what I've read and what I've thought about. It's some kind of crystalline substance, right?
What is
something
that?
Physically strong, right? So
what
for me, this is based on scripture and thoughts, right? So it describes it in the book of Job as stretched out like a molten looking glass, right? And that kind of makes you think of glass, like.
You know what reminds me of?
So it makes
glass.
you think it's see-through. It makes you think it's strong, right? Well, it has to be strong, obviously. So from that, from what I've experienced in Earth, I think it's maybe something crystalline or quartz based or whatever, but fundamentally something solid, strong, and see-through. Those are the
solid and strong and see-through.
Yeah, it has to be.
You know what else is solid and strong and see-through, which also surrounds
resistance?
Ice.
Elijah.
Problem with ice is ice melts. All right, I'm talking about something permanently solid.
Yeah, Elijah. If you think about it, right, they're saying that the gas, you can't have gas pressure without containment. But like the reason that falls apart is because no, not that falls apart, but because of the vacuum of space can't be real. So there has to be something there. It can't be a vacuum and void of air because that. So that's why I think the space is a material or something, you know.
Right.
That's why.
Just so that everyone's clear, what I'm talking about now is all technically speculation, right? Now I don't think it's speculation because I take the scriptures for truth, right? But
you have to recognize that a lot of people don't read the Bible.
I'm saying in terms of the room, it's speculation. So with regards to something being there, because complete agreement. For there to be nothing there just makes no sense, right? It's like, what are you talking about? So
exactly.
At least for the first level,
it's both. It's nothing and something.
At least for the first level of what we can see above us, above the physical containment that we're in, is there's water, right? That's what the scriptures say, and that's what even people who have done observations.
You know what can separate water and water? Frequency.
True. But there is a physical containment.
Wait, what did you?
Because before it derails into like a 10-way conversation, let me just try and get a few things out. So, back with the ET thing, and then I'll do the reasons thing. So, it has to be solid, not water solid, not ice, because that just wouldn't work, right? Because if the sun can melt us over here, why wouldn't the sun melt it up there, right? So that just doesn't work. So solid, strong, obviously, by definition, and see-through for two
solid,
reasons.
That's key. Solid, strong, see-through. Write that down.
And the see-through is for two reasons, because clearly the sun and the moon and the stars are on the other side of it, or at least from how I see it, right? And then you got the fact that the scriptures are quite clear that you can see everything. So if he's going to build something that he can't see through, that makes no sense. But that's not to limit. That's not to limit God. That's just based on observations and what Scripture says.
Well, so that's when you go forward in a car, a bike, a plane, a boat, a train, a bus, a turkey, there's always a resistance. There's a resistance. Whether you shoot a missile, a rocket, orange, a cookie, a turkey, anything you drop or put with enough behind it's going to have a big resistance, and it's invisible, but it's there always.
Right. The air resistance. Like when you go, like the Bugatti Veyron when they did the speed record with that. They describe like you can physically put your hand out and it's going to flip and snap your hand off or something, right? Because you're going at such speed interacting with the air. Yeah, I get that. But just so that I don't neglect what Reason said. Now obviously still just for alert. This is speculation. Don't take it for gospel. So what's out there, at least from the first level, is water. And the reason I say this is twofold, right? Not only do the scriptures say this, and it even just from a cursory look, it looks like that. You have people who have actually taken like serious, detailed shots, multiple occasions of sun, the moon, the stars, and all the light activity behaves as you would expect as you would expect light to behave going through water, right? So that's like my twofold corroboration for that. But like I said, I can't prove it. I can't take reasons out there and dunk him in the water, right?
That's true. It does kind of look like it's viewed through water, but you never answered that question about why the moon looks spherical.
I did. I said I don't know.
Okay.
Because I didn't make it, right? I mean, I could speculate, but to be honest, I've thought about it and I can't really get an answer. Except for maybe it's an optical phenomena, or maybe it's only half spherical, or maybe it's convex? Concave? Yeah, concave.
Spherical.
Yeah, like I don't know. I didn't make it. It's not ultimately. It's not my business. It's entertaining to look at, but you're asking a question that I don't know, man.
Well, thanks for answering answering and doing your best to answer my questions. I appreciate that.
Yeah, same as all. And I just want to say, like, obviously, it just can't be space because we've proven it can't be space.
I completely.
Yeah, let me finish that, bro. Yeah. So I mean, if we look at like the Northern Lights, we look at like the way that lightning hits the dome or whatever it is out there, and the way what makes sense to me is that it's definitely not void of anything. It's definitely a medium, an unknowable medium, because we can't go up there and get a cup of it, for example. Like, you can say you trust the gospel and say that it definitely is something physical, and I agree. It's got to be something. It has to be something physical. I think if we can get into space, it would be a different medium, and I just justify it as ether, as I think that when you see comets or you see shooting stars, for example, it's like a jet ski going through water. You get like the like when they ran a jet ski, you get all that water that like goes all like a white, and you see like the effects of an object going through it fast. That's what I think I see in the sky when I see comets.
Right. Yeah, that's why I said water. Right? You're saying it looks like jet skis going through water.
Yeah.
The easiest conclusion would be, it's water. Not to mention that. Not even if you neglect or negate the Bible and those scriptures. Just go on all the historical accounts from all the other civilizations, because they all have a flood story, right? The flood happened one way or another. I don't care what anyone else says, right? So if you take those accounts and you just for argument's sake neglect the Hebrew and the biblical account, even they will say that this waters came from above, right? And maybe I'm going at a stretch, right? Because I haven't looked into it for a bit, right? But they would describe it as the same way Scripture described it, as the gates of heaven opened, right? So this containment thing has gates, has systems that I don't know how they work, right? Talking about something see-through that has gates that things can go through, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the waters came down because up until then there wasn't rain apparently. So this rain system started after the fact.
What is the quote? The waters came down from heaven?
Yeah, so the gates of heaven. Literally, and this is the thing. If you go and look at what Marthoff, the white, posted, I can't read that, sorry, his name. If you go and look up, like, 1 minute past the hour, that's basically a decent pictorial description of what I'm talking about, right? At least for the points I'm trying to get at.
But okay, well,
yeah.
What was
however it works, I don't know. But the water's above there. You just open a gate. It's just like a tap. Open a tap, the water comes down, and the same for the bottom. There was flood, and people have seen this in exploration, right? There's some kind of subterranean water system that's immense, right? So yeah, that's basically it. But I've kind of talked enough, so go ahead, reasons.
I was just reading the thing you're saying. I think that's fun. It's if you've got it in the back of your mind that it's space and this, that, and the other, then you wouldn't look at it that way. But when you take away space, that space isn't real, and then you look at what is actually up there. Now, waters, like you said, if with the sun going around, it would evaporate it, or you would react to it in some way. But the ether, for example, seems to be a medium that would be strong enough to keep gas pressure in, but also you could pass through it. So as long as it can hold down the gas pressure, that's fine. But then physical objects could enter it and will pass through it. So
see, this is I know this whole ether thing, and if QE jumps in, it would just be like, what's ether? But I don't think the idea or whatever the correct thing of ether is, right? Be it a field, be it whatever. Right? I don't think that has to be exclusive from the water. I think it can be, I don't know,
Yeah, one and the same. Yeah,
no, not one. Not one and the same. I think one and the other. So it's in conjunction.
Well, let me finish my other thing about it. I think this energy that's out there that when you pass through it, for example, the high speed you pass through it will illuminate it. And I see the Milky Way galaxy. You can see these. They call them gas, right? They say they're gas clouds, but the gas, if affected by gravity, would go around the celestial objects like the stars or whatever, because apparently they have gravitational fields. So if there's gas all around them, why don't they? If gas can affect gravity, why isn't it boiling it? So it can't be gas. They say they realise it's gas because certain light passes through them, and they can tell by the certain light that it filters out that it comes in the hydrogen. But what if that's just concentrated ether, or this liquid stuff in the sky, or that. This is because they're just lying.
I don't think the ether would be something that would be physically visible, though. I think it would be a field that would operate within the rest of the parameters, right? So operate within the waters above, operate within the medium of air that we live in now,
So you've got clouds in water, clouds inside of water.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? I saw what I tried to point out, and it's nicer that it's calmer now, right? But the last time you were talking about this, what you're seeing, right? Remember, they told you it's clouds, right? What you're actually seeing is just lights. Yeah. So if I give it a bunch of lights and then I change the color of the lights, I can same way with a screen, right? If I can create something that looks like a cloud on my screen, but all I'm actually looking at on the computer screen, right, or the monitor, is a bunch of lights with different colors that make it appear as a cloud. And that's a perfect representation, I think.
So you're saying it gets distorted through our experience of looking at the quote unquote dome?
Maybe, but that's not even necessary, right? Because look at the picture that the JD posted, right? You have all these lights, right? You have all the bright ones, they're white, but the rest of them, they're purple, and they've got a blue background. So you put them together, yeah, I can understand why people say they look like a cloud. But if you take it for each individual spot of light, they're just lights with different colors that together look like something else.
That kind of makes sense to me.
Individually, they're just lights of different colors. So the whole cloud thing is just a superposition from the mind. Does that make sense? Reasons?
That makes sense.
Yeah. I know you say loads of little things, put together can give you the illusion of something else. It's like an effect, isn't it? So we are seeing something, and you say there are loads of little lights.
Yeah. I don't know what those angelic or luminary things are doing up there, but something's going on for sure.
Well, they do seem to have characteristics of some sort of material in front of lights, and that's why I
right. And then I guess that's where I would say water and you would say ether, but I don't think they need to be mutually exclusive. I think water and then maybe the ether is how they communicate or something. Because at least as far as I consider it, I don't think one. I mean, and again, it's just opinion, right? At least as far as I could say, I don't think you could even physically view ether if there's something even tangible to view, right? Talking about a field, talking about effects that point.
Would it be like what would a field be though? Like would that be like an electronic source, or would it be like something closer to water or something? What would it be?
I don't know. This is speculation. This is speculation to the point where I don't have words or ideas to describe it. It's just like an inkling, if that makes sense.
That's why I think it's so important we talk about this.
Yeah, but ultimately for me, I'm more interested in whatever it may be and whatever is the correct terminology. I'm more interested in what you can do with it, right?
That's just important that you say that. I like
tapping into the power.
You said, because you're saying terminology is right, because somebody else said something about plasma and said that they look at it as plasma. It's for everyone's interpretation of what we're seeing. It is something physical, though. Like, it's definitely physical, and it's definitely.
Yeah, I like to approach it the way Tesla approached it, right? He obviously was obsessed with stuff, but not to mention he came from the Jesuit family line as well. So there's like a bit of this and a bit of that with all his history and with all his understanding, yeah. But he made stuff happen, right? He had his thoughts, he had his ideas, not all of them correct in my opinion, but he made stuff happen. So that's kind of what interests me more, right? Because if we can just get what he had, man, we're laughing. And then if we can elevate from his understanding and people like him, Heaviside, the rest of them, right? We can make things happen. With all this thing of separating from the world and separating from these degenerates that are ruling the world, right? Think about it. If we could build a system that anyone and their mother could tap into power-wise, right? Or just disseminate the knowledge for how to do it. Then people can go out on their own. They don't have to rely on government. They don't have to rely on nothing. They've got power for all the systems that they need in their house. Refrigeration, cooking, etc., right? Lights, blah, 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 right? And they don't have to pay anyone. They don't have to rely on anyone. That's something that I think is way more beneficial. And then where it comes from, what the technical terminology of ether or zero-point energy, whatever you want to call it, ultimately doesn't matter because I've got stuff done. I've made stuff happen. I've helped people who need
it matters, and we can figure that out later. If we can figure out how to use it, then we can figure out the source of it afterwards. And I know. And I'm wondering where the hell all these scientists and engineers are these days with all these Tesla documents that are now like publicly released. Why is this not being reproduced at this point? I know a lot of it were taken away.
The problem is this is the kind of thing that makes how do I say it?
People get
assassinated. I know it's cliche, but the Men in Black kind of thing, right? You know, you're working on a project, then suddenly either you get disappeared, you get threatened, you go away, you get bribed into giving it up or whatever, right? So there's so many stories. But, can't verify it nearly anywhere. But we're talking about stuff that is we're talking about stuff that goes against their whole plan, right? Because look what they've got everyone to believe. They've got everyone to believe that oil is a finite resource, etc., and that's the only way to get power. And then the next one is nuclear. But all of this stuff requires us to rely on them. But we don't need to rely on them because the power is already there available for us.
I understand, but I mean, there's got to be one engineer who's going to figure the whole thing out and release his findings on the whole situation and release it to the public before we're all screwed.
That's a flawed way of thinking, right? You can't just rely on one person. You got to do your own effort.
Okay, a group of people.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate.
Go for it, but I wouldn't suggest terminate it like that, man.
Yeah.
But no, I get it, Karen. Who's speak? Oh, it's Trent. Okay.
Yeah, of course it's me.
Are you that guy from yesterday?
Oh, I'm always that guy.
No, I just didn't see who was lighting up. Go ahead, Trent.
I just want to understand from
what do you
mind.
understand?
I want to understand what ether is.
What ether is? Well, in my opinion,
no idea, mate.
Because I was talking about ether, so it's probably about me, right?
Yeah, I think.
Ether is what I would put in. You know, when you say space-time is bending because a large body of mass being put inside it.
Okay.
So what you're doing is you're saying there's nothing there, but you're trying it to be a fabric, and that it bends and warps, giving it physical properties when it's not physical. A non-physical physical thing is what you would call space-time. So that makes no sense at all. So what makes more sense to me is that it is a physical property, and it's a thing called ether, like an energy sort of background. So even when you take out the air particles and all the mass out of that area, there's still something there.
Okay. I wasn't trying to question it. I was just
you're trying to understand it. You sound like you're genuinely trying to understand it.
Yeah, I was trying to understand it.
Can I ask a question then?
I don't know what ether is.
Can I ask a question? What is the difference between ether and a vacuum then?
Well, there's no such thing as a vacuum. You can't have a vacuum without a container. We don't.
But they've made vacuums on Earth, and it's like the absence of air or something like that.
Yeah, vacuum with
Yeah,
a
and do you
container.
know how much effort that
with a
required?
container.
What?
And it's never perfect, right? They can never make a perfect vacuum.
Probably not, but I mean, I think it's been produced like in like laboratories and stuff.
I've just said to you, right? They can't produce a vacuum without a container. The Earth, the universe apparently is not contained. So even now, you can't have a vacuum without a container. Never mind gas pressure. But so to me, it has to be a medium. You know.
Can you repeat the first part that you said, just so I can understand it better? Sorry.
Okay, no worries. You said something about the vacuum, and I said, well, you can't have a vacuum without a container. Then you says, oh, we've got vacuums here on Earth, but the vacuums you pointed to on Earth are, used by containers. So in space, they can't even have a vacuum. They can't have a vacuum in space without a container.
Totally. Well, okay, here's my response to that, though. They say that space itself is a vacuum, so if the container would be the universe, which is pretty big.
No.
But
no, it's not.
Given that model, I mean,
this conversation, the vacuum itself, right? What they mean by vacuum is the absence of material, atoms, anything physical, air, particles. Mm-hmm. But even within a vacuum, you took out all the physical matter inside it. There's still space between point A and point B. Just because we took out the material doesn't mean there's nothing in there, and there's no such thing as nothing. So that's
the action between the two, bro.
Sorry?
Just like it's the action between the two. If you set oil on top of water, if you set air on top of that, if you set another medium on top of that, if you set hydrogen on top of that, if you set nitrogen, helium, if you layer them, they're going to act like that. But between each layer, it's going to act like a little vacuum reaction. Doesn't mean it is. Just gives you that action. And I think a lot of scientists fell for it back in the day when they were doing stuff. They were like, oh, it must be a vacuum up there because it gets less of this and then it reacts this way. From the
reaction. That's why it's convinced a lot of people, because when you see the atmospheric, what's it called? What's it called now? The fucking the grades.
The pressure.
The gradient. Yeah, the gradient.
The gradient.
So so when they follow the gradient, they follow it to there must be absolutely nothing because it gets higher and higher and higher. So it's like a logical path they've followed. But who's to say that it doesn't turn into another medium when you get rid of the air particles?
That's what I think too. Yep.
So there we go. They tell us right that the sky is blue because the sunlight hits the atmosphere and certain particles in the atmosphere filter out these certain rays of light, which gives us the blue. And then when it sets, it hits at a different angle, and that's why we get different variations of color. And it's just like, yeah, that kind of sounds feasible, but what if it's just reflecting? What if the light is energizing on like the sky's waters, like you guys are saying, but like all the ether or the plasma or whatever you want to call it, whatever that is that's containing the gas is reacting to the amount of energy that's been put in it from the sun's light. And basically when the sun sets, or the angle of the light or the distance of the light is illuminating them particles or the sky water or plasma, or whatever you want to say, and we get different variations of sky color because of that. And it's not actually
and it's the same reason. You got like daytime for a certain amount and then night too.
1 second, please. 1 second. I've been waiting for breaking the conversation because I can hear someone snoring. I'm trying to figure out who it is so I can mute them.
I don't like that either. The snoring person must be.
Does anyone know if it's actually coming through their line? If it's someone in the
I'm sorry. We'll go.
It's not me.
Oh, okay, no worries. No. Look, if it's someone in your room, I don't mind. But if it's someone with their mic open, I'd rather.
No. I'll just to get the mic away from.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Thank you. Please carry on, Denmark. Sorry.
Put a mask on them.
Yeah, that's true, because like it's also interesting how the sky can be like very bluish whitish color versus sometimes it's kind of like reddish orange. And I know people are like, that's the sun, but I mean, like, given this conversation, you never really know.
There seems to be a relationship with the sun, but they say it's because the particles are filtering out certain rays of the light. But really, it could be just the medium that's above us is being, intensely. When the sun's close by, it's intensified. So, like when the sun's in the highest point of the sky, it's illuminating all that
that's
material.
So fascinating.
Right, because you're looking through multiple mediums. Remember?
It's a Fresnel lens, like a flat Fresnel lens, like on a TV. It magnifies. That's why at sunset the sun will look real big towards, like, it looks like it's going on the ground, but it's not. You know what I mean? It's just going out of your view. But when it appears to set, and it gets real big and huge, it's just the magnifying effect of the atmosphere. Yep. It widens it.
They say the ocean's blue, but it's not because it's reflecting off the sky. But what's the sky reflecting off? Maybe the sky is water, and that has been illuminated when the sun's close by. And as it goes further away, like there's less energy going through that water, which gives it the transparent look, which means it goes from blue to red. And then obviously you can see straight through it and see everything behind it.
That's insane.
The red,
light
the
can
red
X-ray.
and the purple.
It can also
I think
block
has
things.
something to do with the. I remember flipping Crack Villain talking about it. I can't remember if it's like the argon, not the those noble gases or something. I remember him.
Yeah, argon,
he got that one pretty well. But yeah, there's different ways in which those gases in the air react. So I think that's how we get the colors.
I just want to make this one point really quickly. Crow 777 believes that space is water. I just want to say that. So.
Now wait a second. You're saying that the colors that we see when the sun is moving in the sky, like when it turns to orange, red, purple, that's from gases? What?
Let me.
Maybe.
I can't remember what there's a thing you do with Oh, okay. What's that stuff that you do on signs? You know, like
Oh yeah, those reflector signs, the yellow and orange ones.
They're like glass signs that have a gas in them. You light the gas up, and what's that called?
Like neon signs.
Right. I think it's something like that area, but I don't know enough of the terms to get the point across.
I don't either.
Okay, so you're saying that the
I'm not saying
reds
it's an
we
answer,
see.
it's just something that it might be. By the way,
that's an interesting point.
It seems more plausible that the reason we see it red when the sun is setting is because that's the light spectrum that travels the furthest, right? Because white light doesn't travel very far, but the darker lights, they travel farther. So because we're
maybe
so I don't know if it's the sun,
like, you know,
or the actual dome itself, but one of them is producing the color of the rainbows.
Right, okay, I get you. There's like a lot of things involved. When I was talking those things, the neon type things, I was thinking specifically about how, you know, you get purple sky at night and the orange sky, different times, different colors.
Yeah.
So, no, same times, but different days you'll get different colors. So
it's weird.
I think it's a combination of what you said and those things, Aaron. But
you know what? One time I learned
ultimately, who knows, right?
One time somebody told me that the reason that the sunsets got orange is because there was so much physical like material and dust in the sky that was kind of like soily and rocky, that over the years just like floats around the world, and so when the light of the sun reflects through it, it appears orange, like kind of like soil,
kind of like a gas of dirt.
Kind of, yeah, exactly.
And then you have those the northern lights as well, so that's another thing that kind of points to the neon type stuff. But you know,
we'll see. Okay,
I think it's multiple effects at multiple times, right? Because like what you said, but then also we're seeing through the medium of the air, so that has to play a part in what we see as well, right?
Well, okay, so like you said that sometimes you can see different colors at the same time of day, you know, on different days. Well, so I think, and of course this is speculation, I think there are actual other objects above us that are causing this to happen. I mean, they cover the skies so often with fake clouds that it's hard to ever even actually tell what's real and what's not. So, and usually when you're seeing these lights, there's always clouds. You never see a difference in color when the sky is clear. It's only when there's clouds in the sky. So from my perspective,
what makes me think of the gas.
Well, so the clouds, they don't have color. The clouds don't produce the colors. Only the light does.
Right. They can
so
I guess
even if there's clouds, the clouds are not going to change the color that you see. So like if one day you see it orange, at 5 o'clock at night, and the next day you see it orange greenish or orange purplish, and there's clouds, it's not the clouds, it's something else.
Right, maybe it's the condition that brings the clouds into effect in the first place, like the pressure or something like that, right?
Okay, so you would have to then demonstrate pressure changing the color of light.
Look.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but I'm just trying to think, because it's not physically the clouds, like you said, but maybe...
Right, and water doesn't change the color either.
I just want to say, BB's right.
If Crack was here, it'd be easier.
Can I get a word in? Come on.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, but I think BB is completely correct. I think it's just the sun is alone, and like Gold has posted a couple of memes which make perfect sense. As the sun's light's traveling towards you, it's like the light rays, the light beams are condensed because it's coming towards you, and then obviously as the light's going away from you, it drags, and obviously only the redshift will come through, and it's completely sun. It's completely the sun. That's. I personally think that is a great explanation. Even though I'm saying it's illuminating this sky above us or this medium above us, I definitely think the blue shift and the red shift are completely explained as the sun travels past you.
You guys mind if I jump in on that?
Whoa, Helio!
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys, spectroscopy, right? I mean, they burn certain elements or whatever, and then this is how they supposedly determine what stars are, planets are made of, and stars or whatever, with all this stuff. But I mean, the colors that you see during a sunset, in different parts of the sky, do you think that could have something to do with it? Just a question.
Right. Well, no. Think about that real quick.
Like the elements, the elements are affected.
Think about it real quick. When you hold on, guys. When you look at the prism and the light shines through a prism, right? How many different gases are you seeing in that prism?
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
You're not seeing any gases.
Exactly. So the color is not from the. You see what I'm saying? So you don't necessarily need the gas to get that color.
Yeah,
they might be seeing the wrong thing.
Yeah, but like a rainbow's not prismatic in the same effect, the same way a prism works.
Right. So. But my point is like spectroscopy. So if I wanted to look and say, oh, gas, blue, green, orange, it doesn't really necessarily have to match because light can do that anyway.
Sure, but it can also be affected. I mean, we don't know what's happening in the upper atmosphere. So
right.
So yeah. So it's just a question I'm throwing out there. I'm not. I'm not saying that's
the rainbow is,
there's actually no way to test it.
The difference with the rainbow is it requires two medium things. So you always have the container that contains the gas, right? So the dome, whatever you want to call it, right? So you always have that as the one, and then you introduce the water or the rain, then you got rainbow. Or you do it in a science class, like when you're small at school, you introduce the flip's it called the prism, the actual glass prism, but it always requires two, right? Whereas that's different from what we're seeing when we're seeing like at night it will be purpley blue, or at night it will be orangey red, right? Or whatever in the morning, vice versa, right? Do you understand what I mean? They're similar. Obviously, it's all to do with the sun, but they're different. They're different initiations.
Yeah,
the way it comes in, weird, you'll see.
I mean, the sunrise looks different than sunset. When the sun's on the horizon, when it's moving toward you, it actually looks different. You have different colors in the upper atmosphere. If you can see it, if you have the opportunity, because if it's a cloudy day, it's hard to see it. But if it's not,
right, and you're looking at an angle always, because you'll think it's on your level, but it's not really. So you're always really looking at a really small, crazy ass, just angle from you to the sun, because it's actually up. But yeah.
Yeah, but suggesting that gases
those mediums
are causing the changing in colors is kind of preposterous.
I don't know though, man.
Why is it?
Well, because gases don't just stay in one place. I mean,
Yeah, but
so in order for us to have an orange sunrise every day, the gases would never move. That's just preposterous because gases don't behave that way.
No, yeah, but see, the orange thing isn't the issue, right? Because the sun is practically orange. Well, we're talking about when it's different, like purple, right?
What do you mean the sun is practically orange? We don't even know what the sun is.
At least when there's no obvious interference, right? You got midday sun, nothing obstructing you. It's an orange type light, right?
No.
Well, if you ever watch a sunrise and if you do any sun gazing, you can actually see the vibration of the sun. And as that vibration changes and increases, you'll see the colors change and turn to white. So it's like at a very the lowest vibration, the redder it is. You can watch this and observe this. If you ever do any sun gazing or watch a sunrise, you can see the vibration of it is much slower to where you can actually see the different pulses of it. And then as it rises in the atmosphere, it gets a much faster vibration until it eventually, and if you watch it until it rises all the way to noon, which, I generally try not to do, but I actually have done it and it's not really, harmed my eyes. But anyway, if you watch it until then, it's right when it gets to its hottest and brightest white point that it's the fastest vibration to where it no longer looks like a pulse. It just looks like a hum. It's like you can't even distinguish the different, pulses between. So just from my observations, I would be inclined to believe that the vibrations is what's causing the different.
Yeah, you're seeing the wavelengths, the lights.
Yeah, and whatever's causing it to vibrate at this to produce these different, lights, or different colored light spectrums or whatever. I don't know. It could be like its location or the area within the atmosphere. That's the different electrical charges. Maybe, all of these things are plausible. Or it could just be something like some kind of mechanism within itself that causes it, and it doesn't really need an outside effect. I don't know, but the fact that it's at this, roundabout at the same altitude, each time it starts to shift colors or whatever, makes me think that it's the atmosphere. Like the different layers of the atmosphere have a different electrical charge, maybe, or whatever, but it definitely influences the vibration of the sun, and the vibration of the sun influences the colors that we see.
Well, the sun is an effect. We're simply seeing the effect of whatever's producing the light.
We don't really know what
the sun. I mean,
that is what it has to be, because a light can't produce itself.
Now there's different mechanisms.
Say the sun isn't it is incorrect.
Well, no one knows that it is, and no one knows that it isn't. There could be, there could. We don't know everything, and everything that they know, they're not telling us, and it doesn't mean that they know everything either. But whatever is going on, whether it's just an optical effect that we're seeing, and the actual source of the cause of the optical effect is not where the optical effect is actually seen. And if it's like outside of it or whatever, we don't know. It could be right there, and we don't know that either. But regardless of all of that, there is a correlation between the vibration of it, its location, and the colors that we see.
It's a rainbow bridge. I think it's the rainbow bridge they tell us about, that, like the Thor mythology.
Nordic cosmology, right?
Yeah.
The Rainbow Bridge.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
The only thing that
not the
makes
only thing that
somehow
makes
the sun
sense.
is a
No, I
portal.
don't think it is, but
Yes, so somehow the sun is some kind of portal, and it has all the colors of the rainbow. It is the Rainbow Bridge. Where it's coming from is the question.
Portal.
Yeah, it's a portal. See, we don't. People don't really understand what the world is. They don't understand what this realm is. They don't understand what existence is. They don't even know what they are. Because of globalism. So things that you see aren't what you think they are. So the sun is a portal. It does transmit information. If you don't look at it, you'll never get it.
Well, I don't really see how this has anything to do with the brilliant colors we see, at sunset or sunrise. And we were talking about.
Well, actually, we already went over that. I think you weren't here. So it's the light spectrum. So the reds, they have a slower wavelength, like Truth was talking about, right? They don't vibrate as high, so they travel farther. White light doesn't travel very far because it's a high frequency. So which is why when the sun is above you, it's white light. When the sun is to the east or the west, it's orange or red light.
No, I heard that.
White light doesn't travel very far. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely heard that.
Yeah, so it explains it perfectly. So if the sun is all of the colors of the rainbow being projected up at the dome, then reflecting outward in a cone, that's the only thing that makes sense. That's why we get a rainbow.
The only thing that makes sense. Do you realize that statement on its face can't stand, right?
What? That the sun is a reflection?
No.
Of all the colors? How is that?
No, what I'm saying is that
because the sun moves around, right? To say it's not a thing is that's more preposterous than.
I never said that the sun was not a thing.
And
but you just described it as a reflection.
Well, actually, you're right. It isn't a thing. Like the sun isn't a tangible thing.
So have you took a prism and shined light through it and saw different spectrums?
Well, the prism is simply showing us the light that's being displayed currently. So currently, it like to your eyes, it doesn't appear that way, but all of the colors are currently being displayed in the air.
So why wouldn't moisture in the air reflect colors out?
I think it's more than just moisture. I think like in the higher atmosphere, with the differential, the pressure gradient where different gases are. I think that has an effect as well.
Well, we have to demonstrate that. That's a claim that you can't demonstrate.
Well, I can demonstrate there's more water, there's more moisture in the air than there is at the higher elements where you're looking up in the sky and it has a different color.
Elements. Okay,
dude, you can demonstrate that on a summer day. Go outside with a hose and spray it. Put your thumb on it and spray it out and see what the sun is going through.
And then, that is simply displaying what is being projected into the air. So the water acts as a screen for the light to shine off of. So when you spray it in the summer, make a fan and the rainbow is displayed, it's because you're seeing it on a canvas. The water is the canvas for the light.
So what are clouds?
They're water.
Water gas.
Water gas.
Yeah, but there's something else, because the thing you're talking about, Aaron, unless I'm misunderstanding you, it's like you're talking like the light or whatever the light is, or the rainbow, whatever, right? It's coming from somewhere else, and the sun is just the reflection of that. That doesn't follow for me. Because clearly the sun is there, right? The sun is the one that's moving.
Well, so when you see a spotlight, right? You've seen a spotlight in the sky. When you see the spotlight, is the spotlight the thing that's lighting up the sky?
Yeah, but see, the spotlight, I can trace its origin, right? You can't trace the origin of the sun. The sun, everything's coming from there.
Right,
and then the other thing, one quick thing, right, that I think's really important. One really quick thing that I think's really important when we're talking about the sky and the light is that the sunlight and the daylight are two distinct things.
I mean, okay.
And I'm not just saying this from thin air, right? When you have, like, you can look at, I think they call it the magic hour, the golden hour, whatever the Hollywood call it, doesn't matter. It's always grabble term anyway, right? But the simple fact is, I think it's at sunrise or sunset. Yeah, sunrise. Just before sunrise, there's like an hour of perfect light with no shadows, right? So they've got daylight, but there's no sunlight. And that's as much as I can go into it now without, I guess, bringing up a bunch of links and citations. But yeah, I think, and when we're talking about light in the sky in the daytime, we have to consider that there's two different things, right? Because when you don't see the sun, when the sun's completely covered, right, by clouds or whatever, you still get light. So
well, that's because the dome is being lit up by the sun.
Yeah, but that's a claim that doesn't follow, because if it's getting lit up by the sun, then it would act differently, and you would get shadows.
So you're saying sunrise, there's no shadow. I mean, I can test this in like 20 minutes and take a picture.
No, before sunrise. So when you have day, right? When day dawns, that's just before the sunrise. Something like that. Well, I think the Hollywood term, so that you can find it, is called the magic hour or the golden hour.
Exactly. You see daylight before you see the sun.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So there has to be a distinction. And I'm only using real world examples because obviously I can go into the scriptures, but I don't think it's necessary with this.
It's starting to get light out right now.
Right.
So I'll go take a picture.
Okay.
Okay.
Daytime. Look at those. Hold on. So you can have a light on in a room, but not be in the room and not see the light, but still see the effects of the light. So what you're saying, Elisha, is not true. The sunlight and the light
I understand where you're coming from, but
are not different. They're the same. The sun
but
is
what you
lighting
would
up the
describe
sky.
would create shadows, right? What you would describe would create shadows somewhere, somehow in the room. It doesn't matter because you have a light. You might not see the light, but you have a light. You have a light source. But the problem is,
the ceiling causing shadows right now in my room. It's not.
You would have to have something for it to shadow, isn't it?
Right, something up there.
It has to be a focus light.
You would have to have an object for it to shadow. If all you have is a white room, then obviously nothing. So the point
near the light.
You're not listening, right? There is a distinct difference between sunlight and daylight.
No, because you don't have one without the other.
No, that's correlation. That's equivocating correlation to causation. That's incorrect logic.
You're actually still on the globe. Okay, remember the sun.
How is this still on the globe? What's that got to do with the globe? I'm talking about there's a distinction between.
So if the sun is rising, right? That's just an idea. Okay,
that's not what you pay attention to.
Always above us. So the area above us to the east will be lit up by the sun because the sun is obviously a very bright thing.
Have you looked up what I'm talking about?
What color is the sun and what color is the light coming from the sun? Are they the same colors? No.
It's the colors of the rainbow.
Ariel,
no.
You have to actually go and look up what I'm talking about. Otherwise, you're just going to argue from your position of
no, but just listen.
Your opinion.
It's common sense. If I look at the sun source or the light source, the source is stronger than the light going away from it. They're going to be different colors, and as it goes, it's going to keep doing that. It's going to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer from the source. It's itself is going to attenuate from itself. That's how all colors are going to do that. All lights are going to do that. So when the sunlight, it's really early in the morning, like 4 in the morning, say, for example, I don't see a sun. I do see the light coming in the morning. I think that's just what he's talking about. Just the dawn, just that first shine that comes through before the fucking actual sun, the light of the sun you see in your eyesight. I do see that happen every morning. I mean,
and that's from the sun. Not something else.
There's a distinction.
Oh, it could be from the atmosphere, the medium, the sun, all of it together.
The sun is a source light, so that's why I pointed to what the grabblers call the magic hour, right? Because for them it's wonderful, right? They can film movies in perfect light without any shadows. So for studio and all that stuff, it's wonderful because the cameras, etc. But that's just an example, a real world example to point the fact that there's a difference between sunlight and daylight. And I think before you come just charging with opinion, and I'm not saying you're misguided, I'm just saying you have to hear the whole matter out before you just say no, it's the sun, because that's not what we observe.
Well, that's what I'm going on, by what we observe. So I don't know where you get your information from. Probably the Bible.
No, see, I didn't even bring up the Bible because I didn't have to. I brought up flipping grabbler example, a real world technical example that's been observed time immemorial, right? with actual documentation
so
that there is a distinction between daylight and sunlight.
Without sunlight.
I just gave you the example. If you don't go and test it out, then what? You're just going to...
We're talking about the real world.
You're just going to disagree. That is the real world. Go and test it out.
Okay, so show me daylight in the west while the sunlight is in the east.
That's not what I'm talking about. Listen to what I said.
You're attempting to say that they're two different things, so show me them separated.
If they're both there at the same time, how am I going to distinguish them? I'm giving you an example of before the sun is there.
Things, right? I can separate the water and the apple. Can I not?
Yeah, but we're talking about light. Let me shine two lights in a room. Two lights in a room. You don't know where the sources are from. One red light and one orange flashlight. Hold up, I'm talking. One red light and one orange flashlight into the room. You don't know where the sources are coming from. You look in the room and you tell me you can separate the lights. That's what you're trying to say you can do.
Yes, you can.
How are you going to separate it? Describe to me the mechanism and how you're going to separate those lights that have now filled the room together.
They obviously have a source.
But tell me how you're going to separate them.
Well, you separate the sources.
Okay, go and get to the sun, go and get to the daylight and turn one off and the other one off, right?
So you're making claims about things that you can't actually demonstrate or show or prove or whatever. Oof.
No, I have given you a demonstration. There is a distinction between daylight and sunlight. I gave you the example. Go and test it out before you just start charging at it with your opinions.
Well, now we're just arguing beliefs, so there's no point.
It's got nothing to do with beliefs. I gave you a practical demonstration at a specific time of the day. I gave you the terminology. Before you answer the matter, hear the matter out. Use wisdom.
Well, it's just different opinions, and there's no way to prove. It's like there's no one that can prove that you're right, and there's no one that can prove the other one's wrong. It's all we have different observations, and we have different opinions about what we see. There's many of us that think that have the same opinion that the daylight and the sunlight is different, and I have a different opinion also about whether or not the sun actually ascends and descends. It's in different altitudes, and also about the projection. I mean, we can share these different opinions though without trying to establish until it's verified and proven. No one can establish that anyone else is wrong.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Right now is I actually went outside and I tried it because right now it's like. It's just before sunrise, and there's daylight out there. It's not sun just yet, and I tried to find my shadow, and I couldn't do it. I literally tried. I mean, I can even give you a screenshot. Like I took a photo of me trying it, and it didn't work out.
But the sun is still producing that light that you're seeing.
Yeah, I tried. I tried really hard because I was like,
you can't prove that. There has to be a distinction because the sunlight we know is a source light, right? We know the sunlight is a source light, so there must be a shadow from the source, right?
Yeah.
If the daylight's something else, then they wouldn't. You know what I mean? That's the point that I'm pointing to. The example that there is a distinction.
Yeah, because he said that, and I was like, Pet, like I'm gonna go out there right now because right now it's, it's 8 a.m. here. The sun hasn't came up, and it's kind of light out, but not like the sun hasn't come over or whatever. I don't know.
Listening to you two both argue, I think.
And then I tried.
No, hold on. But BB's trying to say that you can't have two separate lights. The same daylight and the whatever the other light was he's on about are from the same source. The sun, yeah, they all come from the same source. So to say that they come from separate sources, even though you're getting observations that you got daylight and what was the other one?
Sunlight.
Sunlight. Yeah.
Yes, sunlight is daylight. In my opinion, I might be agreeing.
Yeah.
There's a distinction because one comes before the other, and one produces shadow.
Right, but hold on. If I shine a torch, if you're around a corner and I shine a torch on the floor, you can see the light coming from the torch. But then I walk around the corner with the torch, you can then see the source. It's just the same source of light, but you're seeing the light of this source.
Yeah, but there's no shadow in daylight. There is a shadow with the sun. That's what I'm pointing to. You have to go and test it out fully. Otherwise you're just gonna get nowhere with it.
What shadow is there with the sun?
I know what do you mean a shadow of the sun. Do you mean like when you go to the mountains and mountains are illuminated at the top first? There's a shadow underneath where the light's not hitting, and as the sun gets closer, the rest of it's illuminated.
Yeah, so that shows you how the sun behaves. But like the other gentleman, I don't remember who it was, Trent maybe. He said he went and tested it out because for conveniently it happened at his time of day, right? There's no shadow. So there's a clear distinction.
Yeah, I'm
not telling you what it is, but there's a clear distinction between daylight and sunlight. They cannot be.
What do you mean by shadow? That's what I don't get. What you mean by sun shadow?
I don't understand. Do you want me to go to be like when you shine a light, like you said like the example you said of the flashlight, right? Anything that was in there, say you put a little stick man on the floor, there would be a shadow behind the stick man. What I'm saying is that stick man would be illuminated without any shadow. That's what happens in that golden hour, magic hour, whatever they call it, right? Doesn't matter. And that's what I'm pointing to as the distinction and the separation between sunlight and daylight.
So what I did is I walked out. I live in an apartment complex, and the car garages around me, like they're still illuminated, and I obviously I would have a shadow because of the lights around that. So what I did is I walked over to the woods that are beside me, and I started trying to look for my shadow there, and I couldn't find it. And that's how I ran my experiment. Like I couldn't find my shadow because I had to get away from all like human light. And it didn't work out. I wanted to prove him wrong, but goddamn, I couldn't do it.
And then, like in this video that I posted of this guy in this airplane flying over these, like when you have clouds that are that thick and that dark, where you can see where there's only like little openings and cracks where the sunlight's coming through. So the sunlight is definitely hindered by these clouds are definitely thick enough and dark enough to block the sunlight. And when the sun is within these clouds, and the clouds are completely wrapped around the sun, there's no sunlight coming out of the clouds, the sky is still lit. There's no shadows being
that's all I'm saying. I can't point to the creation and the complete information of how and what it is, but what I can clearly say with the examples that have been pointed out is that there is a distinction and a separation between sunlight and daylight. And that's all I wanted to bring up. Because of the discussion we were having, because when we're discussing light and light effects, that is something that we have to really understand or really bring into our understanding and our discussion.
Like right now, it's actually like light enough outside to like you could literally drive your car without your lights on. But they're like, I tried to find that shadow, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, when I heard it, I was like, bam, because it just made a lot of more things make sense. And if anything, it's another thing that goes to, wait, these guys saying we're floating in space, so hold on a minute, they say the sunlight's the only light. I say no, and here's the example.
Well, when you see
because that wouldn't work on the globe, obviously.
So
bring it back to the flatness, obviously.
When you see the daylight coming, like in this gift that I'm posting right now, it doesn't it look like there's look at that clear, distinct line between the darkness and, I mean, it's almost as if, like, I know this is not, I'm not saying this is what's going on, but it's like if you take a light and you put some kind of like round metal shade over part of it, and you have that shade to just turn around it. You know how it's gonna like have that clear, distinct line. If you're in the dark, but I mean, it's really weird how this happens. I don't know if the daylight follows the sunlight or if it's like I don't know. It doesn't.
What is that GIF exactly?
I posted a video.
Is that the sun? that's up in the top part?
Well, there's a video that someone posted, Stellium posted.
Yeah.
Prior to that.
So that video suggests that what we call daylight is actually an excitation of the noble gases in the upper layers of the atmosphere, and that so it precedes and it follows the sun, which is giving direct light. But the sun itself, whatever it is electromagnetically or statically stimulating these noble gases, and that's why it gives off light, but it doesn't give off light that casts a shadow because it's a diffused light.
Oh, so it's like stimulating the electrons or something like that.
Well, when the gases are excited, and don't they like show different colors, or is there a specific type of
Yeah, he shows in that video. He gives examples with test tubes, or not test tubes, but vacuum tubes that are filled with the different gases, and neon and argon and xenon and all of these noble gases. Each of them have different characteristics and glow in different ways when they're electrically stimulated.
Well,
they layer themselves out in the upper atmosphere.
Yeah,
well, if that's
said it so much better than
density.
I was trying to say the same thing, but you said it so much better. Thank you, Steve.
Well, yeah, but if that's what's going on, then would we not see the different colors, like a rainbow passing over us instead of daylight passing over us? Because
correct.
No, well, not really, because you only see a rainbow when the sun is in the sky, like full in the sky. You don't see a rainbow during a sunrise or a sunset.
Well, yeah, but if the effect that we see if the cause are the different gases, the way that we know this is that the effect that we see, that we observe, are the different colors. So if we're not observing the different colors, then how can we logically conclude that it's the gases that are the cause of the light?
You can reproduce it in an experiment. That's the thing, is it's reproducible in an experiment in a laboratory on a small scale.
Can we see that?
And it will it show
I think it's shown in the video. It's only like a 5-minute video, and you can skip ahead and you can see he's showing. I think he gives a diagram of the known distribution of noble gases in the upper atmosphere, because obviously it layers itself based on density and buoyancy.
Well, can I ask you if when they do this experiment and when they demonstrate this thing, does it show like all the gases mixed together producing one white light and not the different colors?
Well, the gases are being stimulated. I guess they're producing light once they're being stimulated. But as far as you mean if they were all together, would that produce white light? I don't know.
No, I mean, are they all able to produce this same ambient light color that we see?
I can't answer that.
Well, I was just asking because I haven't watched the video and I don't want to delay the conversation just to watch it. And if you've seen it, then I was asking you if that's what the video showed.
Can you ask the question again?
Does the video show during this little experiment that they're doing that these gases, that each individual gas is able to produce this same ambient white light?
I will say
what I would say is that each of the gases has a spectrum of color that they're exhibiting as they're being stimulated.
Yeah, but they're being stimulated by electricity.
It's not just one light. Right.
Well, that's my point.
So this would be more in alignment with some kind of an electromagnetic, explanation for what the sun is.
To come to the logical conclusion that they're causing this ambient white light. If they're doing an experiment to prove that, then you would have to reproduce this ambient white light using all of these gases.
You also sound like the woman from Dumb and Dumber 2.
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Sounds like somebody who needs to be banned.
It doesn't sound like a compliment to me, so I don't know.
That's not an appropriate
comment. It's a complete
just making
compliment.
His brain and his mouth connect immediately.
Sorry about that. Hey, truth prevails. You sound like that lady from Dumb and Dumber 2, TOO. It's crazy how similar it is. Never heard it so similar before. And so
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Yeah. See, that's not a good way to start a
Thanks for your
conversation.
opinion. So we're going to continue this conversation.
Elijah, I'm still trying to work out what you mean by a shadow of the sun. I'm not understanding it, but everyone else seems to get it. I don't.
So,
I don't know what he's talking about
Because
either.
if the light hits the sky,
Well, hang on.
Go.
No, I didn't. I was just wondering. I just wanted to get my answer about the video real quick before, and then I'm finished. Like I can move, like let it move on off of this. But in the video when they did this, because I'll just watch it if I don't, get an answer this time. When they did this experiment, were they able to use each one of these gases to reproduce this same ambient white light?
Well, I can't answer the question about the ambient white light, but I can tell you that they can recreate all of the colors that we see in the sunsets and all of the atmospheric light phenomenon. Those can all be recreated in vacuum tubes.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it, but what we're seeing in daylight are not all of these different colors. It's ambient white light.
If you want to see black gas, just do a rolling coil with a diesel engine truck.
You guys, you guys
can I get an explanation? Can I get an explanation to Elijah's shadows? Elijah, you there?
That's for you, Elijah.
Yeah. I don't know what's difficult to understand. Maybe Trent can show you his picture, but any light source, right? You got candle, you got lamp, you got.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
If there's an object, right?
I tried it.
It's in the track of that light, right? There's going to be a shadow. So even at midday, right? You look up, there's going to be a shadow underneath you, right?
Have you guys ever heard...
It's going to be the smallest shadow of the day, obviously, because it's right above you. But there's going to be a shadow.
Yeah.
You guys ever heard...
All right, I'm sending it to you now.
You can't.
I actually took this.
Hold on, man, bro. He's trying to explain something. He's halfway through explanation.
Sorry.
Yeah. So one way or another, you're gonna get a shadow, and I know you're probably a football fan. You've done fights, right? There's multiple light sources. You get multiple shadows casting all direction, right? So you understand that that's how it works. What I'm saying is that's how normal source light works, right? But daylight doesn't work like that. And the only time we get daylight on its own is before the sunrise thing, like the guy managed to find conveniently. And when you have that on its own without the sunlight interfering, there is no shadow. So that light is a light unto itself.
Because the light hasn't illuminated the ground. The angle hasn't reached the viewing angle hasn't hit you yet until you see that.
Yeah, that doesn't follow because it's illuminating.
It's not directed towards you, right, Bromy? It's not focused at you. It's not directed. It's not amplified to you. Exactly.
You need a viewing angle to get the shadow.
So what's causing the secondary light?
You guys ever heard this speculation? It's a theory that...
What do you mean secondary? It's all light.
you need a viewing angle. Like, let me explain it to you. Like, for example, the lights that cause shadows, they are you've got a direct line of sight to the source. You cannot see the sun, so it's yet to get that angle to you. But it's illuminating the sky because the sky is higher than you, so it has an angle to the sky. It has an angle to the sun. Sorry, like a mountain will illuminate at the top, because the angle of light from the source can hit it directly, causing a shadow behind where the light's landing. But everything else is illuminated in the sky until it gets down to the ground and till it gets in range to illuminate the mountain. So that's why you wouldn't have a shadow with the morning sunrise.
Can I say something? Can you hear me? Have you guys ever heard this? Consider this: the sun is not the source of the light. The dome. There's a larger, more robust light source above the dome. And the sun is a focal point of light, like a magnifying glass makes. When you put a magnifying glass under the sun, it creates a focal point and gets hot. Well, that's what the sun is. And there's a more robust source above the dome. That's what I've heard. And it makes sense.
Have you zoomed in really close on that focal point?
How can you verify that? Because that's not what we observe. Right? When the cloud is within the sun, or the sun is within the clouds and the sunlight is not able to shine out of it. And then, a few moments will pass or whatever, and then maybe you can get a beam or two shining out of it or whatever. Like, where is the light coming from the dome? Like, where's that
observed? Above the dome, there's a large source of light. That's why you see the light in the morning before the sun comes up. And the sun is just the focal point of that light. It gets magnified and it creates a hot spot of like a magnifying glass.
What makes you think this, though? What have you observed that makes you think this?
So where's pitch black in that area?
It just makes sense. It just makes sense because of the fact that in the morning.
But what part of it makes sense?
It makes sense because in the morning before the sun comes up, it's totally lit all around. The whole sky, every inch of it is lit.
So because it's a way that you can it's a way that you can establish some kind of explanation for the daylight.
It's just speculation.
But I know, but I'm just wondering if you've actually seen or observed something that makes you think that, because it's like, have you seen the light propagate from the dome to where the sun's location is?
Let me explain it. In the morning, you will see in the east, west, all four corners lit up with a perfect light. It's an ambient light. So the sun is not. If the sun was doing that, it'd create shadows and it'd be coming from the.
No. You have to have different perspectives to look at it, though. You can't just go from.
It doesn't come from one direction. It's all there. So it must be a source of light above us.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Why do crepuscular rays converge onto the sun then?
Well, they come from the sun. That's a focal point. The sun is a focal point, like a magnifying glass creates. Try to imagine.
No, not a focal point. It's the source. The sun is its own source, and a daylight's its own another source. But it doesn't have a distinct location.
Hold on. I want to know what
there's a distinct and separate. There's a separation and a distinction between sunlight and daylight. You have to look into it before you just come out shouting things.
I want to know what he meant by four. What did you mean by that when the daylight shines?
Yeah.
Right. What did you mean by the four corners? You mean the four corners of the entire Earth?
What I mean is when you go outside, you look around, the entire sky is already, the whole place has light, and it's not coming from
That's what the sun does for you.
So what I think is, what the theory is, that maybe there's a source of light above the dome, and what the sun is just a focal point that is created, an illusion. It's an optical illusion created by the dome. And so
we've seen the little diagram
where the light focuses, kind of like a magnifying glass creates. Exactly.
So what's the source? A giant spaceship?
And where's this place? When you said the sun shines on all four corners of this place, what is this place? How much area does this place cover?
When you go outside, you look around and you look in all directions, the whole around you, like
you can only see so far, though. So what we're asking is
360 degrees. Wow.
Yeah, but how many miles? How many miles can you see front to back, left to right?
You don't let me. You're not letting me answer.
I'm asking you.
360 degrees around you, you can see light. So there's no direct.
What's that mean?
Any direction.
How far is that?
That means that That means all around you.
That means the circle you just said. What? How far out?
Yeah.
In front, in back, to the left, to the right?
Your personal dome of perception, your dome of perception are all around you.
But you just said all four corners, so I need to know how far away these corners are from you.
What I mean is your personal dome of perception. You know what you
Right. So I'm asking you how far your personal dome goes to you. Can you answer me?
The horizon is your personal dome. That's
so you don't know. It just moves every day like the globe horizon, right?
What? Well, yeah. Basically, the horizon is an optical.
So it's a never-ending, moving an illusion that you're going to focus our attention on for what? Because it stays the same.
You're not straw manning him. To be fair, he's saying that he's saying that there's a certain limitation of perspective to each person.
Right, and I was asking him that limitation of his.
Well, he's not saying there's a definitive, consistent. It depends on atmospheric conditions and stuff. So
it's good.
So how can we figure anything out?
It's what you can see. But my point is a theory that perhaps there's a light source above the dome, and the sun is nothing but a focal point of that light source, where it gets like magnified into a focal point. It's not really. It's an optical illusion. It's not an. It's not.
No, we know. We saw the dome, and we saw people shine the light on it. We know what you're talking about. But if you have like a little better version that explains it better, that'd be cool.
Dude,
I'm still looking. I'm still looking for the logical pathway that you took to come up with this. Like, what observation? I don't understand. I'm still looking for the observation that you made that leads to this conclusion.
Because of the fact that the light doesn't seem to be coming only from the sun. It seems to be another source of light. It seems to be because
Well,
of
at
the sun.
nighttime, the sun. Whoa, you lost me on that one.
Go outside in the morning, real early. You'll know what we're talking about.
Yeah, when the sun comes up in the morning and the sun
daylight is its own thing.
It's from the sun, man. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. It's separate.
Oh, whoa,
He's jumping to conclusions saying that they're all one and that the sun is a focus
Hold
of
on a
that.
second.
What I'm saying is that the daylight's its own thing
It
that
doesn't
lights
matter
up
what
the
you guys
whole
are
world
saying.
on its own.
When the sun comes up, you have daytime. When the sun goes down, you have nighttime. So how are you saying, how are you dividing the light from the sunlight?
No, because when the sun sets, you can still see for a while.
Listen, guy, you're
in
just
the morning,
saying the
you can
first
see
portion of
before
the
the sun
light,
rises.
the weakest amount. It's the weakest amount of the sunlight coming to the first portion of your eyesight, just before fucking dark's gone. It's all dark. The sun starts coming in. No, there's not no different. What are you talking about?
Yes, there is. That's the whole example I pointed to. The guy went out and tested it for himself.
You need to show me a different source of light than the sun.
How do we know it's a different
I just gave you the example. The golden hour, the magic hour, whatever the flip those grabblers want to call it. It
so you're saying when the sun comes up in the morning,
before the sun rises,
the light coming off the sun.
before the sun rises, it produces light without any shadow.
I don't see the sun, but I still see that light, but it's coming from the sun.
No,
correct.
It's a different light.
No, it's not. Hold on, real quick. A flashlight can have the bulb of the flashlight, but it can shine on a wall farther away. So someone could see the shine of the light on the wall, but not the bulb of the flashlight.
Of course.
Right? When the sun is going around,
yes, but it will produce a shadow. We're talking about the daylight that doesn't produce its own shadow.
There's a lot of things you're not adding into your little shadow.
Kind of
light.
It's not necessarily a different kind of light. It's the
It's barely anything.
I gave you the observation. You have to go and look into it and tell me that I'm wrong from it. But you can't because you haven't done the effort yet.
Golden hour all the time.
Elijah.
A golden hour is the time when the light changes. Right? When the weakness of the light goes away. It's just whatever the sun is heating up or making the light happen. Whatever's happening with it, the sun is taking it away from you.
You're jumping to conclusions. It has a separation and a distinction. Go and do your effort.
Again,
we have X-rays. How does an X-ray work, Elijah?
What the hell has X-rays got to do with this?
Well, you're going to figure it out. How come every light doesn't create an X-ray?
No. We're not going into the weeds. We're sticking with the topic.
Yeah,
Sunlight
we are
and
going
daylight
into the weeds because that's where you're at. That's where you're at right now. Is in the weeds,
I've been saying the same thing for the last half an hour.
Okay, listen to me.
Sunlight and daylight are distinct and different.
Strong enough, it's going to shine through you. If the light is weak, the same source of that light is too weak, it's not going to shine through you. Therefore, you have an X-ray. A strong light coming towards you, strong enough, magnifying it enough, becomes an X-ray, shines through objects, and shows out the other fucking, like the negative. Now, if the light's not strong enough, it's not going to be able to do that.
X-rays are.
We don't know what the sun is.
You're going into the weeds. I've got no time for this. I gave you the observation. If you don't want to listen to it, that's your own business.
Let me clarify something. Please, everyone, just chill out for a second. So, Elisha, you're saying that when you see daylight, it's not coming from the sun?
Exactly. And the observation is the citation, right? Because there's no shadow. Because it operates on its own. And not only does it light up without any shadow, it lights up everything without any shadow. If it was from a source, right, like you're saying, it's obviously rising from one area, it would come from one direction. It would start at one direction and get stronger, but that's not what happens. It comes up on its own and it lights up evenly without any shadow. Then the sunlight comes and the sunlight rules, right? The sunlight is stronger, and then we have a combination of the two.
Yeah, I gotta say
that's what I'm saying. Distinct and different.
It seems a bit perplexing as to why flat earthers would be real dogmatic going against what he's saying right now, because you don't know whether or not he's right. I mean, he doesn't know if he's right either. This is speculative, but to act like we know for a fact the sole light source that accompanies the Earth is the sun is just a preposterous, unfounded claim. We live in a closed dynamic system that has energy introduced to it. That means there's an energy source outside of the firmament. So what is that? How does that manifest? Does it have a light characteristic? Y'all don't know the answer to that question. So very simply, there's no way to know that you could ever claim that you know the light strictly because of the sun. You also couldn't even claim you know that it isn't. And you could.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. No, that's what I'm saying. How do you know that there's two separate lights? How does he know? How do we prove that?
Claiming that there's two separate lights. Now that's preposterous because no one in their right mind would ever assume that the light they see in the morning before they see the actual sun is coming from something other than the sun. That's just silly.
Why not? I gave you the citation and the example.
A newborn 30-year-old.
They act in a distinct and a separate manner. If they were the same, then they would act in the same manner with the same characteristics, but they do not.
It's simple.
Pardon
One
me?
comes from the other. It's extremely simple.
No, you're simplifying. You're simplifying something that you can't even give a citation for. I've given you a citation to show you the distinction and the separation.
Guys, y'all don't even know what light is. You don't. It's not about knowing what the sun is. You don't even know what light is. Light's an effect. What is it though? It's an effect of what? So what's causing that effect? What exactly are you seeing when you see the light?
I mean, what is the sun, right? Some people think that there's a spaceship up there producing it from above down below, but it makes more sense if the source of the light is coming from below, reflecting up off the dome, and then coning out like it does.
Well, check this out, that's why you would see something farther away. That's why you would see the shine. If I'm shining the flashlight at the ceiling, right, you're going to see the shine of the ceiling if I'm walking towards you before you see the actual bulb of the flashlight.
Yeah, exactly. Let me to explain what I was trying to say. It's like I can't really stamp that. Well, because you see the light before the sun, it means it's different. Like, well, again, what is light? Like, light doesn't travel, but the energy itself coming from the sun is what causes the light. It's vibrating the medium around. That's what light actually is, and stupid humans don't know what it is. So that's what it seems to clearly be, is the medium itself. So you have to wrap your mind around when you go outside and it's daytime, you're seeing what was already there during nighttime. You're just seeing the medium with a different shade, basically. That's all that daylight is. So, unless we can quantify or have a better understanding of the energy coming from the sun and how that results in the light, we would never know if we could isolate one or the other.
This is
I like what Stellium said in the live stream text. If you guys read what he said, the source could be an electric stimulation of the noble gases as the sun approaches and departs. Because
that makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. That's why you have the golden hour, like when it'll hit certain wavelengths, and then however the pattern of light comes in, it changes.
Things do get excited,
because
but
what happens when I take a vacuum chamber and I take all the gas out? Can I have light in there?
Vacuum chamber's not Earth, though.
I know that, but my point is to say that if you're going to claim this, the only reason you see light has something to do with gas particles, well, that is implicit in your claim. If the gas particles weren't there, you wouldn't have the light.
Yeah, but the gas particles are there.
We're talking about daylight, not direct light.
But there needs to be some kind of foundation for the logical thought process that gets you to the.
Check this out.
It could be noble gases, because I haven't seen any demonstration yet where noble gases can, each one of them, reproduce this same ambient light that we see.
Why say noble gases? Why not just say the air, the atmo, whatever we want to call it? Because that still needs to be redefined.
A large portion of the noble gases are not here, testable here in this area. We can isolate them, but they're, for the most part, most of the noble gases are in the upper atmosphere.
Let's let Stellium explain if you want to, bro, so I can kind of see where you're coming from instead of
that'd be great.
Guess where you're coming from.
Well, I'm just referring to a video I posted further up in the live stream, which is by Dan Dimension. It's called "Let There Be Light." It's just a short 5-minute video. He's showing high altitude balloon footage, and he's showing pretty clearly that before the sun comes, everything is dark, and then we get this daylight hour where there's no shadows, there's no direct light being cast from the sun, but there's a light there, and that light has the same color as what happens with the noble gases when they're stimulated in test tubes. And we know that the atmosphere is layering itself out based on the density of the different elements that are contained within it. So it looks, I don't know if there's experiments done with the sun that would prove this or not, but it looks very much like as the sun is approaching that there's some kind of an electromagnetic effect, and it's before and after the direct light comes, it's stimulating these noble gases, and they're giving off a light, and that light isn't sufficient enough to cast shadows down here. But,
cool.
You can see it when you look at it.
That's very intriguing, bro.
It's like this.
So it's like a diffused light.
But think about this one, though, guys. Just speculation real quick, 3 seconds. Over the dome, a big speaker, spaceship, levitating, putting off sounds like a musical thing, controlling certain things. That'd be freaky.
Yeah, frequency as a whole. Yeah, but this is why it makes perfect sense. It really does make perfect sense. I do magic hour all the time with photos and stuff. That's the best light you get. It's such a really nice, beautiful looking light. It's the strength of the sun. It's like the most concentrated where the sun is, and then it weakens as it goes in a sphere around it, and as it illuminates around its nighttime, which means it's not exciting those colors, for lack of a better. But it makes perfect sense.
See, I highly recommend that video. It's only 5 minutes long, and he reproduces all the exact same colors and the look of the colors, not just the colors, in test tubes. I've been close to, these Tesla coil devices where they've attached different like test tube, vacuum tubes to the coil, and it, as soon as the power source gets close to the tube, it excites the noble gas molecules that are in the gas, and they glow, and you get the exact same colors that we see in all of our beautiful sunsets.
Why in the test tube is the gas growing, right, and getting so excited in the vacuum test tube, but not in the vacuum of space?
Because it would diffuse as soon as it's not contained, just like our vacuum.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. I got
gas pressure need a boundary to have gas pressure, and it would just immediately diffuse in our.
Well, a certain boundary, right?
So, I mean, I find it almost not even debatable that the atmosphere itself is intrinsic within how we perceive everything to do with light and sunlight and sunsets and all that, right? But what exactly is for me, it's unfair, subjective, like worldview bias, but like there was light before the sun. And just for me, like until I have evidence that's going to show me that it doesn't make sense, well, that
separation of sound,
that compilation of description has been accurate thus far. So we live in a world where there's no like legit compilations of accurate descriptions of the nature of the Earth, and there's a couple that have resurfaced viable. So just as an intellectual option, to me, I know we don't even know what light is. So.
Think about it like this. I know I don't know what it is either, but I just thought of something. You know how the light goes through the prism and comes out and spreads to make a pyramid?
Yep.
Think of sound doing the same thing, going to make light, or coming vice versa the other way to make sound.
Oh, how can you differentiate sound and light?
What do you mean? I didn't differentiate them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this world we live in.
Oh, okay, you agree. Gotcha.
This is even we're talking about perturbations of the etheric field, perhaps, right?
Right, but think about it. Think about a pyramid, focusing a sound into it, and then coming out of that pyramid would be some light from sound, or vice versa, light going in, being focused, and maybe some sound being created. I don't know. Never know.
Sound.
Yo. Even if we don't know what, hold on.
Magnetism.
Even though we don't know what light is, hold on, Dom. Even though we don't know what light is, I think the problem with what Elijah's postulating is that it implies that there's a second light source. To have like two separate lights, even though we only have like one local light that seems to be, responsible for all light that we get, and it comes in part with sun. No, it's not long after we see the morning light, the sun appears, the actual source of that light. So to imply that it's a separate light is implying that there's another light coming from somewhere else, and there's no one can logically.
But why wouldn't there be another light?
Because
the light could be that's illogical.
It could be an electrostatic effect.
What I'm saying is, here, listen, come to make sure
a different type of excitement in the atmosphere. Is that what you mean?
Well, what I mean is we have a closed dynamic system. We have a sun and a moon that are clearly like the balance of one another. Everything's just harmonic and perfect. There's electromagnetic field. There's obviously an ether background with the vortexual drift over it, and it's intrinsically synchronous with the sky. So what is outside of that? We see lights up in the sky. You know what? Like I don't. How?
Yeah, true.
What the
true.
hierarchy or level of lights beyond this closed dynamic system is? We don't
Because
know.
we get
I
we
can
get a
assure you we don't
relationship.
know. And if there's one that's say something, I mean, it would be basically beyond comprehension. But to
There's a
ever
relation.
stake
There's
the
a
claim it wouldn't
relationship with.
affect our perception of light in the closed dynamic system is
There
preposterous.
is a relationship between the sun rising and then we get in that morning light, and then not long after we see the source of that light. And personally, it makes sense that it's the viewing angle of that light that illuminates the sky. And I think I like your idea saying it's vibrations. So it's probably exciting whatever's in the air and giving the blue light what it excites when the light gets nearby. It excites the.
How
it sounds like it could be.
Understand the light if we don't know what light is. Sorry,
It sounds like it could be a conglomeration. It sounds like it could be a conglomeration of all of these different things. Like it could be all of the above.
Yeah,
you know
exactly. Since we don't know
whatever
what it
the
is,
sun
we know that
is,
it is an
whatever
object, doing something.
Yeah, whatever the sun is, it's probably covering a wide
I hesitated the word
spectrum.
object. I know. I'm just saying.
It's probably covering.
It sounds like I'm being tedious, but it's like
No, I as I said it, I was like, ooh, I shouldn't have said object, but maybe no one will say anything. Damn it.
But whatever the sun is, it's probably stimulating across a wide spectrum of different, possible, whether it's magnetic, electric, it's
it affects.
Nobody knows what it really is, and it's
the Earth.
related to the tides, perhaps.
Even when you can't see the sun, it affects the Earth.
If it's made from natural material, right, that we have on the Earth, and like scientists like, oh, we can make that with this. Why aren't there 50,000 of them?
Isn't this kind of how fluorescent tubes work? Right? Isn't fluorescent tubes basically what you excite the gas inside the tube, and that creates the light? Right? We figured that out.
But does it create a little sunball?
Well, no, right now I'm just saying because we don't have the source of the power. The sun seemingly could be the source of whatever power it is, or it's just a kick-started generator that someone put into place and it just rotates around us and it does its thing, and that's what it does. I mean, that's why you see it in the morning and then at night at sunset.
It's the only.
That's why it's
right.
Where
it's only one thing that does that. Like it's weird to me that like if it is to be able to be produced, or scientists can be like, oh yeah, willy-nilly, oh it's this in the lab. Well then, like I said, why don't we have 1,000 of them working, going on, doing some stuff?
Dude, the sun was designed and set on a vibration that gives life to the Earth.
Nobody knows what it is.
Yeah.
It might have been launched by the Earth. Think about that.
Yeah, I really love the idea that it was all just an ice field, and then you just place the sun and moon in this clockwork, and it melts the ice around it.
Well, my son thinks it came from.
Creates life,
Can I ask you guys something really quick? Can I ask you guys something? When you look straight up, during the day, and you see as far as you can see, and then if you're at the ocean and you look horizontal, look 90 degrees ahead of you, you don't know how far it up. I mean, it could be 70 to 100 miles or whatever, wherever someone might think the quote unquote firmament is. When you look across the ocean, you're seeing the top of it.
Hey, how are you?
At a long distance, hundreds of miles away. I mean, it's all compressed, of course, with perspective, but you're seeing the top of the firmament in the distance. If there is, such a thing. Have you guys ever thought about it like that?
I don't necessarily believe that because...
Well, you don't have to believe it. I'm just telling you, if the Earth is flat, that is what you are seeing. It's when you see the cloud. I mean, if it's a cloudy day, and you see the clouds converge toward the horizon, they're at the same altitude, so they are compressing. So wherever you see, it's all compressing into it's a level stationary plane. I mean, it's not. You are seeing the top of. If it's a clear day, you're seeing everything compressing into.
What do you mean about the clouds? Because we already know about these airplanes flying over the whole planet, making these contrails, as they call them. Chemtrails, actually.
The sun is exciting water gas that's in the air. Okay, it's all water gas. The sun is illuminating water gas.
No, I didn't.
Settle down.
Are you then suggesting that if the water gas wasn't there, that there would be no light?
Oh, that wasn't even my claim in the first place. I was just wondering if you guys ever thought about it like that. It's like if consider the ceiling and the floor. It's just like looking down a hallway, but when you're on the ocean, you're looking.
It is a
straight
fucking
ahead.
interesting idea.
The ceiling touches the floor, so
Okay, well, hey, has anyone done any serious research into chemtrails before?
Yes, dude, why are you diverting the conversation, man?
What the entire?
I'm not trying to. I'm sorry if I did.
Does light he's always on another level.
So
does light propagate through a vacuum?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the question.
So there's still a medium. There's still a medium through which it's moving.
Yeah,
even
we
if
can all
you
agree
remove
there
all of
must be something.
the
Maybe
gas.
that's where the chemtrail comes from. It could. That's maybe part of the reason where the chemtrail operation comes from. Maybe they know more than we know.
Hey, dude, we're not talking about chemtrails, though.
Yeah, move off of chemtrails, bro. If you want to be, if you want to.
No one really cares.
The point is, bro. Like Stellan was saying. So what's up with the light? Well, it's the medium is just moving. That's what the
An
light
excited
is. What
field.
If the light is just the medium?
The bleeding
Of
effect.
course, it's still there.
So you're saying that
the sun is bleeding around
dome
itself,
is moving,
and the light is the blood.
Oh no, I didn't think about the dome. I don't know if the dome is moving or not.
Well,
whatever's in
that's where the lights are,
even though
right?
even though it's absent from like materials and molecules, or whatever, there is still a medium there that it's traveling through. That's what he's postulated, and I think that's very true. And when that medium is excited, you get that effect. That's what you're seeing.
The lights are up above whatever's containing and separating the closed dynamic system. Yeah, I don't know specifically.
Okay, so the lights lights are up above the firmament that's keeping us in.
What if everything in front of the light source helps the light source also while it excites it?
Okay. So how do they
ground, water vapor, air, all that shit? It excites it all. It all hits back. It all radiates back and forth towards it as it goes.
So how do they stay in place? I'm confused.
Witsit, I have a question for Witsit. Why does NASA say that like 50% of Earth's darkness has decreased by 50% over the last whatever?
What?
Okay, so the stars are moving and not the medium they're in.
The hard part is
Yes, I don't make specific claims about exactly what the lights in the sky are. That's what
It's just a question. I'm sorry, but I mean,
but yeah, like I think it's possible that there's some like really crazy, even spiritual or metaphysical importance to the lights in the sky, and we just don't know. And I don't have to make claims about it, but I know that when we perceive lights in this closed dynamic system that is the Earth.
I think you misheard me. I was talking about.
He's not talking to you.
That's what I would be inclined to believe. I mean, to pick out all of these, to get all of these,
Can we start
to get all
Can I not be heard?
To get all of these different variables that cause this light, or that's involved with what we see as light or whatever, and pick one out and say that it's a cause. It's like all of the variables, like play their own role. They're all in the soup of what makes it or whatever, and the very cause of it's more than likely going to be outside of our understanding, or maybe like some metaphysical or some energetic that's actually the cause of it.
Okay, so as to what you were saying, are you saying you think that they are embedded in the firmament itself?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
No. So from my perspective, it makes more sense that the source of the lights that we see above us are coming from below. So the source of the lights, from my perspective, are ground-based.
I don't get on board with that, bro. But
I would point out also.
Each other there, by the way, could people stop interrupting each other? It was horrible a minute ago because it was halfway through a sentence, and then everyone started shouting. Just.
Can I point out also with Witsit, where you're saying that you thought that it was possible that the lights are coming from above the firmament? Earlier, you were trying to stick to like descriptions in the Bible as truth. Well, in the Bible, it does say that like the sun and the moon, like the lights, are within the firmament. Now that could either mean like in the firmament itself or on the underside of the firmament, but definitely not above.
Yeah, but what is the firmament? What's its depths? What's its depth and then what does it transition into?
I was asking exactly.
So here's the thing: the firmament has properties that have been confirmed by our existence. So we know that it's reflective. Otherwise, Dish Network would not work.
Dude, that's an assumption, and you don't
It's
know
not
that
an
for
assumption.
a fact. Yes, it is.
Dude, no, I mean the evidence for a container is.
I mean, we live in some kind of dome. There's a dome.
It seems that way. Yeah, if you look at sundogs, and then if you look at even you can demonstrate the coffee cup caustic and how it would reflect the light all the way back around, and rainbows. Yeah, there's
rainbows.
A reflective
Yep.
surface up there.
There is a reflective aspect to it, but all the information about all the electronic stuff going on is false. A lot of it is.
Stellium, what's up, dude?
No, I was just I was just going to say that if it was just like energetic, like the Van Allen radiation belts or some kind of a toroidal field, I can't imagine it having a reflective quality. I might be wrong about that, but that's just what my intuition said.
Well, it's like, what is reflection again? What is light? What is reflection? Like, oh, we use electronic microscopes and we look at the reflection of light, but people don't even know what light is or electrons, right? So it's like, what is reflection when you have to you have to fully understand what light is, and that just seems like it's
a fucking challenge in itself. Like, oh great, now I need to learn the science of light just to understand what the fuck is going on.
A polarizing effect can take place within, like naturally within an electromagnetic field. Like, so you have a huge electromagnetic field that encompasses the Earth. Polarization of light can occur naturally and have things that are like mind-blowing capabilities, and you can demonstrate this. And so what's light then? It can't be this little physical particle. It's going to go through a polar lens, then go through a polar lens, then go through a polar lens, and then come out on the other side. It's not supposed to be able to do that, though.
So it all comes down to the morning light that's illuminating the sky, and then someone kind of insinuating, not directly, but just speculating that it's a separate light, and by calling it a separate light means there's a separate source. Hold on, there's a separate source, and if I have a torch, I'm around the corner, and I shine the light, you can see the light, and then I walk around the corner, you can then see the source, but you can still see the effects of that source of light, and that seems logical. Let's say there's a separate light from that source, and then you don't see any other sources. Is where it breaks down. I know we can't make every definitive claim about light, but we can do some observations and experiments, and we can see that we've never seen any sort of phenomena that matches what he's postulating.
I just want to.
That's not true. You're not representing what I gave as an example. They behave differently, distinct and separate, right? One gives shadow, one doesn't. End of story, really.
Yeah, but there's a reason for the shadow, because you ain't got a direct line of sight. You're only going to get a shadow if you can see direct line of the source. So when you've got the viewing angle,
that's not how source light operates. That's what I'm saying. Daylight is a thing, and then sunlight is another thing.
Okay, if light itself is a vibration, right? Okay, and then there's a creation, a designed environment that we inhabit. To think that there isn't a vibration that's outside of that doesn't even make sense. You can't even actually continue to postulate anything pretending to be viable at that point, because it would actually be an antecedent. It would necessarily be outside and pre-existing the actual Earth.
Has anyone ever heard of 1,000 Points of Light by George Bush?
I just want to add.
I'm asking a question. Has anyone ever heard of that?
I know about what you're talking about. Yeah,
all right.
I think you did a couple times. George Bush Sr. said that 1,000 points away. Yeah.
Right. Listen, my point of that is, the only reason I brought it up is I don't like the dude personally, but when people say certain things and you think about it and you're like, hey man, that makes sense for weird ways. If you think about the sun, and it can be a source for whatever it could be, of course, speculation. Now, stars and the sun, they all move, and they go like east to west, and they turn, right? Or they move, right? So, and it seems like the same rate. So what if like a sound or something is focused, or frequency or something is focused there, like a magnet, just something going on that is the sun, whatever the sun is, and it's putting off a sound frequency outward. And then, like, you know how we get the rays that come down? We don't see the rays through space, but maybe the stars are the points where they hit. I
think that's possible.
Just an idea.
maybe
I think it's very possible.
Or maybe
what was the Bush quote?
Or maybe even the different vibrational frequencies of the stars is actually perhaps what governs the effects that we see in the atmosphere.
There's something weird going on that most people, I think, don't understand, and I don't understand it myself, but it freaks me out. There's something weird going on.
Okay, the way I see it, let's have that preface. The way I see it, light is just the medium itself being excited, a certain vibration. Your eyes can only perceive certain spectrum of the overall vibrations. Within a certain vibration, it becomes what we perceive to be illuminated. So light itself is just a vibration or excitation of the medium that's already there. That's why it's instantaneous. That means it's everywhere. So there are all kinds of vibrations. There's a whole spectrum of vibrations all around us. That's the whole thing. They tried to trick the world and tell them just the material world that you perceive alone, and that's just lunacy. And so if it's all around us, and then there's a certain resonance of that vibration that is perceivable to us as illumination, right? It's perceivable to us as illumination, then how is it that we could make a claim as to like a sole source of any light that we perceive on the earth or illumination?
There's no way we could possibly do that. That would be ignorant. And as if there's not other sources of higher intelligence that could manipulate our world.
Well, look, I'm not saying I know that. That's why I preface that as I see. I'm not saying I know I'm right, but I know you don't. I know you don't know that, or I know it's not like I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't. Like there, as to viability, right? Like actually, this is one of the only ones that are viable. But whatever.
So no, I totally agree, and it's fucking crazy. Basically, this is the idea: is that you don't know what the fuck you're dealing with. Excuse my French. I think people really need to be really careful what they think and what they say. You could say something or you could think something, and they might come. You don't freaking know.
Bro, we're talking about light, bro. We're talking about light, and we don't need all this sort of stuff going on right now. I mean, at the end of the day, I think, I don't see how a shadow is. I've never seen a shadow unless I've seen the source of light. So I don't think it's behaving independently.
Well, have you ever had a UFO experience before?
Okay, you got to chill, ET, because I never mute people, but you've done it 12 times. Dude. You just bring up some random question in the middle of the conversation over and over, dude. You can't.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
I mean, I've never seen a shadow from without seeing the source of a light. Can we show anything else that would support this?
Yeah. Okay. What is a shadow? Shadow is just an absence of light. But what is light then? It all comes back to that. Like it's just not. It's not satisfactory for people because everyone knows that. We don't really know exactly what it is, but that doesn't change the fact that that is the first part. If you're going to go look into any phenomena regarding light and try to dissect its behavior, and you don't even address what it is accurately, you have no chance. It's inherently a futile pursuit. And that goes for everything regarding light, like everything.
So we can't talk about anything, in fact, nothing.
No, it's not that we can't talk about it, but we need to have a more viable, accurate foundation to talk about.
Light is just light, isn't it? And shadow is the absence of light, so we can quantify that light is the rays from the source. There is these beaming out rays of light, and when it's obstructed, it causes shadows behind it. But what was postulated is that this sunlight behaves differently to the morning light. Then there's no shadows apparently, but I've never seen a shadow without it being in direct contact with the source. So if you don't see the source of light, you can never get shadows. That's my point.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I can't disagree with that.
I do agree with you. I do agree that there's no, we don't.
Hey, Brummy, I've got an example. You can probably do.
We're like, what's that? Because we can all say, what's that? I mean, where's that leave us? We ain't going nowhere.
That's what I said. It's not whatever I'm saying. It's not satisfactory, but It is what it is. Elijah, what were you going to say?
I agree. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, I have something that might help make my point. Obviously, he doesn't have to believe me, but just to try and give him a practical demonstration. So, reasons: do you have a room or a corridor that's completely pitch black, and then another room that you can just switch on a light? Do you have something like that in your house?
I can imagine it though. I'm with you. Carry on.
Right, so maybe use a bathroom and turn the light off in the bathroom and turn the corridor light on or whatever. Open the door, get the door propped open, go round. It will be dark, but there'll still be some light coming in right now from the outside, yeah? And just hold up your hand and then just wave your hand in front of the other hand, and you'll see a shadow on your hand. That's what I'm getting at. You don't see the source there, but you see the shadow. So if you can recreate that, I think that will help explain what I'm getting at.
I'll try that right now. I'm gonna try.
Whoa, you just said something totally different there.
That is something about. I want to say something about what Witz says. Shadow is absence of light. No, if you look at a shadow, it's not as dark on the edges as it is toward the center of the shadow.
Okay. But what is a shadow?
A shadow is it's
the absence of light, Helio.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Well, how about this? If the sun is actually exciting and making light, the closer it is to things, right? So you're in the way of that. The projection, like the influence of the sun, just isn't in that direction because you're standing in front of a source.
Well, the core of the shadow is darker than the edges of the shadow.
What does that mean, Helio?
I'm just saying it's not the.
You're just saying light. What though? What you
I just said
as if it's in contention or contrary to the fact that a shadow is the absence of light, but it is not.
It's just something in the way of the light source, and the edges of the shadow are lighter than the.
All right, but the point, bro, is that what a shadow
I made my point. I just wanted to
in and of itself, right? Like it's nothing in and of itself.
No, you can't have a shadow without light, so
it's just the absence of light. Yeah. Dude.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Well, look, Elijah. I've just tested that thing he says, and it's the light. The source of light is reflecting through the off the things, and you're getting like a distorted reflection from the direct source. You still
it's resistance. Listen, when light's resisted by anything, there's a shadow.
What I'm saying is, he told me to put a light on and then let the light creep through the door, and then try and create a shadow on your hand without having the direct light. Now that's reflected light that's illuminating that you can see from the other room. And it's a reflected light shadow, so it's like a second layer. So probably you can see a shadow in the morning, but it's just harder to detect. So you need to probably detect.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So now that you have that example, go and test it out in the morning if you can wake up early, like the Trent guy did, and you'll see that there isn't a shadow, no detectable shadow at all. That's what I'm getting at.
It's because
what's the object blocking?
Hold on, Dylan. It's a distorted light anyway because it's reflected light, so it's already weaker. So the shadow will be harder to detect. Even for the door example you give me, the shadow that was coming on my hand was like a delayed shadow, like a second level because it's reflected light that's causing that shadow. So you're going to get the same effect in the morning, whereas it's going to be harder to detect. It's going to be a harder shadow to see. So you must need tools in order to detect that, in my opinion.
No, because you can see clearly. Yeah. The example you had, right, is your almost complete darkness, right? You could barely see the shadow. But the daytime example, the daylight example that I'm getting at, is you can see clearly, but there's no shadow. When Trent comes back, I'll post the images. I don't want to send them without his permission because he DM'd me them.
This is pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know anything about that.
But it was what we were talking about earlier.
But yeah, it's as best as I can do over the internet. But yeah, look into it is all I'm saying.
I'm just trying to
obviously my position is firm and founded, right? But you have to look into it, otherwise it won't make sense.
There's one missing word missing here. It's a silhouette.
No, listen. The light gets stopped by everything, you guys. Like if something's in the way, the light is either strong enough to, like I said, it can create like the idea of an X-ray. It can shine through the object, or it's going to get stopped by the object. The thing that's getting stopped at the time that's not getting stopped during the X-ray is the amplitude of the power going through that thing, the thing being focused. So unfocused, the black part is a magnetic effect of light.
So just to clarify here, so you're saying wake up in the morning, it's going to get light before you see the sun. You're going to see some light, and there will be no shadows.
Yep. It's called golden hour or magic hour, depending on which Grabbler defines it.
What did you say the choices were? Golden or magic?
Yeah, there's obviously different terms, like photography or filmography. Like, you know, they term it however they like it. But it's ideal, as you can imagine, right? Daylight without shadows, it's ideal for them because they can film, get really crisp shots without any shadows, so they can, you know, they can make a really nice effect for the movies, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting. I definitely, you know, but now I realise I think it's reflected light and it's distorted shadows. So it's distorted reflected light. So the shadows are there. They're just going to be very much harder to detect.
Fucking noob not knowing this.
Yeah, do some stuff
It's a good.
Check your DMs, Witzik. You'll put some more perspective on it.
Well, this is why we was all the back and forth when you first come in, Richard. This is what was all happening. I mean,
well, this is
Adrian
cool. Why would someone be? I mean, as someone tested this out and this not been the case, that's my instinct would be okay. Well, I'll just go see. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. I mean, I need to go out one of the mornings and test it, literally. But as from the door example, I'm getting an idea that it's reflected light that causes the shadow on my hand. And it's not as strong a shadow as it is. If I had a direct source light shadow, it's completely darkness. But a reflected light shadow, it's like a grey, you know, because it's reflected like that shadowing. And then obviously, if I shadow the shadow of the shadow, it gets darker and darker. You know, like the mantra was saying, it goes through more. You know, it's what it can pass through and what it can't. Light does reflect. We know we can reflect light around corners. We know that we can detect light. So it's, as I said, reflected light shadows.
Well, I'm about to take off, go everywhere. I would want to do something more along the lines of maybe even film or whatever, early morning, different mornings in different locations in nature and look at it and see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because nature is what we're talking about, right? I don't care about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you also pre-shadowed in the morning? I'd wonder about that too.
Pre-shadowed.
I think I know what you mean. That's funny.
Yeah, just like a dimness, you know what I mean, against the ground, you know? It's not bright. It's not bright at all. It's like still kind of dim, and there's like a little darkness. It looks almost like enough to match a shadow, if that makes any sense. I don't know. When it's still darkness, just barely getting light time.
Yeah, pure. What's the word? An obfuscation. What's it called when you're in the way or something? Obstacle. Like an obstacle that the light can't travel through would, and in line with the source, would be a dark shadow. Now, the light that illuminates the sky in the morning is the sun's on the way to the source, and because you're getting the blue shifted light, because as the sun's going towards that direction, it doesn't stretch out like red shifted. It's nice and tight like blue shifted light. And then obviously you'll see the light, then you see the source. But to say that it's separate light that you're seeing means that it must be a separate source, which I don't think follows. And then you've got when the sun goes away from you, because it's traveling away, the light that's dragging behind, that's trying to go to, because the light source is traveling away from you, as well as the light's trying to get to you, it stretches it out, which gives you the red shift.
I will say this one thing. I know this is a crazy concept. I will be one of hopefully many participants who would participate in donating to the cause. I will say that.
Well, thank you, ET. Any help that anybody can get, doing this kind of things would be very nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know how many people know this either, but like as long as we're talking about it, but after golden hour, there's a thing called blue hour, and the sky is just blue, like a deep, like kind of nice blue. It's weird. I've been doing time lapse for years now, and that there's just a thing called blue hour. I never knew that until I looked into it. I'm like, why does the whole sky? I'm like, is that a camera settings? Did my white balance get messed up? And no, there's a whole
What's
thing
that
called
whole
blue
deal
hour.
with? What's that whole thing with red versus blue? Like, I kind of know about light, but really, what's up? Like,
we're talking about red and blue shift.
Yeah, ET. Are you not familiar with red and blue shift?
No, I'm not familiar with
Well,
it.
I thought you.
Bullshit. So
Yeah,
that's all you need to know. It's nonsense.
I mean, I mean, all you have to do is freaking Google it, bro.
I heard like there were some video games that are called like Redshift and stuff.
Oh, well, it has nothing to do with that. I mean, we're talking about an astronomical idea. You know, just look it up, man. It's really simple. Just read a freaking article about it.
Yeah, I can explain it to you if you like. Imagine like waves, for example. Now, tight waves that are closely compact would be like in the spectrum of blue light, and the ones that are more spread out and stretched would be the ones such as red light. That's why the light seems to change color, but it's still the same light. But the reason you're seeing different colors of that light is because of the light that's like obviously tighter together has much tighter waves. So you see the compact waves, and as the ones that are stretched out, you see the stretched waves, which would be the red. So as the sun is coming towards your location, it'll be tighter because the lights are.
Why the whole red and blue thing then?
Like I just said. I mean, that's just what they fall under.
But that doesn't have to do necessarily with.
Dude, ET, really, you could just look it up on Wikipedia. It's really simple.
Okay, right. I could just do it on my own. I know about this. I'm sorry. I would just.
I mean, but you used to be. You said you used to be a space guy, and you're in UFOs and aliens and shit. I mean, if you used to think space was real, and these astronomers actually look at Earth, look at the sky from Earth, and deduct other things, but astrophysicists make up shit like red and blue shift.
Okay, yeah, I guess I missed that part.
Yeah, just
about astronomy. Yeah, I didn't know about that part.
No, astronomy is a legit thing, but astrophysics is not.
Huh. I don't even know the difference between those two things, to be perfectly honest.
Cool. Well, look it up. Say you can Google the difference between astronomy and astrophysics.
Astrophysics.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a huge difference between the two.
Astronomers. Yeah. Astronomers.
Okay, so what is let's talk about this. Astrophysics is the difference between like how planets run around the universe, right? Where astronomy is something.
It's an observation of the heavens, basically. I mean, and astrophysics is they put the sun at the center of the solar system and all everything involved with this heliocentric idea. Astronomy itself is not necessarily based on the sun.
Right. Astronomy is just looking up and naming things. There's nothing inherently wrong with that.
Astrophysics.
Yeah. Astrophysics is it's kind of a made up idea, where they put the sun at the center, and let's see if we can figure out how to make what we see in the sky be make sure that we're the third rock from the sun, and we're going to throw a bunch of math in there and see if it works.
It's called reverse engineering the flat Earth. When you look at the sky, that's what astrophysics is. Reverse engineering.
Right. Yeah. They created astrophysics by reverse engineering the observations in the sky, making assumptions about what it could possibly be, but it's obviously not.
It's in the name, though.
I tried to reverse engineer a couple ideas myself. I know a couple of people were here a few hours ago, and now there's new people, so I don't want to re-speak and whatnot. But maybe I come back another day.
Okay, cool.
Well, ain't the trick just astrophysics? Is like astro gives it away. It's like the the non-physical physical. It's assuming that those things are physical somethings that you can.
Can I bring it up again now that you guys are here? Because before there was just some amateurs.
Be quick about it. No, well, dude, you're an amateur. I had to explain to you the difference between astronomy and astrophysics. So you better if you're going to ask a question, make it quick and let someone answer it. Don't blow me.
Okay, may I for less than about 2 minutes?
Because you just interrupted Broken Curves. He was about to explain.
Oh, you know what? I'll just wait for another time. It's fine.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Broken Curves.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the name gives it away, doesn't it? Astronomy or astro is like the heavens, the physical heavens. You don't know that those are physical.
Yeah, but from Earth, we can actually, astronomy is the observation predictions that have been made, of the heavens. It's a history of what we observe in the heavens. Astrophysics is a totally different monster.
That's what I'm talking about, astrophysics, because it puts the physical in there.
Yep.
No.
Like if I watch something happen every day and I make up a story about why it happens, is that really the reason it happens? Because I made a story up about it?
Well, I mean, if you can convince enough people to believe you, I guess it's physical at that point. And that's pretty much the situation we're in, in this world right now.
I mean, the problem is also that, like they said, well, we can prove it, and you'll obviously see it in 10,000 years. Well, it becomes like provable never. I mean, they say, no, there's proof for it. It just won't happen for another 10,000 years. So, and then people just say, oh, well, okay, well, you did the math, and that must be it. So they just go along with what they're taught.
Yeah, like when stars explode, and then it turns out the star never actually went anywhere.
Can I ask you guys a question then? Like, what am I not seeing here? Seriously, like, can you hear me? Just am I?
Yeah, we can hear you. You said, "What am I not seeing?" What?
Yeah,
you're gonna have to tell us what you are seeing, because we can't tell you what you're not seeing.
Yeah, okay. And I don't want to waste your guys' time, and I'm not screwing with you. I'm just I talked about this earlier tonight, about this dream that I had. About how basically, how do we not know that, the Earth is actually spherical, but with a flat Earth in the middle, like a snow globe? We can't prove that.
Well, sure, but
nobody's claiming that, ET. So
right.
I didn't say anyone was claiming that.
Are you claiming it?
We know. We understand that. But what's the point?
The point is, I think it's highly likely, not likely necessarily, but it's highly possible that could be the situation, and that could explain all of these other planets as well, which would completely destroy. Okay, I'll be perfectly honest. I think space is real. Okay.
Well,
so you think that Earth
claim is not real, though? You must understand that at this point. You still just want something beyond the dome or beyond the firmament. Whatever is containing us. Yes, that's all speculation beyond that. We all have to agree that there's got to be something beyond the dome.
It is speculation, but it makes more sense than anything else.
If the government told you it was unicorns, would you think that's unicorns beyond the dome?
Of course I wouldn't, dude. Look,
well, of course you would. But I'm just saying, that's what you were brought up to. You were brought up to believe in space.
E.T., go ahead and make a claim so that we can talk about that instead of whatever the hell you're doing right now.
Here's my claim. I think space is freaking real, and we're spinning around
and the reason
on a flat Earth, and I think there's a sphere hovering and encapsulating us all, and we're floating around some strange medium which we don't understand. That's what I think is going on.
All right, so you don't understand it, but so why do you think that?
Because that makes more sense than anything else I've ever heard.
How can that make any sense? I mean, where's the sun?
How can that make any sense?
Yeah, where's the sun in?
Well,
do you have your own model in your mind you created? I mean, where's the sun in
Listen,
your idea?
what else have you been told? If this is the thing, the things that most makes the most sense of the things you've been told. What else have you been told that makes you just steer towards this?
I've been told a lot of stuff, and I've seen a lot of stuff myself.
Oh, you've seen a lot of how the Earth works.
I've seen UFOs. I know those are real.
Sure, definitely. There are definitely objects and different things that we can't explain or identify.
Yeah, where the fuck do those things come from? Antarctica? Okay, fine.
Who knows?
Flat
But
Earth.
the point is, how do you know that the government doesn't have technology?
Goes on forever, and these things come from Antarctica. Sure.
Or we're making them in Area 51. Who knows? Come on.
Hey,
come on.
ET, why are you making shit up, man? I mean, just like
I'm not making shit up.
I've seen UFOs, and so it must be.
I have seen the UFOs.
All right, here's what I'm hearing you say, ET. He's like, I've seen UFOs, but the Earth is flat, and they had to come from somewhere, and so space must be real. That's what I'm hearing you say.
No, I didn't say space must be real.
No one likes
it
just
said
space more than I do. Right? Its hardest thing to kick is space. That's that for me. That was the last straw. That was the last. Like, space has to still be real. I was still trying to put a square peg in a round hole because of it has to be flat. Obviously, we've seen too much evidence to say that it's not clearly what they say. So it has to be something else. But clearly, space is still real, right? Star Wars is fake, but space is still.
You know
real.
what?
Like, that's the
I'll tell
hardest.
you. Can you hear me right now?
Stop asking if we can hear you. If your mic is open, we can hear you, bro.
Okay, my mic is open. If you can hear me, okay. Yeah, I had this discussion with Flat Earth people last night, and I was asking people not as an assumption or any kind of true thing. It was more posed as a question, and I asked them, "What do you think about this idea?" Oh God, do I have to repeat it? I guess so. All right, fine. It's possible. Okay. I'm gonna make this quicker than I did last time.
Hey, and then after this, go back and listen to yourself on the live stream. So, anyway,
for real, like space. The only reason it's so hard is because it's the only thing you've been taught since birth. It's the one default about everything, from which everything that you base your belief system on comes from this.
Hey, Fuzzy, no, I'm curious about his question. I'm curious.
I know, but I'm just.
No, I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. Because I've been listening to live stream for many months now, and I'm not getting the answers.
Because you're not asking the right fucking questions, bro. Ask your question. What is it?
Okay. And this is just a theory. I don't actually believe this.
Well, that's not even a question. I mean, it's something.
Well, for God's sake,
out of your ass.
A theory or something.
No,
okay. It happened in a dream.
Well, that's not. Then we're not interested in that.
Well, for fuck's sake, it meant a lot to me. But if you don't care,
go somewhere else and talk about your dreams.
Okay, but this one I really cared about because I had this dream about Flat Earth.
Give me a freaking break, ET. Come on, bro. I mean, I like you, dude, but don't come in here and talk about your dreams and what about.
Dude, okay, but I mean it, and so whatever.
Okay, but understand that this is speculation. Is there space beyond the dome in a different kind of way that I don't know? But it clearly isn't the way that NASA claims. Right, it's not the way NASA claims it to be. So is it something else? Absolutely possible. Can you prove it? No. Is it all speculation? Yes. Can we? I don't know.
Okay. So I had some kind of idea in my head, right, while I was sleeping. And this is what it was. It was that Earth is flat. I've been dreaming about this for a long time. The Earth is flat. But this time I had this idea that the globe, Earth itself is indeed a globe. So you still have your firmament. Let's just give me a chance.
We already have a name for that. It's called disco ball Earth, right? Where it's a whole bunch of flat spaces.
Listen, so you got.
I have a video about that on my channel.
Oh my God, man, the dream theory question, bro. What is it, man? Come on.
Okay, so flat Earth, a sphere, meaning some kind of globe, like a one of those snow globes that you buy at Christmas time.
Is this the question, a theory, or a dream, bro? What is this?
I'm trying to explain
A
it.
dream or a theory, man?
What?
It's a question.
Stop trying to explain it and just say it. All right.
That's what I'm doing it now. So now you understand that idea, right?
No,
so
we don't understand it, but go ahead.
For fuck's sake, okay. It's a flat Earth in a snow globe, kind of like one of those Christmas toy things you buy. It's a flat Earth.
What
and
is
then
going
imagine an aquarium, fish aquarium, and you fill that thing with like that transparent hair gel, aquarium gel shit. And then you can place that shit around. Boom. That's called the solar system.
I had a dream.
Right. Like I said, he'd already gone over that before, and we dealt with it pretty well. But he seems to have been more intoxicated in the last 2 hours.
ET, like I said, go back and listen to yourself and see if you make any sense, and then we'll get back to you. I muted him. Anyway, let's continue, guys.
No worries, man. I wanted to speak to. I didn't want to take over the conversation, so I just let it go. But I mean, I was going to speak to Stacey about pure light or whatever. This idea about light. I mean, because someone said if I had a yellow light bulb and I moved it really fast, would I get shifts of light? But I don't. When I think about light, I don't think about light being covered by a particular color to distort what the meaning of light actually is. I mean, we can't quantify exactly what light is, but when I think about the sun's light, I'd assume that would be my version of light. And where was I going? Yeah, if you put that light through a prism, it will separate the wavelengths. And the rainbows, for example, the reason all the rainbows are separate is because they all reflect at different frequencies, which would be different sorts of wavelengths. And it seems to be why they arc over, and you get like a variation from the one source of light, and then you get these different colors. And then when you look at the sky and the sun sets and you get these different variations of colors, they say it's because the heliocentric model say it's because of particles in the atmosphere that filter out certain wavelengths of the light, and that's where you get blue sky. So it's not the sky reflecting off the ocean, it's actually the sun's light filtering out certain rays of light. But that don't make no sense because fuck's sake, where was I with this? Sorry about the swearing. I've kind of lost my train of thought. I'll have to. Can anyone remind me where I was going?
You were talking about the wavelengths of light.
Yeah, it's all good. We got derailed by ET for a little bit, but yeah, it'll start flowing again.
Yeah, so the light waves of light, are there because of the prism, and obviously when it travels. So when the sun sets and travels away from you, the light waves are dragged out because it's the light that's traveling towards you plus the source of the light that's moving away from you, which stretches out the light traveling, which is why the sky changes color as it gets further and further away. There's more lights, and that's why the spectrums change from like blue sky all the way down to like all the beautiful colors that you see at sunsets. And obviously, when the sun's on the way to you, you don't get that effect. You just get blue sky, don't you? Because the light's on the way to you, and as that light's traveling towards you, it's condensed, and only the condensed light would be blue. So all this saying that particles are filtering it out is actually not consistent.
So that's really interesting because at the beginning of the convo, when Elisha was talking about this, I was saying that before sunrise and after sunset, the light looks different. right, in the sky. It's different. And also, who I guess you. This kind of like, I'll give ET a little bit. He was asking about red shift, blue shift, whatever, but that's for everyone. So, but that's they relate it to the Doppler effect, right? So if the sun is moving towards you and it's rising, there's a different effect when it's moving away from you. You know, when it's coming towards you and it's moving away from you.
Because
So
you got to think,
could have a different
for
effect
example,
on the noble gases, like Stellium was talking about earlier. Could have a different effect.
I mean the gases. I mean,
It obviously does. You know.
I thought the ether. I thought the ether was being illuminated by. But when you
this
think
is
about
kind
it,
of absence of.
Hold on, bro. Imagine I shoot a bullet, right, and then I run towards a bullet. It's going to be, I'm going to give it's going to be a condensed distance between me and the bullet where I'm shooting and running in the same direction. Now, if I run in the opposite direction and shoot the bullet, there's going to be a greater distance between me and the bullet. So, that's kind of a different way to visualize what I'm saying. And as that bullet distance is stretched out, that's the light that has to travel. Therefore, the spectrum, because the pure light would be whatever light, and then you've got all the.
What if light doesn't travel at all?
Yeah, which is a great idea. I mean, I like what Witsit was saying. It's the vibrations, but even even the ripples in the water would be longer ripples, wouldn't they? So the shorter ripples would, when you're walking towards the light source and traveling with it, the ripples would be tighter, and as you're running away from the ripples would be longer, creating a different illumination, different vibration of them light rays, which I agree.
See, this idea of light traveling has been put into us, as from children. I mean, these stars that we see are billions and billions of miles away, and the light we see from them are billions of years old, and trillions of years old. That light, that star could probably not even exist anymore because it would just happen to be. So anyway, what if light doesn't?
I agree. I think Witsit's idea that vibrations are what is happening. I agree with that. It could be also instantaneous, but as that source of that instantaneousness passes through, then the ripples that are being vibrated are just being stretched out. But it's not exactly traveling. But I think it's just easier to understand why you get the different sorts of spectrums of light between in the rainbow. You get the different spectrums and how. They don't all. It's not just one rainbow color. It's all different spectrums because they vibrate, and it's maybe instantaneous. It may not be traveling, but I think traveling is a better way to illustrate the point.
Yeah. Sure. The only way that you could really test this out is if you had a super sophisticated camera that could snap shots within.
It's kind of like gravity. It's light's not a wave, but you can think of it as a wave, right?
Yeah.
Like gravity's not. You can think of it as a force.
Oh, that's pretty bad. Isn't it?
This makes me
retardation.
This makes me wonder about darkness, because what if bioluminescence in darkness? If there is a inherent energy in the darkness that activates light on a different way or a different medium or in fish or whatever we want to call bioluminescent, that's the absence of the sun's energy. There's this other possible. I don't know. Bioluminescence makes me wonder about this.
Well, you can say the same thing for light not being vibration, but you can think of it as a vibration. It's just a way for it to be instantaneous, but not instantaneous at the same time because it needs to kind of. I don't know, bro. It is something that we.
I mean, both of them are definitely real. I mean,
hey, the universe is fascinating. It's one verse, right? Universe. It's fascinating.
Light helps you create vitamin D and stuff, and darkness helps you create melatonin that makes you sleepy.
I mean, the sun could just literally be this generator that generates vibes and sends out vibes in all different ways. Or when people say that the moon, same kind of thing could be happening where people lunatics, right? Where it creates different energy in the air. I don't know. There's easily sending out vibes. Vibrations are everything. It's great.
Yeah.
The heliocentric model is saying the atmosphere is working as a filter, filtering out certain light waves. Now, all we have to do is just say that no, it makes less sense that these particles in the atmosphere. Where are these fucking particles that are so high up that makes the sky blue, that are filtering out the sun's light? Why can't it be just the light that's coming towards us and close by? It illuminates that blue because it's tight, vibrations or tight waves or however you want to understand it. And as it's traveling away, that's why it changes color, because it's starting to get to the end of the lights. Because it's a spotlight, right? So it only illuminates a certain amount of area. So as it gets, and because it's traveling away, that's why certain waves will reach us, certain waves won't, and that's why the whole sky changes. So, it's maybe, as long as we can falsify that it's not these particles and what they're saying, it's another dent in the globe. It's another dent in their lies.
Are you talking about the light waves near sunset? You're talking about the light we see as it changes color. The light, the light in the sky changes color because of prismatic effect. Is that what you're saying?
Prismatic, yeah. Because in the prism you get different strains of light.
And I think that's what Elisha was talking about earlier. It's not necessarily. And Stellium and I were saying that there could be something else affecting it when you no longer see the sun.
What's the relationship between the two? Like the sun coming towards us, we don't get that effect, but the sun traveling away from us, we do get all these variations of colors on a sunset. So it's got something to do with the direction of light.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, the upper atmosphere has a different, different types of gases, and they could be affected by whatever the sun is, or the electrostatic effects could affect, the noble gases.
That supports the heliocentric model. That's saying there's particles in the air that are filtering out the light rays.
This has nothing to do with the heliocentric model. What I'm talking about.
What they use to explain the colors is wavelength.
They the gas particles in the air work as a filter. The heliocentric model claims that the gas particles in the air work as a filter. Just Google it. They'll tell you. The gas particles in the air filter out certain rays of light, giving the sky blue. And when the sun sets, the angle, because they create the curvature, is creating an angle of light, and that angle hits them particles at a different rate, and that's why we get different colours of the sky.
I know what they say
they're
about
blaming it on the gas in the sky.
Yeah, I think I know what the problem is. I don't think light is purely physical, and that's why when we try to describe it, we have trouble, because our minds affects its behavior as well. So physical descriptions of it probably aren't going to be sufficient. We can only describe its behavior.
Well, there's nothing wrong with observing the behavior. Now, that's what we're trying. If you want to try to figure out why it happens, that's another thing. Yeah, but the heliocentric idea, what he was just saying, yeah, we all know why they say this happens, but it's not. They can't prove it, and
exactly. It makes more sense this way, that the source of light, it depends on the direction. If it's towards you, that's why you see blue, and when it's local, it's blue. But as it goes away, you get all these variations. It only happens on sunsets. It doesn't happen on the sunrise. You don't get variations of color because the light's traveling towards you. They're saying it's because of the angle of light.
Are you serious, dude? I see all kinds of colors on the sunrise.
Let's have a look then.
Yeah, red skies at morning, sailors take warning. Red skies at night, sailors delight. It's an old saying.
Dude, man, what are you talking about?
Does that only work on the East Coast?
Yeah, that's a true saying.
Does that only work on the East? Does that only work on the East Coast? Because it's different in the West.
No, it works on the West Coast as well.
Everywhere. Red sky in the morning, sailors fair warning.
It means that there's going to be a high tide early in the morning. That's basically what it means.
Storms.
Yeah. I thought it always meant there was a storm. There was a storm coming. That's what it means, not tides.
It also means tides.
And the ring around the moon.
All right, is
Sometimes
there a way
you
to
gotta
tell
ring
the
around
difference between the two? If I took a photograph at sunrise and took a photograph at sunset, could you tell which one it was?
Well, see, red sky in the morning, on the west coast, the sun's coming up in the east. The water is to, the west. If it's coming up over the water in the east at sunrise, that's a little different than coming up red in the east over land or coming up in the east over water.
It's about the water in the air, in the atmosphere, not the surface.
I mean, the sun always
Just a
comes.
question. I've sailed for many, many years, and it's just a question I've always had about that.
The sun always comes from the east, no matter where you're at.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the red part.
Well, it's like when you see ring around the moon for 3 or 4 days. You count the number of stars you see within that ring. That's the number of days till you're going to have a storm.
Well, the reason I said that is because you can see different colors of morning and at night. That's the only reason I brought that up.
No worries. I didn't want to divert the discussion. I just thought I'd interject.
No, it's a good discussion, and I think Helios pointed out that we can get red spectrums in the morning, which is great. But what I need to look further into is that can we get the same sort of effects that we get on sunsets as we do on sunrises? I know we can get the same color, but is it as prominent? Could you take a picture of a sunrise and a sunset at the same sort of time when just before the sun rises, and could you match up the observations? Are they exactly identical? Are they identical?
Just in reverse.
Atmosphere at the moment. That's what it really depends on.
Yeah, it depends on the clouds in the atmosphere, the time, temperature, height, elevation, all that stuff. But it's absolutely the sun. I've done time lapses of sunsets and sunrises on mountains. It's absolutely it's the same. It's just in reverse, really.
A lot of times it's coldest before the sunrise and warmest the sunset. So, the opposite.
What do you mean reverse?
Temperature, humidity are right there,
What do you mean reverse? Meaning... So they're not the same. They go for the same spectrum, but they go for the spectrum backwards.
Well, right, because if we're starting at nighttime, right, it's going to be dark, and so you're going to see the spectrum change from darkness to bright white at noon, where it's bright white down, and then that goes down away from you the other way from light to dark in the opposite direction at sunset.
Now, I'd be curious, Fuzzy, would you be able to do this? I know you're big into photography and cameras and all that stuff. Would you be able to go out and take a photograph of a sunrise and a sunset, let's say directly before we see the sun, and then attempt to, ask us to begin with whether or not we can tell the difference between whether or not this is a sunrise or a sunset? I mean, would that be too much to ask?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just telling. This is how it worked. I mean, I'll post this again. I took this in California, on top of Mount, at the, where is it? That tower over there is the not the Griffith Observatory. It's the Jesus. What was it? What's the one on top of? Jesus. Anyway, it's right there in California, and this was the sunrise. I mean, it's this. I've done enough sunsets and enough sunrises to tell you, it literally does. You wouldn't be able to tell if there's a sun coming. I mean, I have pictures where you wouldn't even be able to tell based on the picture whether it was the sun or the moon in the sky. It's putting off so much light. I just watched it. Just change your exposures. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You can't tell because you can pause it at 3 seconds. And show people, yeah, you're right. No one would be able to tell you whether or not this is a sunrise or a sunset. Well, the only reason why the only reason why, at a certain point, the sun or it gets dark real quick is because the exposure is changing. Because once you actually see the direct sun, the bulb of the flashlight flashing right in, all your exposure will be gone because you have direct light going right into the camera. So it has to adjust for that. Yeah, I mean, I know about photography some. I'm not as into it as you are, but yeah, I know that. But yeah, it is weird how you can't. So To answer the question,
that also
you get the
when
same
you see the moon.
effects.
Yeah, you see the same exact thing. And in this shot too, where you see the moon at the beginning, by that angle, there's that part of the moon should not be lit up for us because we shouldn't even really see the moon. It'd be almost an eclipse at that point. If that's 93 million miles away and that's basically coming up at almost the same spot in the sky, it would blow it out. There's no, none of this makes sense on a globe.
Yeah. I mean, the if it wasn't for our sleeping cycle and our sense of what is north, south, east, and west, we wouldn't even know.
Mount Wilson, that's what it is. Yeah, and this is above Los Angeles with the clouds. You can see the morning. It comes up in the morning. That's the clouds. I'm above the clouds, and that's LA underneath it, and the sun comes up right above it. It's not as, it's not as good as the other one per se, but it's I don't know. I love that rocket. That rocket gif is great. Actually, I can't find it. I actually was up on Mount Wilson or Mount Wilson when JPL was launching one of their rockets, and I have footage of it somewhere, but I must have gotten deleted or something. So I keep looking for it. I have terabytes of stuff, but I can't find this footage. I know it recorded, but I must have not saved it somewhere, or it was on an old computer that I don't know. But I was like super close up on the separation of the booster thing. Upsetting.
The world's a lot more interesting when you take away R. I'll give it that.
I actually got kind of blown away. I climbed to the top of Mount Hood. When I got above the cloud line, I'm like seeing it just flat out. It's kind of blew my mind, honestly. I didn't expect, I thought it would be like kind of lumpy and stuff like that. It was flat. It was weird. Did that when I was like 19. Went up to Timberland Lodge and walked up there, and that's what I saw. But at the time, I didn't think it was flat Earth. That wasn't, where I was thinking at the time. But you
just weren't high enough to see that damn curvature. Just
yeah. But now that I reflect on it, like now that I reflect on what I saw, like, yeah, I need to like rethink about that memory.
So, Trent, it sounds like you're taking a good hard look at where we are here, huh?
I am.
Yeah, good, man. I kind of get the sense of that.
I didn't really think about like what I was really seeing. Like, I was young and like super young when I did this. I was like I said, I was only like 19 years old when I did it.
Right.
So I didn't think about it. But now that I've heard stuff from here and have looked at like, like some of the evidence, yeah.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, like it makes me question a lot of my memories.
Yeah.
But yeah, I literally, like, I'm not bullshitting you. I literally walked to the top of Mount Hood.
Cool, man.
And I didn't see. I definitely didn't see no fucking curvature. It was all. It was me above the clouds, and the clouds were flat, and the horizon was flat.
The more you hang around here, you're going to hear people that come in and say they believe in a flat Earth, and they're trolls pretty much. But like, they get their kicks like that for whatever reason because they don't understand that we're not talking about belief.
Yeah,
you're kind of on the like. I think you're at the same place I was about 8 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of stuff in my life, and everything that you guys have talked about, like, has really made sense to like a lot of my memories and things that I've done.
Thing is as well, like, when you think about the world through like a certain lens, you know, everything. If you always like, for example, if you always thought of it as a heliocentric and you saw stuff, and you never know any other way to decipher that information, you're already going to put it. You're going to connect the dots where there isn't none. But to free your mind from what you've learned and to look at these people in here all do look at it from from a free mind, not just what the consensus say, not just what schools say. And there's more information to learn. There's nothing to learn on that side, you know? And
yeah,
it's all agreed upon.
Because when I walked to the top of Mount Hood, I was a glober. I was a flat out glober, and I didn't question what I was seeing. I never even asked. But now that I think about it, like,
you never questioned it, but now you do. Now your mind's free.
Yeah. Now I'm like, wait, I did see a flat plane.
Exactly. I've never seen curvature anywhere in my damn life. I've never seen it, and I'm yet to believe it's there because they've drawn some pictures of it on a piece of paper, or they give me mathematics like that. I want to see it, bro. I don't want you fucking calculate it or tell me about it.
Wait, have you never seen it in the Mirror Reasons?
I never questioned. I never questioned it because of what I was taught.
Yeah, I think it's the same for all of us. Actually, I never question it, even though I think deep down inside I knew I was standing on firm ground, that it's not spinning. Like, we kind of tend to trust our senses, but there's this separation in the training we get, in this programming we get, that basically separates us from our own inner knowing and our own senses.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really glad that I've joined here and like started actually thinking about this stuff, because honestly, I've never questioned it. Like, I just went along.
Yeah, you're not alone.
I used to troll the shit out of flat earthers. I thought it was like, I didn't understand why I was doing it. I just thought they were morons. And then looking back on it, like, I got to feel shame in myself, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I did the same thing. Like, the first couple days I was in here, I actually got put in the band camp or whatever. But I've totally come around.
We knew it.
Yeah.
And we always kind of like have some hope in reserve, saying like, I really hope this guy kind of like thinks about it and kind of gets it. It's rewarding to see someone come in and actually think about, their reality, whereas we never questioned it before, and now all of a sudden you're questioning it. It's really great to see that.
Yeah, I'm happy to, and it's dude, I don't know, like everything that I kind of perceived about like physics and space and stuff like that is kind of like it's all being debunked, and I don't know, like
I had such a crush on Deanna.
It's not even. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say one thing. It's not even that it was debunked. It was never just pointed out that it was never proven in the first place. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
I had such.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Because Fuzzy's here, and I know Fuzzy's talked a little bit about stuff like this. And I'm being honest. I don't even know everything about this research. Something I looked into about a year ago. One day we're all talking about light in the sun and how it works and all that, and pure light, and and the differences always of all of it. And it got confusing. Kind of got a little bit like you need to go talk about speculation somewhere. But it was about pure light. Does anybody in here understand or done research on pure light and what it actually is? Because it's supposed to be like one wavelength. It doesn't have different colors like we're talking about. So can anybody in here talk about that?
We're talking about like white light, meaning like all the colors combined as white type of thing?
Well, there's something called pure light. It was proposed by Isaac Newton back in the day, and it's like one wavelength. I don't know if anybody's
white light is supposed to be the sum of the three colors, the three primary colors. That's why we can like take them apart with a prism and put them right back together. So white light is the sum of the three primary colors.
Now, when I post this right now, like with pure light, as Sir Isaac Newton had proposed, it says it's comprised of one wavelength that cannot be broken down to any different color or component hues. Can we verify that?
I cannot.
Exactly, and that's where I was having a conversation of how do we verify that?
How do we verify that we can't
find out where he thought this occurred, right? And then try go.
When we put when we shine light into a prism, when we shine light into a prism, it separates, right? When you see a rainbow, that's a reflection of the light, which gives you a separation of the colors, of all the colors within that light. So let's look at a rainbow. A rainbow is a good explanation of white light being refracted, I guess, or separated. The spectrums within that light are being, like what X-rays we can see through people's bodies using very thin layers of light. So light travels through all, but only certain ones we can see. And the ones we can see can be demonstrated on a rainbow or a prism. It can separate through that. So whatever that light would be that could propagate all them colors would be what I would say pure light would be.
Our visual spectrum is 400 to 800 or 800 nano.
She's actually true on this.
Right.
Pure light white. Or pure light white is actually colorless, and
that's cool.
Well, as far as I know today,
color theory is like really weird.
The purest white light we can get is when we take a blue laser and shoot it at a phosphorus chip. The purest, whitest laser light that we know comes off of that. And that white laser light still subdivides in prisms to the three primaries.
Wow.
Really?
See, this is what I was explaining is how the hell do we know about pure light then? Because someone has mentioned it multiple times before in the past, and I went into a deep research like, what the fuck, where is this pure light? You know what I mean? Now, can the sun be a prism?
Hold on.
And like a something that we're reflecting off of from the real light that this, I don't want to go biblical, but it says God made light and then he made the sun 4 days later. Is there something, is that pure light?
Here's another thing about light. Take any color, any color, please let me finish. Any color of pure light, raise the intensity, the amplitude of that light, the brightness, and keep raising it. There's a point where it makes every sensor see white light. So the white light we see may just be one pure color that is so intense that we see white. No way of knowing.
And if you know I'm to say so. Go on, you go first. I'll go.
Yeah, it's just one real quick thing. It's not like a full answer, but what this pure light or white light makes me think of is radiant energy. So maybe in your research, that might be another avenue for looking into.
It is a radiant energy.
Yeah, I will.
Well, with that, just so that you know where I'm going with it, it's like kind of the stuff that Tesla was talking about with like the energy stuff. So just so that you have kind of a direction.
Yeah, light.
But yeah, that's all. Go ahead, Rami.
By a process called atomic absorption, and the light itself secondary.
Jimbo, what was I going to say, Stacey? You said pure light, something that God created, then He created the sun. Maybe the sun isn't the ultimate pure light that probably radiates through the entire universe. That has to be the ultimate pure light. But the light that I would refer to that has spectrums of light that can, you can separate with prisms and rainbows. I refer to the light such as the sun. So I would say there's another level of light that maybe that was created. But light
I've been telling you this whole time.
Yo, no, I've been telling y'all this whole time. Actually,
I meant specifically this past 2 hours, but yeah.
Well, because if you think about lasers, like combining red, blue, and green is one of the ways that they make white light. And if you take daylights, they mimic what the sun does, thus called a daylight. Not that they get the wavelengths perfect, but they mix these different colors and they combine them with prisms, and then out the other side pops this combined energy or whatever light is into this white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but get this.
I hope I'm not gonna get in trouble for bringing this up or anything. I know it's a lot of speculation in ways, but I just don't know about it.
No, you're not making any claims. You're just asking questions. It's fine. But I'm not sure if you're here before, Elijah, but we were talking about, I was talking about how there's a distinction between daylight and sunlight. And a lot of these guys were jumping on it. They didn't like that. But I think it's quite clear, as you see in the morning, you got shadowless light and then you got sunlight creeping off.
It can be messed up to look at it, but the light is generated by a process. It's sort of well documented. It takes matter and energy to create light. And the process is called atomic absorption, followed by secondary emission. The secondary emission itself is the light generated. The process is explained clearly how, matter interferes with this energy, gets excited, and, winds up releasing light. So if you really want to look, you got to look at A, there are rules to light. A, it's created locally by a process. And B, look at the process. Because we make light every day, everywhere. We make white laser light now. And we have whole industries based on, quote, light. And it's all being looked at here like it's some type of magic thing and blah, blah, blah. It just freaks me out. I just wonder, why don't you look into it instead of just talking about it, pulling things out of the air?
I still don't understand what you mean by shadowless light.
Go and test it out, man. I can't do the effort for you.
Well, but I'm saying, are you saying basically like if you stand outside in the morning, everything is just kind of lit? You're not creating a shadow anywhere? Is that what?
Exactly what I'm saying. Ask Trent. He went and did it for himself because when I raised the question or when I raised the topic, it happened to be that time of day for him.
And are we talking like twilight time?
The reason hold on. To answer that guy's question earlier about people speculating and rather going outside and doing stuff, I think sometimes you need to kind of work with the information and your current understanding of what you already know. Experiment with that. Hold on, and then when you come to a point where something erases your suspicions, then go out and refine that part that you're not so sure of.
We have done this. People have short-term memory, or we've done a lot of this, and we've wanted people to come on board, and take part in actually doing some observations because there's more to it than meets the eye. It really is, because a lot of the things that we do see, like sundogs, for example, we just wave it. Oh, that's like, I don't know, something about crystals in the sky, blah, 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 blah. That's ridiculous. But people will still tell you that water droplets are what creates a rainbow. No, it's the screen that allows you to see the refraction of the light. But I think that people should definitely get out there and start making observations, because you begin to see things that other people don't. We all have a part to play, and we can put pieces together and things like this. I mean, we already debunked the globe. Now we can have fun,
Right.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like, if you're saying that this shadow, this light, I think the only shadowing light would be from the light that's coming from the direct source of the sun or the bulb of whatever it is. Although, no, I don't know.
This is what I'm saying, right? And I purposely didn't want to bring up scripture so that nobody could go, yeah, but that's scripture. I wanted to just bring up examples. But like what the other person was saying, I think Stacy mentioned it. Daylight came first in the order of creation. But with that in mind, to try and get a picture of what I'm trying to express is that the daylight isn't a spotlight. The daylight is like a whole thing. Like, let's imagine that half the sky is right. Yeah. So it's a whole thing, and it's its own light that's going from everywhere. That's why it doesn't have shadow. So imagine it like a blanket of LEDs on like these new technologies they have, right? Something like that. And that's what I'm saying. It is because of that, it shows its clear distinction from sunlight, because sunlight is a source light, and that's why we have heat. That's why we have all these other effects. And the whole reason I brought it up is we were talking about different effects of color and that, and I thought that is really important to have this understanding when we're talking about that, because if we're talking about effects in the sky with light, thinking that there's only one source of light being the sun, then we're not getting the full picture. And that's why I brought that, because with that understanding, and you can see it in the sunsets and in the sunrises, even in the sun in the middle of the day, you see the sun and it's bright, and then you see the blue sky behind it and it's bright as well. So they're both bright on the individually and separately from each other, but together you have the whole day. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get. It's almost like whatever the sun is, and I'm agreeing with you too. Like, we don't know what it is, and that's what we're trying to kind of figure out. And the idea, though, that I think it's like, if the sun is putting out this field of excitable energy that then creates what we're calling daylight, as opposed to the sunlight. Sunlight is just when the sun is in visible distance and creates harsh shadows, as opposed to this other kind of light that's just being that's being excited from far away, kind of thing.
The sun has its source of light. So
correct.
Ultimately, it all goes back to one source, right?
But it also creates light elsewhere. It excites light in the gases around us, but it itself is its own light.
Right, but the reason I say that doesn't quite answer the question, and I know this is scripture and speculation, but the whole thing has been for like the past 2 hours anyway, right? Is that in the creation order, it's daylight. He separated the light from the day, and then on the fourth day, then he made the sun, the moon, and the stars. The sun to rule the day, and the moon and the stars to rule the night. So there's a clear distinction. Right, now, obviously, it all comes from the source, like Gemsy was saying. It all comes from the source ultimately, but the point I'm making is if there's a few days gap between one and the other, they have to be distinct and separate.
But can there just be like, say we're speculate and there's that light, right? Could the sun be more of a magnifying lens then, and that's where the heat source is coming from? The sun's moving around, directing all this other light.
Maybe.
Like the beginning of light.
But then we get to the thing of what is it, and I'm like, I don't know. Like what Witsit's saying is, these things are on like another level that we can't even get. We don't have the faculties in our body or in the equipment that we've made to really get the answers fully yet. Anyway, so yeah, ultimately, the source behind the source or behind the action, I don't know.
Could it be something like this, like in a fluorescent light tube, right? The whole thing is filled with gas. But if I were to take say the thing that activates the gas is on one end of the fluorescent tube, and it's like a flashlight, and the sun, whatever it is illuminate. It activates all of the gas in the chamber of that. In however much it can produce as a field of energy, it excites the entire amount of gas. So you can see the light that it's producing from exciting the gas, but you don't actually have to see all the way to the end of the tube where the sunlight physically is illuminating it. Am I kind of on the right track? Does that make sense?
It does make sense to me.
I think I know where you're coming from. I guess for me, I'm just going to be quite, maybe not dogmatic, but quite strong in the stance that there is a distinction and a separation from them. Obviously, they interact.
When he says create light, if you're going to say create light and create darkness, well, that's what we're calling the atmosphere, or for lack of a better, we need to come up with let's call it ether for the time being in this example. You create ether that can be activated by light and ether that can be activated by dark. And then a couple of days later, you put the sun in there and the moon in there to activate and to kickstart the whole thing. Does that make, it's got the gas has got to go there somewhere.
I almost look at it as like a light switch. You know what I mean? I almost feel like every day we get a light switch turned on by God, right? And then that light goes into the sun, and then it projects onto us. I mean, we don't even know what the sun is. We're told it's a bunch of gases up in a freaking vacuum that doesn't even work. So what is the sun? We don't know.
Well, I've speculated many times that the sun is some sort of laser. The laser first being combined and then refracted through whatever is the containment. I also don't think that the dome is dome shaped. I think that it's flat top.
I got
whatever the container is. Yeah.
I got a conjecture about it. What if it's just like the horizon? The horizon only exists within the device used to measure it. What if the sun isn't objectively there? What if it's just something we've created in our minds because we can't understand it?
That wouldn't work. It might not be physically where we see it because of optical phenomena and how that works, but it is clearly there. What it is, I don't know, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, it's right there, and it's a collection of water gas particles in a cluster.
I definitely think it's not a figment of imagination. I mean, I look up, I see the sun, I feel its heat when it crosses the sky. It illuminates things. I can see its apparent position. I would say that if he could be slightly somewhere else, but I wouldn't put no drastic distances away. I could roughly estimate the direction it's coming from. We can do things like, if you put like a mirror up, you can reflect it to certain, as it travels to the sky, it changes the reflection. So I'd assume that the light pretty much travels straight as well. I mean, there's things you can do to kind of determine it. And like I said, the prism.
Plus, it has effects on the environment. So to say it's just an imagination, you just imagine it. I mean, it has effects on everything. So yeah.
Hold on. Is there someone that doesn't see a horizon?
Yes, Globers don't see one. They don't know what they look like.
Wait. That's not separate. What does the horizon have to do with the sun?
Is it objectively there?
Yeah, but we're not talking about. See, this is why you said non sequitur. The horizon is a demarcation line, right? The sun is something. Two distinct, separate topics we're talking about here.
Yeah.
It is apparent, though, and we'd actually, if we take away the whole model of the globe, what is the sun? We haven't verified that. Is it like the horizon that we're looking at, and it's not actually what we think it is in there? I mean, we are looking at stuff in the sky that we can't determine.
I'll answer it like this: yes and no. Yes, in the sense that it's not actually what we think it is. Like, for instance, you see, when you think about the sun, when I say sun, we think about the sun that we can see, the one that's far enough away towards the horizon, and it's like all orange and stuff. But when it's all up in the sky and it has that glare, like that's what we really don't pay attention. And I've made a couple of observations. I'm gonna post them in the chat now. But where one, there's this like thing on the side of the sun at the 2 o'clock position, and it's always there. I wasn't the only one that captured this. Sonny, BB, MJ, a few others were able to recreate this with me, and we just stuck like, what the fuck is this? But this is the video that I was raving about over 6 months ago when I was saying, dude, that looks like a point source of light. Like, like what I'm thinking is at that 2 o'clock mark is like, I don't know, like maybe the entry point to what I think is a laser, and what we see is the diameter of or the cone of light that's leaving whatever is the light is propagating through. So we're seeing like the glare from this side of what's reflecting the light up there. I don't know if that makes sense. I've explained it better before, but
yeah, it does.
And
it's actually direct, like you're
this
saying.
was like
It's
6 months
like
ago. Sorry, this was a 6 months ago conversation. That's why we were bringing it up again. But it's been a while since we actually discussed this, and some people don't, or even haven't even heard about this topic.
Well, I still don't think y'all get my point. Globers did the same thing with the horizon. Like, if you can't manipulate it, like, be careful about the claims you make about it, is all I say.
Well, we know that the antecedent
for sure.
gas pressure is containment, right? And so what else creates prism effects other than prisms? So there's a whole lot of effects that we just don't actually think about because we've been told, oh, it's water droplets or air crystals, cold weather, blah, blah, blah. That's bullshit, because the only way you can actually practically do what we see sometimes happens in the sky is through like prismatic effects.
There's only one.
Can I say something real fast? I think the sun it's an optical illusion. It's not really, it's just the result of all the light that's converting into one spot into a focal point. All the light that's above the dome converts into one spot, and that's what the sun is, I think. Does that make sense? And ever since I realized that, that's all I see now is a focal point of a bunch of light.
I feel like that might have, either I didn't listen to you correctly, or it feels like the inversion of what I'm saying, which is pretty damn, which is close enough for me.
Hey, can I say something?
But also, do you see the problem with saying it's a focal point? Is that how do you focus a focal point?
Is that a no?
With a magnifying glass, that's a dome.
No. Demonstrate for me how one can focus something that has already been a focus point.
Maybe. Well,
do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean?
It's like Elijah was saying earlier. It's sort of
the horizon can be manipulated because I can push it back due to better.
Rumpus.
Well, what a magnifying glass does is what I think it does.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? What you're describing is an effect. But what we have there is an effect that we can then get the same effect from. That doesn't follow, right? I can't focus the sunlight and then use that focused sunlight that's on the paper or wherever and then refocus it somewhere else.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
You see what I mean? So you can once you focused it and made it to one thing, that's it. That's its journey finished.
Light can be refocused, but like
but you're trying to say that you can focus light and then suspend that focus light in the air or above us, wherever it actually is, right? And it can just move around like its own entity. That doesn't follow. That's why I'm poking at the logic so that you understand what you're saying.
Listen, okay, there's another mechanical part of it. There's something above us that's moving. This light source is moving, and it's bigger than the sun, much bigger. But it's moving around the plane and in a circular, and so the sun is the focal point of that big.
Extreme differences.
But the sun point would be the focal point of that light source above us.
That wouldn't follow, because if it was the focal point, then we wouldn't be able to refocus that. I can't really make you understand, but I've made the point. It stands on its own.
Hold on. It takes all the light and it focuses it again. That's all it's doing. So it can't be done.
No, hold on. But what I'm saying is the light is focused, and then the firmament separates the light. That's what I'm saying.
It's above us, but I know that that's what the sun seems like. That's all I wanted to say. I don't know what it is. I can't. Just saying, it's interesting. It's an interesting theory, but I don't know. I can't prove it.
I hope everybody understands we're all speculating here for the last few. If you've come in just recently, no one's making any claims that this is, validation. This is how the sun works or any of that stuff. All speculation here. Started over light in the sun, pure light, and all these things. But even pure light is just proposed. I've never actually seen these claims. I've never seen pure light. It can't be broken down into different colors.
I'm glad you said that because I was getting edgy.
Yeah, this is all speculation, people.
It's all your imagination.
Hey, I got just a few minutes here before I got to run to an errand, but I wanted to address Elijah on that seeing the sun behind the sun.
Yeah, D to the V. He's also been there. What's up, brother?
Yeah. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if you're aware of the Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, Dave Weiss's video he did back with the eclipse, but he pretty much nailed it and found the point source of light. And his video shows it. He uses like a paper towel for the firmament or whatever, but then he figured that was a little too thick. He switched over to like the toilet paper, and it was a little bit thinner. And it actually, he shows his example of how he can pinpoint and show side by side what we saw in reality with what he kind of experimented with or whatever. But it's an amazing video, and it almost points out that there's obviously a source behind something. That what we see is a representation or like the apparent sun.
Yeah, when Elisha says the laser, it's sort of something like that, but the laser has a source as well, because the laser is causing. Yeah. So the laser itself, like we could say laser, but I don't know exactly what it is. But that laser that is touching the firmament from the other side, that we see the sun as we see it, that laser is pure light, what you guys are talking about.
Right.
And then that laser has a source. That laser has a source, which is a structural thing. It's not a like. It's actually a structure.
It has to be an actual physical. Like when he's okay, if you want to go to.
It is a structure, 100%.
When he says if you're creating the sun is. He would say, wouldn't they say he created a light source or a beam of the sun? Oh, I don't understand why the sun can't be this thing that's going around us. I mean, inside the dome, like I just there's too many pictures of it, like interacting with clouds too close. You know?
It technically is inside, but the light is inside it because it's propagating through it. That's my only thing. I mean, I truly do believe that whatever is going on outside of our purview.
Can it be possible, though?
There's levels to firmaments, right? That I know this is scriptural stuff, but you have the waters above, right? It would stray incredulity to think that the sun and the moon are inside the waters. But they're definitely on the other side of the water, right?
That's what I was going to say. Isn't it the sun would have to be on the other side for what we're seeing? Like, I'm not even saying it's in the firmament, not even inside us. Like, it's by the light source.
Because there's multiple firmaments, right? We have R1, which is sky, where all the birds and the clouds operate. Then you have the water.
We could say layers, yeah.
Then you have, layers, firmaments. The difference is there's distinctions and levels, right? So ours, sun, clouds, birds, and sky, right? And air. Then the waters above. And then another separation and maybe sun and the moon there, and then up and up as you go. And this gets into scriptural stuff. And then you have the stars up near the second last one or something. So there's levels to it. But like Stacey was saying, speculation based on scripture. But
yeah. Well, but it would explain a lot. I mean, because there's got to be some form of containment or something. But like, it's definitely could be layered for sure. And that would explain why
you know what intrigues me the most about all of this is that with the understanding that there's a firmament or there's a container, whatever you want to call it, right? This thing has to be a mechanism. It's not just a one and done because there's a way to travel through it, right? If you have the flood story and all of that, you take that into account. The flood gates. So you're telling me this solid firmament that's see-through has gates. So that's the stuff that makes me go, wait, what? And it makes you think, like, oh, no wonder we like to create things like this. That's how he made everything we're living in. some mechanism, and he did it so well that we don't even see the intricacies and the parts of it.
I want to add that the source of the light we've been speaking about is what people. Yesterday, someone mentioned, I think it was Baramo, that heaven will come down to earth. That's the source of the light. What people say heaven, and it's a place that will come down to earth, and it's in scripture. That's the source of the laser that causes the sun.
Well, I want to put into. I think I can put it better. Like my objection to all this is that knowledge can affect light's behavior. Therefore, all physical claims on what the sun is are in trouble.
It's an effect caused by the source and the mechanisms. It's a combination of things. It's not one thing.
Mechanisms are physical, though.
Yeah, but is it a claim to say that the sun is a thing that is up there? That's just an observation, right? That's objectively what it is.
Yeah, we name it the sun.
We can't tell you what is the what is, but that you can't. I don't see that as something that's a problem.
The horizon is a thing that is over there.
Yeah, but it's not an actual thing. The horizon is just a demarcation, right? It's a demarcation line that shows you your limit of view, depending on circumstance, your equipment, your eyes, air, etc. Right? It's a demarcation line, but it's not a tangible thing. It's not an actual thing that causes effects. It is itself an effect of like a light phenomena or whatever, right? Perspective phenomena. Whereas the sun is a thing that causes effects, right? The heat of the light of the sun, etc. So there is a distinction, and hopefully I made that clear.
Isn't it even wrong for us to say that the sun's providing us heat? I mean, we don't even know what the source of this light is. What it is.
It's causing it. It's causing the heat.
Causing it?
Well, I don't think there's too much argument with saying we're getting the heat from the sun, because when you're under it, bro, I don't know if you've ever been in some of these hotter places in the world, but it's mad, right? And you're like, give me shadow, give me freedom, right? And that's another thing to point to what I'm saying about a distinction between sunlight and daylight, is that at no point does daylight ever sting you, man. You can see with it, but it doesn't sting you. Yeah, hopefully that was.
So is it the focusing of this? If we were getting we're speculating, is it the focusing of this pure light, right? Almost like a laser that he was talking about. Then like a magnifying lens is causing this heat, though. So is the pure light even hot? Probably not. Well, none of this.
I would say, hold on a second. A heat lamp that could sting you. If you're far away from it, you're not going to get stung. You can see it and it'll provide light, but you're not going to get stung the farther away you are from it. The closer it gets above you, the more it stings you. And then if you're not in direct path of the light itself, the heat it's coming from it or produced from it, or how it's creating heat around you, that can get stung when you're right under it, because it's the hottest, that's when you're closest to it.
Yeah, there has to be a combination of factors, because even in a hot sun day's heat, whatever, right? A gust of wind and you'll get a bit of relief on your skin. So there's a combination of contributing factors. But I think in and of itself, I'm pretty sure it's a hot thing.
Yes, no, I know, but like when you were saying how daylight being not something that can sting you, just because it's so far away or it's not as intense. Like it's just on a low setting. I just think because
it's a different thing, right? Because the sun is
furthest away from the source.
Let's use orb for argument's sake, right? Because we're still speculation, right?
Yeah.
So the sun is an orb, whereas daylight is like, it's like, I'm just trying to wrap it up into it being it being an actual thing, right? So it is like, it's a geyser, it's a luminary, it's a thing, whereas daylight is light.
But what if
it's hard to get the words? How about this, right?
We have to define everything over again. Yeah.
Yeah. Get this for speculation, right? Daylight was made first, yeah, and then sunlight. Like once light was made, and he called the light day, right? And he separated them, and that's how we get night and dark, right? Day and night, right? But then he takes that fundamental thing that he just created with his words, right? And he wraps it up into a tight squeezed thing, and he goes, boom, now you operate this way and set him in motion.
Well, that's what I'm saying before.
Did that make any sense?
Well, no,
No,
exactly.
you're not making any sense.
No, I know what you're talking about. Well,
Hello,
it's like if it's an orb the way you say, and it has this energy pulsing out from it in another bigger orb, a sphere of influence that it can excite, right? And it's put into motion. Like if you're building a fluorescent tube, right? And you have to have the gas in the tube first, then you can electrify it to create the light. But maybe when he says creating the lightness and the darkness, he's got to put all that gas and all of those excitable things in there. Then you can power the thing to create the light. The sun is the engine that turns the key to illuminate the things that were there prior, if that makes sense.
You're correct. There is gas up in the heavens. Yes, correct.
And if that's what's being
in terms
excited
of the
to create
distinction,
light, you know what I mean?
In terms of this,
I don't know.
I think I get you, but in terms of distinction, I've got another analogy, and it might be rubbish, but just check this. You have say you have a factory, right? The factory does its thing, right? Yeah, but you have the guy who's in charge of the factory. So that's how I kind of try to understand the light and the sun, right? The daylight and the sun. Daylight's there doing its thing, right? But the sunlight is in charge. It's like the king of the day kind of thing, ruling over, right? Does that kind of work in your mind?
No, the factory does its thing. You have a day shift and a night shift doing two different things.
Right, and you got two different managers for both, right? Perfect.
Right, exactly. The sun's doing one thing and the moon's doing another thing, given
and
what
you
they
see
do.
how the manager's distinct, right? It's connected, but it's also distinct from the shift itself. That's kind of a good analogy, at least for you. I'm not sure about everyone else.
No, but that still doesn't mean we know what the sun is.
I wasn't going there because he just gave it a name. He didn't tell us the mechanism of it.
Right. He just said light and day, or night and day, meaning that is the thing that we observe when the sun is around. I don't know. Like
that's what I'm getting at, right? That if you read it, right, day 1 was day and night, and then day 4 was sun, moon, and stars. That's what I mean by shift, and then the manager.
And that could be
that's still not an answer. Honestly, I really wish I could, but I think it's actually more wonderful to be able to say I don't know, because
can we speculate around what go ahead. Do see what we can see? So I posted a couple of videos in chat. I'm about to post some pictures too, because like I said, when people think about, matter of fact, let me see if I can get a little. Yeah. All right, just trying to get a little peace and quiet. But like I was saying earlier, people think that the sun is what they see in the sky, but it's like so many, like when people say, why does the sun set if we don't live on a earth that's spinning? Well, it doesn't set all the time, right? But we just don't think about these other scenarios. So when you look at these pictures, and also the second video that I posted, right? So you see the diameter of light is much larger in the first image versus when I cover up some of the light getting into the lens. Then it looks more like that. Like if it was actually a thing taking up that much space, right? Then it wouldn't shrink in diameter like that.
You're effectively stopping down your f-stop, but with your hand or whatever. The reason why you're seeing so much light in the other one, the orb is so big, is because it's just exposed. It's just overblown. It's so much intense light that the camera can't close down any physical lens, or the aperture of the camera can't close down far enough to let less light in.
Right.
Unless
I think that's why it's useful when you. Yeah, pardon. I was just going to say, I think that's why it's. I was going to say, I think that's why it's useful when we have the observation of the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, because they're clearly the same size, right? So any of this glare that kind of adds to its apparent size can kind of be understood when you have them both together, because the moon, at least in the daylight, in the night time it's kind of glary as well, but in the daylight it doesn't glare to that level, so you can kind of see its actual parameters and that together. So that's like the actual size. But again, we don't know that with relation to anything here. Like, we can't measure it. But we know that
actual size.
Right, but we know that both together they're the same size. That's one thing we do know, because they're not separated by imaginary light years.
Right. Elijah, what are you doing in the last two images? Right, there's three. Well, I'm looking at the last three, or the last two anyway. How did you get it to go from that big orb-ish to the small, or is that the moon a different thing?
No, that was D to the V. If he's still here, maybe he can explain exactly what he did. But I think what he did was he used like some old CDs for a filter, and then I think he maybe just like, separated the pieces, and then so say the top is like the least filtered, but then he probably added a second layer, a third layer. Yeah.
Okay, that makes because essentially you're stopping down how much light is going into the sensor. So if the sun is just blowing you out, like if you're wide open on the thing, it's just so much light at you. It's just gonna, the more you close down the iris, the more or the less light comes in, and the more articulate or the more focusable that point of light or that point of whatever we're talking about is. And the more you disallow
and another interesting thing, people would never think to speculate about direction. Most people think orb, it's omnidirectional, probably the light. No, I mean, if it's some magical thing sustaining itself, then okay. But I think it's directional. Well, this is what I've witnessed. So when I'm watching from the east, right, huge amount of glare. And throughout the day, when it goes south and when it goes west, so much less glare. And it always happens the same way, whereas I capture it in the morning, it does like this kind of Egyptian eye effect, like it has it's like this big ass eye in the sky. But then as it heads south and then towards the west, you see the different effect, like in my video, where you have this like green, the light isn't as intensified, and you also see this green ring like around what we call the sun, but it's more focused around that tiny point next to the sun, right? If you see at 1:12 or 12 minutes past the hour, just looking at the thumbnail itself, like that green
I think
circle.
That's part of the way the light, because you see also a blue circle and a red circle, and the green, blue, and red are what you need to create the light in the camera. That might be a camera phone type of thing. I don't know, but I see very distinctly red, yellow, or red, green, and blue.
What if it's like a half?
That's why. That's why I said it could potentially be a red, blue, green laser. That's why I said that. But aside from that, when you play the video, the red and the blue move, but the green don't. The green is just there.
Yeah, maybe that's the one in the middle. So
I think that might have to do with the way that the lenses, like the multiple lenses in your camera, are one of the the more you. I don't know, but it might.
Okay.
That kind of works, right, with how we define it. RGB, right? Red, green, blue. So the green being in the middle, so that's kind of the stationary one, and that's why when you shake the camera or move the camera, green is like the midpoint, and maybe that's like an element of the orb, and instead of it being like a 360 all the way around orb, it's a focused orb, like you're saying, like a half orb. That's whole purpose is to illuminate Earth, and then anything behind it is irrelevant, right?
Yeah, guys, it's like
does that make sense to you, Elijah?
Irrelevant, but
well, okay, for all intents and purposes. But do you know what I mean by like a half orb that's aimed with giving it like a kind of like a stage, like a stage light or something? Maybe, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's hard because we can't even look at it properly because it's so bright.
It's like I know what you're talking about. It's like a parallax thing, kind of. But at a certain point, the thing that is the thing in the middle, the whole point about parallax is that something in the middle is staying the same, and the thing behind it and in front of it is changing. So the green might be the thing that's not moving. That's why it doesn't move. But the red and blue are the things in front or behind that spectrum moving back and forth? Question mark. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we should go up and investigate. Who's up for a trip?
I'm telling you, up and investigate.
Just don't use wax wings, yeah.
But you want to know the one thing that gives me pause about my speculation?
Go ahead.
The blackness of space, so called.
Right.
Like that.
That's
little
what
area,
I'm getting at. Light
that little
and
area that separates.
day. Like light and night. Sorry, day and night. Because day and night's the name of it, but initially it's light and darkness, right? And he gave the light the name day, and the night. He gave the darkness the name night. And I think there has to be. I don't know how they operate like that, how they move around like that. No idea. That's some kind of mechanism, which is why he's the clockmaker and I'm just the geezer on the ground, right? But there's clearly something there, right? And that kind of makes sense as to why you have the sun, the stars, and the moon in the night, right? Because they're ruling that, and they don't have to be as bright because the darkness is dark.
Yeah, like somehow because it's dark because the sun's not there, and if it was there, then you'd see it be blue or however it illuminates when it's closer, whatever.
But see, this is kind of my example, right? How
those are literally the waters. Those could be the waters above. When you light up the ocean, you see it as blue, but if you go down far enough where there's no light, it's very black.
If that's the case, then why would the starlight and the moonlight not do the same thing as what you're proposing the sunlight does? Why would it not light up the night sky and make it like a half night sky? Do you get what I mean? That's kind of why I can't get off the distinction between the two, and that there has to be some.
The moonlight is distinctly different than the sunlight. Moonlight is a different kind of light, so maybe it's not meant to illuminate the same way.
Yeah,
as
but
the sun.
you know it's bright, right? So if it could do the same, it would do. Yeah, but why would it not just bright up the night and make it, instead of a daylight, it would make it like a twilight, or like a really dim light?
Hold on. Well, it's a different. Oh, time out. It's a different kind of light, possibly, right?
Well, not possibly. It's definitely cold. It's like a blue light as opposed to a warm yellowish orange light.
It's a chick.
But when I say it's a different light, I mean like you have the red, blue, green spectrum coming from the sun, right? Like as far as the moon though, like what is? I haven't even looked into it. Like what are the wavelengths that you get from
the same thing as the moon? Yeah, if you did that same thing.
Guess who does though? Breaking down the wall of lies. The same thing that I captured in that video is kind of what he has with the moon. I would have to find it in my phone, which is charging right now.
What the mechanism for what's like producing and maintaining it and rotating it in the sky?
No. Like just what we see. Like we see the moon, and then we see, for whatever reason, something in the background that's very faint that looks like a smaller point of light, and it's just there, and it's not a star,
Makes me think of the chariot stuff from the scriptures, right? How like the chariot and the circuit of the sun and the moon and that. Yeah, there's clearly some like invisible to us mechanism that's operating its movement, right? Like imagine it on a clock, right? On the clock, on the nice timepiece that Matt McGregor would have or whatever, right? The sun and the moon would be two nice little gems, right? But they'd be connected to something that's moving them around, right? But for us, we just don't see that little mechanism or that little handle that's controlling that movement, because for reasons that the creator decided, he just wants us to see the light itself.
Oh, it could be some sort of I'm
double.
using the word anti-gravity, but it's just some sort of forced energy, right? Like something. It doesn't need. It's just floating. It could just do what it is. Whatever it's made out of can float.
Electrostatics, baby.
We already know that
the
you can
chariot
use light
riding
to
on the
cancel.
electrostatic.
We already know that you can use light to cancel out light, or you can cancel out certain colors by using certain light. Like
Right.
damn, I don't know why I fucking don't save these
I know
videos,
what you mean.
but
Superposition and stuff. And then
So it's
also
like-
sound as well, right? You can block sound with light, and there's clearly some connection between light and sound.
You can make light with sound.
That too, yeah. Sonoluminescence, I believe it's called. Has anyone
Can I
heard
ask
of
you a
that though?
question, sweetheart?
Go ahead.
Do you think this pure light we're talking about, well, I'm calling it pure light, you know what I mean, the source, being source of light, if we will explain it, is there any experiment that you think we can do or anything to kind of prove this? Because I've never seen, they say it's a rare occurrence. I mean, we see things, but we're speculating it. But is we proving anything?
If you send
the very
us,
notion of it is speculation, right?
if you send us what you've come up with, because it's like this the first that it's really come up. Like I might have heard it in passing over the years, but I've never really heard anyone want to discuss it. So that's why the only thing that came to mind for me was radiant energy, because it kind of brought that to mind. But I've never even heard someone talk about it to this length.
Well, I've only, honestly, every time I talk about it with people, they don't either know about it or they just don't talk to me about it. So I've been trying for a year to get anyone to even discuss this with me. So even just sitting back and hearing you guys debate it, discuss it, what do you want to talk? It doesn't matter. It's for me inspiring because nobody wanted to ever discuss this shit.
Yeah, I get you. I would have to know more about the proposition behind the idea, because obviously it's a terminology that a man came up with for something that they either witnessed or thought about. But the more I know about that, I guess the easier it will be to figure out if it's testable in the first place or how we would go about testing it. So yeah, feel free to just spam the DMs with all the stuff that you've come up with so far.
Okay, honey, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I'm sure Elijah for Truth would want the same. He loves this stuff as well.
Oh yeah, that's my boy. We'll get it further into this, Elijah. And I don't know why I didn't bring it up before, but because it's very biblical for me when I go to that, and it's still something that's proposed by Isaac Newton. So, and I've never ever seen anything about it. So it's like
it kind of makes me think of maybe the angelic beings and how they operate, right? Because like the road to Damascus, he was blinded by that kind of thing, like because that's not sunlight he was blinded by, that's something else. But yeah, I think at least initially the most promising avenue would be the kind of experiments Tesla was doing, because he was getting some kind of light that he called radiant energy, and if you read the descriptions that he wrote about it, that's mental.
Yeah, Joey is a good one to get into Tesla about too. And I know sometimes people are like, oh, that's crazy, that's too much information. But when you start looking into all this, everything kind of has a link here. And we're always missing something, but it doesn't mean that we can't find that answer. It doesn't mean that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the speculation hours, but it was really fun.
No, it's really good because it sharpens our understanding, how we communicate our ideas, etc.
Ooh, well, before we end speculation hour, do you want to get into? Sorry about the background. Do you want to get into how the stars? Remember what we were discussing before?
Yes. Do you want to bring that up here though?
Okay, maybe I will.
I mean, I don't mind, but it's just people might fall off the edge, man.
Right. But I don't want, and it's like
let me
this
just
is why
propose
I started that
we're in speculation hour. Yeah, we're in speculation hour.
There's no globies here. No one's piping up. No moderator has anything else to say. So I'll give the gist.
As long as it doesn't disagree with water gas, I'd like to hear it.
Right. So just check this for the idea that was kind of rattling around in my cranium. So it comes from scripture, but it's also based on what we can see, right? So the scriptural understanding was he created the sun to rule the day and the stars and the moon to rule the night. Now, obviously, the moon is a cheeky little individual, and she likes wandering here and there during the daytime, right? But the stars, they're always in the nighttime, right? And from that, and having never seen anything other, and I have tried to dig, and I still haven't really found anything other than like on the edge of day and night, you know, when it's twilight or morning or whatever, right? Is that the stars are always in the nighttime. So I don't understand how, but the image in my head is that the stars are all on the night sky, and that in the day sky there is no stars, and basically they're just all on one side. However the movement works, I don't know, but that's what the image I have in my mind. That what would be the purpose of a star that would be in the daylight, because we would never see it, we could never navigate by it. So hopefully that was clear. No idea if it's correct, but that's what I've been thinking about.
No, it was very correct, because this is now we can take it away from speculation by the way we talk about it, right? So, for instance, like we only see stars at night, and then certain stars during the day at specific times, and only specific stars, just like the moon. As a matter of fact, I think it's the planets and maybe Vega and a couple of stars, but for the most part, you only see them at night. And so
it's only like at like the edge of day and night, right? It's never in the middle of day.
Well, Venus very much is often seen during daylight, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, that's why I said a couple of planets and maybe certain stars. But
I've got someone to give props to for this, to try and paint the image. You know, Higher Sky, she did a little artwork piece. If anyone has that available, because I know she's not here at the moment. She obviously, it was just kind of a nice little art piece, but it kind of painted out the whole idea I'm talking about in picture form, with the daylight over there and the sunlight over there with all the stars on one side. So if anyone has that might kind of at least give a picture to what I'm describing.
The stars are always going east to west, and different parts of the world are going to see the sky when the sun is not lighting that part of the sky up. As soon as that goes away, then we see the stars that are already there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Because guess what? The sun is moving, like the stars are moving. So they don't have to be moving. Right? They don't have to be in the same vicinity. Like, because here's the thing. Here's why I think about that. Like, so you have the stars in the heliocentric model. They're everywhere, including looking up during the day. Even if you can't see them, your mind is kind of like, well, you know, I'm on a ball, so they're obviously everywhere. I can't see them now because of the day. They even give this as kind of an explanation as to why they don't see any stars on the moon landing, right? But that's not true, because I assume that if you go up in a hot air balloon, you don't see stars. Because what happens when you send a hot air balloon up, like with the GoPro or whatever those balloons are, during the daytime? The balloon obviously goes high up enough to where you can see the blackness of space, but no stars. So you would assume, oh, okay, when you get to a certain altitude, you can't see the stars anyway. No, because if you look up the very few and hard to find nighttime balloon shots, they actually have all the stars in them.
Yeah, but isn't that the same thing? We're trying to talk about the speculation that the sun may not be what we think it is, and there's this other daylight. So if the sun is reflecting this, or whatever this daylight is, like a laser, and it gets further away, right? I mean, you're then going to see these stars appear during the twilight time, right? I mean, for me, it doesn't have to be either or.
Well, whatever they're doing, we don't know that they're there when we don't see them. That's just something told to us.
Yeah. You're right. We still don't know. You know what I mean?
Like, and who's been there to know? So we don't know. We don't know that. You know what I mean?
Light is very interesting. The fact that they try to think that they understand it. We are so far, and I said this, a year ago? We are so far from understanding light. So it really upsets me when they try to explain what light is and what it does and what it can do in a medium or what it can do without a medium. Right? No medium at all could travel through, even in a vacuum. They're not saying it's no big deal. There's light there. It's insanity to me.
Yo, I posted a really crude image of what I'm trying to get at. And read what I wrote so it makes some sense. Again, speculation.
You know, last job we talked about some weird things happening on my server and stuff, and we gave our stories and how I always said there's always light, even when the sun's not out and you're in a dark room and everything, the light always exists. To me, that's like that light that God talks about in the beginning. Like, it's always there, but it takes that sun coming about to bring it for us and the way we see it.
Yeah, I think that light would be the more spiritual unseen stuff. I'm just talking about the tangibleness. So as far as my image shows, is you have that. Those green things represent the ground. Very rubbish picture, but it's just to get the point across. So what I'm saying is the stars, the moon, and the sun, they all revolve around like the clock piece. And that's why you'll have people, there's always stars on somebody. But if I'm in the daylight time, I won't have the stars, except on the edges, like Thingy was talking about, and then the few odd wanderers who don't do as they're told. And that's kind of what I'm getting at with the stars only being on one side. But please don't take it as gospel. It's just me trying to understand what I see and what I read.
But that also makes it make sense with
but when we say they're only visible, that's like kind of saying that there are ones that we don't see. Well, how would you have proof of that, right? But what I'm seeing here is basically that perhaps that they do different things on different levels.
Wait, the rhythm? No, exactly. They could do different things on different levels, but also wouldn't your position on the land below would determine what you see in the sky. That's why some people see Polaris closer to the horizon than on other places. And so you're going to see different stars based entirely on where you are when it is night and day. You change your spot on the ground where it's night and day, you're going to see different things above you. Still moving and still doing their thing, but probably more than likely on different levels. But yeah, you're definitely going to see different stars wherever you are in different places. The stars are always the same, circling around. You just see them differently based on where you are below them. Yeah?
Somebody else could go by.
Like different perspectives based on where you are, but ultimately the sky is going to swing around to you.
I guess because everyone else is quiet, nobody jumps on it. I was expecting people to be a bit more like, what's he talking about? Stars only on one side.
No. You're dealing with a couple of people in here that really, really love speculation, and we were doing it months ago, and it's something that we try not to bring on the live stream because it sticks to validation here. But there are times where we're like, we're all just in here hanging out. This is the conversation.
Yeah, and I'm happy whenever a moderator wants to take it back. But if the globe is dead, what else are we going to do?
Yeah, we have to redefine.
But yeah, I haven't done that much digging in the last week. But what have you come up with, Elijah? Because seeing as you brought it up, right?
Okay, I would just like to point out that technically speaking about how the sun functions and operates, what it is and all that stuff, even though it's quote-unquote speculation, is technically still flat Earth related because, on the globe model, right, they already have it defined. Mm-hmm. So,
exactly.
So we are actually not discussing flat Earth, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we're being honest because we're actually going... We're not saying, we know exactly what it is, where it is, what it's made of. Mm-hmm. We're just going, how does this work within what we observe?
Right, because speculation typically leads to discovery.
That's right. Thank you. That's what I posted too. Because how are you going to get to the truth of science then? If we don't believe this is science, this is pseudoscience we're being taught, the only way we're ever going to find real science then is speculating like this. But we're not claiming we know. We say we don't know. But when we actually can figure it out, then that's when we can.
And for me, it always starts with at least observation, at the very least. My speculation starts with, I see that. What could potentially be happening there?
Yeah, that's why one of the first things I did was somebody brought up eclipses, and I looked into the eclipses that people have got decent shots of, and you can only see a couple of these wandering stars or stars in like what would otherwise have been the daylight, right, prior to the eclipse. But the other thing that I did in that searching is that specific eclipse, I think it was 2017 or something, that happened, and in that location in America, or USA, sorry, it happened already in the evening. So the sun was already on its way, saying goodbye, right? And you only saw a couple of stars here and there. So that would kind of make sense with what I'm saying. On the edge, of course, there'll be some bleed over. Same with like the day and the night. There's like a bit of bleed and a transition period. But there isn't, like when the eclipse happened, there isn't like a whole sky full of stars, which would completely debunk my idea. And that's why I'm still going with it, because any objection so far that someone's brought up has only actually validated the image that I'm imagining.
Well, no, but the stars are
hopefully that followed.
Well, because first of all, we don't know what exactly is going on in the eclipse and what light may or may not be getting blocked or whatever. But I still so the reason why we don't see the same stars or we don't see different stars night after night is based on where we live. If we traveled all over the world, we'd see a different night sky every day, right? The stars are fixed in their position per se, even though they're rotating or they're going left to right, east to west. But they're doing that all the time. Whether or not the sun is there or not.
In, like you said, in their rotation or their orbit, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. That's what they're fixed in. So their path, their circuit, the route that they take, the bus route, whatever you want to call it, right? That's fixed. But in terms of when you look up at night and you say at one particular point in the night, you go, okay, that's where, give me a name of a random star. It doesn't matter, right? That one above is right there. But if you wait an hour, it's no longer there. So what I'm getting at is that you will only see them for those 12 or roughly speaking hours of the night. Then in the daytime, you look up, all you see is day. That's what I'm getting at. So that's why to me it can only be so far that they are actually split on one side of the sky, so to speak.
I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah.
Cool. I'm not saying I'm correct. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just trying to get at least the idea that I have across so that makes sense.
But I'm trying to imagine though, like if you were to just change your position on the ground so that you're looking up at a different set of stars at a different time of but you would have rotating at the same roughly speed, right?
But
how much of that speed is different?
Say you could do it. Say you could do it instantly, right? So you could instantly go to the other side of the world. You would then not see that. You would be in day, and that's the point I'm getting at.
I get what you're saying because they're moving at roughly the same speed. You'd never know because it never really quite overtakes it in the same night. So I got you.
Yeah, and that's why with the way I phrased it, with the thing of the moon being a cheeky little girl, because she ebbs and flows, and sometimes she's in the day, sometimes she's in the night. But the stars alone, not the wandering stars, just the stars, they never do that. They're always doing the same thing again and again.
Mm-hmm. That's why, probably more than likely is a different layer of the firmament, or
Yeah, and you made me wonder with what you said, Elijah, about maybe it's flat instead of a dome. It could be. Like maybe more like a 7-story building.
I don't think the flatness would work. Because I've thought about that too. Or
maybe it's only curved on one side.
Curved on one side.
Like a dome inside, but flat on top. Or not vice versa. Vice versa wouldn't be.
One of the layers could be a dome, and then another layer above that could be a more flatter layer.
Possibly, but ultimately, I think because think about. Damn, I had this picture of the horizon from underwater, right? So like from underwater, when you have like off of one of those clear ass beaches, right? You have the floor, the sand, and then you have like the top of the water, and it looks just like what our sky looks like when it's full of clouds. It's much easier to see when it's full of clouds and you're at a higher altitude.
And you know what might help?
Top, it looks like a hallway.
Right, but you know what might help explain that because with like the way the sun doesn't actually set, it just goes far away from us. I think we have to also put into understanding everything we're seeing is perspective vision, and it's way bigger than we think it is. Right? We kind of think like the world's small. We kind of because we're just we can only think from within our own craniums, right? And even the picture I drew doesn't really do justice because we're talking about something that's flipping massive. So that might help, like, explain why maybe you're getting the flat idea. But I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it being flat on top and curved underneath, right? That makes sense, at least to me, because that's a strong design, right? And then on top, the water can sit on a flat surface or whatever, or But just because, like, because I don't how do I explain this? Because with the idea of the multiple levels of the firmament, it's like why would there just be a dome on top of a dome on top of a dome? At some point, don't you want to give the guy something flat to work on? The angels to operate there or whatever. But again, speculation.
It just looks flat to me. That's all. Like the way the sun goes away, like is the same.
You're falling in love with the flatness, yeah. The water's flat, the sky's flat, I'm flat, everything's flat.
It does the same thing. It converges to the horizon.
Yeah, but it only looks flat because it's ginormous. It's like the scale of the size of this place is impossible. Well, it's not impossible for us to fathom. It's just we really don't fathom it.
Yeah, it's beyond. It's beyond our physical and our mental imagery, right? Because if we can only see so far, how are we supposed to imagine any further, right?
I would imagine that because when you look at those sundogs and those things, that looks very much curved, dome-like. And I don't know, again, we're speculating, but I would say that you could have a dome above it, but the moon and the sun, their track above us, I believe, would be more on a kind of flatter racetrack around in a donut. Like it's more leveled, if that's the right word. Even though the dome is curved, but the path that the sun and the moon take is level above us. That's why it looks like it when it sets, it just goes off into the distance, and it gets going like on a flat sort of trajectory above us. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah, but they don't travel in straight lines. Not across the sky. It's kind of curved.
Right, because they're going in a circle.
Right, on a dome, or on the underside of the dome.
Oh, they could be within a dome.
What if they're above the dome? What if it's like this picture? What if it's like this picture? The sun and the moon go in a level circuit from them, but from us, obviously it's not going to appear like that. And I know the scale is completely wrong.
Hey, I got you. I got you.
The scale is disgusting. I know, but it's just to illustrate the point.
But again, I would say, like, when you see those pictures of the sun, like in the clouds, I mean, that looks to me very unlike you're looking through layers of any kind of firmament. Not that we could know what a firmament actually looks like to look through, but
yeah, I guess it could still work both ways,
like
right?
Part of the clouds up there, and I think that's what's also churning up all the clouds and forcing or making the tornadoes or the hurricanes in tropical storms in certain directions. Because if they're making a path around and they're creating, they're the thing that's churning up what we're breathing. Whatever the atmosphere is, whatever we're going to call that.
Can someone post some sundog photos so I can, because I have something that I want to speculate, but I don't want to speculate without knowing what they look like properly.
Interesting stuff, guys. Listening in, like everyone's like really postulating a lot of good stuff. It's good to exercise the mind and work out what it actually is, because it's definitely in what they told us it was.
And Reed, since I'm kind of glad, and I wasn't, leaving you hanging or anything, I just thought, why just us have that conversation? Because, we need more people like Elijah and the other one too going through this conversation with us, because they like to speculate, and I know they're on the same page of where we're at, So it's good to have these conversations.
I totally agree.
Okay, so this is the question and the idea that I have with this sundog thing. Not to discount the dome at all, but what if does this image necessitate that the medium it's going through is domed, or could it be that the source itself is domed? So say the same way you would have like a flashlight, the old school flashlights before you have LED ones.
Okay.
They had similar effects because of the bulb that they're in. So maybe the sun is within its own bulb kind of thing. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Yes, check this out.
Right, okay, just
now, as far as rainbows go, right? Now, when you're on the surface, right, it looks like a rainbow. Most people say, "Oh, yeah, funny." Try to get to the end of the rainbow, see what that does for you, right? But no, when you raise your elevation, it's a 360 circle.
Right, which would point to the circularity of the sun, right?
Now, on number 2, like if you have double rainbows, you have the brightest land lit in the middle of that circle, and then on the outer ring, you have another piece of land that's less lit, and then outside of that, it's even darker. But that's that. But talking about the light, right? So how could you get a rainbow? This is highly speculation, but I've looked into something called conical refraction, where you have these biaxial crystals, and you shine the laser through it, and it gives you this circle from the laser. So there's a circle just like a rainbow, except they were only working with one, I guess, a red laser. But what would have happened if they would have used an RBG laser, combined it, and then put it through the biaxial crystal? Would it look like a rainbow?
When you squirt water inside your home with the light, you can do it indoors. I mean, you can get a rainbow from light.
Yeah, but you have to use something like a daylight or something like that. You can't use a fire. You have to use what we use that kind of mimics the sun, and all of that comes complete with the lens and the mirror, the glass inside and all of that.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. That means that the sun is kind of like an artificial light, sort of in a way, or like a light.
Now, and then again, what's artificial when the creator created everything?
Okay, all right. But let's say that.
I posted a visual representation of what I was kind of getting at. These are light effects from bulbs, and this has got nothing to do with the medium, but the physical bulb that it's coming out of, right? So that's why I'm thinking maybe, and it's not an answer, but it's maybe the sundog effect comes from the light itself. So maybe however the sun works, right? It's within its own bulb or something. Just an idea.
I think that's important though, because I think we have to make sure that people are aware that it's a speculation, because I think when people start postulating these things as if that they're actual truth, then that's the problem, because then you can start to just we can go forever. But it's still at the same time it's good to just share ideas and connect some dots.
Yeah, I think the real answer that I want to get to is where the sun is, because some things point to the sun being within our specific atmosphere or atmos dome thingy, but then other things point to the sun being outside of that, and that's the kind of answer that I really want to kind of knuckle down to so that we can.
That's what I think is happening. Yeah. I think the sun is the source of whatever's doing the sun. I think the source of it is on the other side, and the light enters that medium from the other side.
Yeah, that's what I think. But then you have those high altitude things and those cloud things, and you're like, and it makes you like
very close.
It's difficult. But the thing is on like the rainbow, right? You can never really get to it, even though it looks like it's in the clouds. No one's ever got to it. So
people that posted at 2:07 or 7 minutes. Well, I'm the last person that posted. So if you look at the top left, right? So they have what looks like kind of what would be a rainbow, right? Like, and then you look at the little red ring, the red double ring.
I get what you're going with.
So I mean, I don't know what it's made up of up there. but
I just want to
it can't be nothing.
I just want to bring one point. I think the light that, I mean, when people said to me that the moon was an independent light, and I went outside in the dark the other day, and the moon was very, very bright, and I thought to myself, well, if that is reflection from the sun, what was I going to say? It's very bright, basically. I thought, how can have I ever seen a rock reflect a light? Like, could you shine a light onto something, like a rock, and recreate, like, a separate light from the reflection of that light? Do you know what I mean? Because it was, it illuminates, the night sky is illuminated by a bright moon. Very, very bright. It's just like it doesn't seem like a reflection, but I wonder if you can emulate that, like getting a rock and reflecting light off it to the degree that we're getting off the moon, and then we can kind of clarify.
Oh no, definitely. The Earth is not, or the moon is not reflecting light from the sun.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think
that's.
Have you noticed? Have you noticed that high noon, how it looks like the sky is whited out in a sense, like the color is washed? Have you noticed that?
It seems to be the same distance as the sun. That's where I was kind of going with it. But so if someone wanted to know if it was inside or outside the dome, but I feel like the sun and the moon's distances are they're not that far drastic apart, whereas they claim to be. And that was all really. But
yeah. Whenever I see like the sky like just white out, like there's no blue in the sky, almost like someone forgot to render the blueness into the sky program. It's like, oh, forgot to do this. Have to put it back.
So we're going from speculation to simulation now, yeah?
Well, no, I don't know, but yeah, I was saying that there's like an opaqueness to the sky. I don't know if I'm just now noticing it or if it's always been like that, but it just seems like the blue is whited out by the sun these days. Like if you look into the distance, there seems to be like a mist over your view, kind of in a sense, and you look off into the distance. And I'm just wondering if that was always there, or if I'm just paying attention to it now.
I could agree. I'm looking at it, the distance right now, and he's right. Like up top, it's like a nice dark baby blue. Not dark, but it's a baby blue. Up off in the distance, it's like pale, even paler blue.
Somebody was saying this either here or in another room the other day about how, how things bleach in the sun. You put something out and it will go pale over time or whatever. Right?
That is interesting.
He was saying that, like, because he was an older gentleman, and he was saying that in the recent times he's put stuff out, and these things have bleached really quickly compared to what they used to. So that might be something. I can't remember who the gentleman is. If you're in here, I apologize.
Well, I know North Star.
It was a while ago.
North Star was saying let me not tie what he's saying with what I'm saying, because I'm saying the sun is some form of a laser, maybe, whatever, right? Speculation, high speculation, but they have laser technology where they use the light frequency to remove tattoos. It kind of like vibrates it in a sense or something like that, and kind of just like obliterates whatever ink or whatever is there with just light.
Right. Yes. It's like laser resonance.
Yeah, they do have similar tech to just it heats up anything that comes into contact with the resonance. So it's like a death laser, basically.
Yeah, that might be actually something else for you, Stacy, if you're still here with the resonance stuff. It kind of linked to the radiant frequency stuff with Tesla. because I'm pretty sure that they already have it. Some places, I think Mexico and a few others.
They do.
Where they cure cancers and they cure other diseases with these frequencies. So maybe, and then not only that, it promotes different like feelings of euphoria or concentration or whatever. So, if you're here, Stacy, that might benefit you both in your research and you personally.
Hello.
But if Stacy's not here, then somebody can tell her later, I guess.
Not to be off topic, but Elijah, you sound like you're on the edge of the abyss. It sounds really echoey.
Yeah, I'm smoking in the hallway.
Dude.
Can't speculate without a little speculation.
I know, man.
Juice.
Hey, I just got some nice. But I just wanted to say I sent you an MP3 that is D to the V sent me a rock beat like with some guitar. It's kind of a weird dark rock kind of mood, and I just put some lead to it. So I don't know. It's just an idea. It's just a one-off. So I just tried it, and we'll see what comes of it.
Okay.
It's
I
called
got
the
so much
speculation.
music to do. Yeah, I got
it's a speculation enhancer, by the way. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. I just gotta. I got mad shit. I got my cover with girl who shall not be named just yet. Keep you guys in a little suspense if you don't remember who it was. I got to work on some of Chocolate stuff, and I'm trying to do a song with Witsit, so I have to work on a hook for that too. But Chocolate has some fire coming. I'm telling you, it's fire.
I know, man. I'd like to get involved with this more. I really think I need to like upgrade some of my equipment, and things are in such a state of flux right now. I'm like, I really don't know what it's going to be like in the next year. It could go anyway. I could move to another state or something. So I don't know. It's really up in the air right now. So I'm trying to decide from either like emergency gear in case I had to bug out somehow, and the funds aren't. I don't have many. I don't have much funds. So yeah, I could probably do a little bit of more work as far as maybe a microphone interface or something, so I can realistically more like share, and we can share projects like Audacity files or whatever you want. We can add.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the mic I have is $50, and you don't need. Well, I paid 80 something because it comes with the boom arm and some other things. But the cheapest that they have it for is $50. It's a condenser mic, and it's powered by USB, so you wouldn't need an interface.
Yeah, do you think that'd be just as good? I see. I have a Linux machine, so it's a little different. But I don't know. See, the sound card in this laptop, I think it doesn't match my operating system that well. So if I got an interface, it would match right in with the Linux operating system, and I think that's kind of my problem. So that way I could plug the guitar directly into my PC, into the interface, a guitar or a microphone.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah.
So then I would have a choice. I could record from my amplifier into a fairly good microphone, and it does pretty good. Actually, it does pretty good even on my cell phone, which is amazing. I just record it and I just paste that file into, audio workstation. Audacity is what I use, and just try to adjust the levels and then export it as an MP3. Works pretty good. But I don't know what kind of program they're using these days to like share those files, because obviously you would have to just add a track, right? And then someone throws it in with the others in the master.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's cool. It could work. It could even work this way, probably. Honestly, I could share just some guitar ramblings, and people could use whatever parts of that particular jam to add a little spice here and there.
And it appears the chat just died all of a sudden.
Oh shit! Why is that music always makes that happen? Everybody goes, "Oops."
Good
It's a good time to check for new people. I'm sorry I run for somebody. Check for new people.
Good.
It's really cool to see people come back that are seriously looking into it. That really just is the best part. It almost seems to be like a 2-to-1 ratio of people coming in that are fighting it and people coming in that already know the earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? It seems to be like that kind of percentage to me. Seems like a lot more flat earthers are coming in, especially right now. Maybe they don't want to be late to the party, huh? Am I just talking to myself?
I'm here, but I'm
here with
switching
you,
devices now.
You don't want to be the last one on the block to believe in the globe, right? See what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the same. Sorry, Elijah. I hear you.
If I talked over somebody, I didn't hear him. I'm gonna reconnect.
It's okay.
I wanted to say about what y'all were talking about the sky changing color in the distance. It might have to do with the atmosphere itself getting in the way too, just lightening the color. You never know.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Best place on earth to talk about Earth. Is anybody here?
Hey, since it's kind of quiet, maybe I could play this. Hold on a second.
Play it again, Sonny.
Could you hear it? Hello?
Yes. What was it?
That was me and D to the V.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Kind of an interesting, strange little tune, huh?
Had a haunting melody.
It's not really actually my style. Devoy is the one who created the whole initial part of it, so it had its own mood to begin in the beginning. So my style's more like straightforward, like Stevie Ray Vaughan or Hendrix or people like that, Clapton. I like those kinds. I can just hear QE in the background. What's your favorite color?
You know, Sonny, I feel like since I left around 3 months ago and a lot of stuff going on, and I've come back, I remember when you first were kind of on the server and everything, and I met you, and how much I've seen you progressively grow as an individual when it comes to like your soul and your heart. I feel like you're more settled, and it's nice to hear that, honey.
Awesome. Yeah. I can be very volatile, like I'm a really actually pretty calm person, but inside I've always had a lot of turmoil, so it's been difficult to deal with. So I don't know.
Yeah, we all have that.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Sometimes my temper gets the best of me.
Yeah, it's all about the internal thing, and yeah, it hasn't been easy feeling safe in the world. Let's just put it that way.
Ain't that the truth? I mean, there's times I have conversations with my, people, close people that I know, and I go, I don't know what to think of this world. What are we going to do? Next minute we have hope, right? One day I have hope. The next day I go, I don't know if we have a chance. It goes back and forth.
Yeah, but I appreciate you saying that. And you also. I know things are probably not going that great. I could tell.
Getting better. This year it's getting where I've grown a lot though. I mean, I'm still suffering from that. Don't get me wrong. And healing is what I should say. I'm not suffering, healing. But that takes time. And I know time's a man-made concept, but it does, exist, the future, you know what I mean? So that's what it's going to take. And people like you and all of us coming together and having each other's backs and understanding that we all go through shit, and sometimes we got to let it out, and we have feelings and we react on those emotions because we're human and we all make mistakes.
One thing you can say about this place is, I don't know, there's so much you could say about it, but yeah, it's a place where people can be that way. And it's like, I was thinking about this yesterday, it's kind of hard. Sometimes you can stop an idea, right? Like if people get an idea, like all of us have an idea, we have things that we've looked at and things we know, and so it's possible to kill ideas actually, or transform them, as we've all seen. But one thing that's very hard to get rid of is a culture. And we have a culture. We have a whole culture, So yeah, that's impossible to stop. So yeah, continuing on.
If we could, which they're keeping us from doing, but if we could all kind of come together as individuals and our families and we work on them and we really kind of go back to that kind of lifestyle where you take care of your unit and you care about one another. If all the households could do that, then maybe they could actually see what this society is, going through and happening. Right now, they're so blinded. I don't know what it's going to take besides them going home, figuring that out. And until you figure that out, this world's not going to change. There's no way. We can inspire people, but we're not changing people.
Yeah, I'm trying to develop a network of people so that I could go no more than maybe 50 miles and meet another flat earth friend there.
Yeah, me and another person on here talked about maybe setting up like these little servers for cities, because it's getting so ridiculous now that there's misinformation. Nobody understands what's really going on. And it's, so maybe sort of like even an El Paso, Texas server for when you go out there and you talk to people, they can go back to that server and continue to have that communication and post stuff that they've never seen before. A lot of these people aren't on Discord or they're not on YouTube. They're just doing other shit. So we need to bring them in.
It's so weird because I was watching Witz's stream last night, and I look at all the people putting comments in the beginning, and giving helping the cause, right? And one of them's like, anyone out there in San Diego? And I was like, it went by. I had to go back 3 times to find out who's this person. I live in this big city, and I don't know anybody that's a flat earther in the city.
Yeah,
and it's so separated. It's so weird. I met Tracy Van, right? She lives in the next county. That was really cool to meet another flat earther from the Discord. Wow, it was awesome.
Yeah, I've met a few now, and it's been amazing, and I get to have another flat earther in my life all the time, and to have that opportunity that others don't get to have, it's a blessing. But we have to make those opportunities. I had to make that happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
But all it took was someone reaching out during one of our traumatic times. Someone did. They understood what I was going through in my family, and they were just hands-on all the time because we care about each other. We're like brothers and sisters. And they had the opportunity. They were in the place that they could help. You know what I mean? So they reached out to me. And that's all it takes is us reaching out to one another and not being scared and saying, I can do this. This is okay.
Yeah, we should talk sometime, but not in the live stream because, like some of this is like it's very difficult to talk about it, and like I've already shared like way more than I intended to about myself, just like in a real way, which is really cool. Like I learned in life. I've been alive a long time, and I've learned that now I can just be who it is that I am. Doesn't need to be any more difficult than that. Just being who I am is good enough, and I have everything I need, and I'm being provided for somehow, and have been protected all of this time. So I'm stoked, man. Actually, like there's a lot of things that cause me dread, though. I wouldn't be if I avoided that. That wouldn't be honest. So like I have things that bother me about especially what's going on, but I've always had trouble with what's going on out in the world because like I'm this person that I never felt like I really fit in exactly. Like I didn't understand what they were trying to teach me. I always wanted to be outside playing,
Yeah.
That's what I always wanted to do. So I was always like daydreaming, got C's, didn't even like, I don't know. I didn't like any of it. So like, I never.
But your story is not these. I mean, there's so many stories I've heard almost the same because I've had personal relationships with people, and Sven's been on here too. I'll tell you, same thing with him, same feelings. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of us have gone through these experiences, and that's kind of why we come together because we can understand one another. A lot of these people haven't been internal, so they don't even understand you when you're talking like this. We do,
I agree. I think that's really true about us, in particular about us, right? So now I realize, like, in this, like, after a lot of bludgeoning, honestly, most of the bludgeoning that I get, or I'll just keep it all on my side of the street, all the bludgeoning that I've gotten was really at my own hand.
Yeah. I used to get shit for being so personal, like you're talking about, like telling your whole life. They're like, you probably shouldn't do that. You're putting your full name out there. You're not hiding it all. And you're telling your full life story. And people can use those against you. And they have. But what am I doing? I'm just being me. You know what I mean? There's no lies. I have nothing to worry about. And so when I meet people online, they go, one of the first things they said to me after sitting down and getting to know me more is, holy shit. You're exactly who you are online. Well, of course I am. There's no difference. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people that have personas. And I'm not saying we do, but a lot of people online, and we got to be careful of those people because they can take advantage of you and your story. So that's why people don't want to be personal online. You know what? I don't give a flying F. I've been through enough to say I don't care.
Exactly. I'm kind of the same way. Because if someone doesn't like me, that's their fucking business, and excuse the language,
Amen.
Like, that's fine if they don't like me. Like that, if like the thing that I have is I have to be careful of my own ability to like start trying to get into people's thinking, like what they're thinking, and it's really a hazardous route. So I just got to be myself, and like, it doesn't really matter. Like if someone wants to judge somebody based on zero information, that's the same thing the Globers are doing. So how can we judge anybody? We don't know what their spiritual journey is at all. None of us can get in there. We don't know. That's why I resent so much when people come in here and so you guys think this, like trying, like, so we can't.
Right.
The whole thing goes back to the basics of like, none of us chose to be here. Can anyone raise their hand right now and tell me which one of you chose to be here which one of you chose to be who you actually are here and where you were born, into the family you were born in? Did you choose any of that?
You probably did, but you don't know it.
Well, if we did, we don't know, and that is a possibility, but it is we don't know, like if we did or not, because there's a veil of forgetfulness we come through.
If we chose to do this, that's even I know people they say that's horrible. No, actually, that's great. That shows you how strong as individuals the people are that don't even realize it, that they've heard all this crap, all this evil stuff that goes on in the world, that you're going to go through all this. Yet, there's another purpose why you chose to come, why you chose to be here. Then,
and
what
maybe
is that?
Maybe the creator is the one who decided.
Exactly. We don't know.
I think you're the one that has to, like, the creator.
So here's the thing: we have free will. That's right, Professor Earl. We do have free will, and that's why we couldn't be told about where we came from, because it wouldn't be an organic growing process if we knew the details about where we came from before the physical.
Isn't it funny sometimes that you feel like you do know it, though the times you feel like life's almost predetermined the way it plays out, or all the little symbols that you see, or the signs, and where you live, and what happens, or what street, and you're like, what the heck? Yeah. And sometimes it almost feels like maybe you just had amnesia on purpose, but that's why you have deja vu, right? You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's been wiped from almost your memory so that you can experience the journey and understand all this with free will, because if you already knew, you wouldn't do things with your own choice.
You know, there's a show that I watched, and what's it called? Sword Art Online.
Oh yeah,
and the latest, and the latest season, this guy, he almost has a near-death experience, and the only way to save him is through like his mind has to stimulate his healing process, and they can do that with the virtual reality world that he goes into. But unlike any other virtual reality game that he's played up until that point, which was, okay, he knows that he's logging in, he knows that he's logging out. In this particular one, in order for him to grow, he had to be inserted into the kind of virtual reality where the people in it weren't players. Like they in a sense, what they called it, a floodlight, kind of like a soul, and they called them floodlights. And they were basically born into the game from the consciousness of being a baby, so that they could experience it as if it were real. And they don't remember anything because there's nothing to remember, so that's kind of different, I guess. But I mean, these stories are being told all over the place.
Wow.
And I don't watch TV because that's not my thing to watch TV in freaking years. But I mean, this is almost like a concept we can think of ourselves. Actually, we can make better movies that's made today. We have amazing minds, and that's what I'm saying. You almost get to the truth, and they're showing it right in front of your face. Could it be that way? Possibility. There is. We don't know.
Are you driving?
Not me.
Somebody's in a hurricane.
You're hot micing.
I think it's Monkey.
Somebody's in a hurricane.
There we go. Thank you, sweetheart.
So I was going to say something about what Elijah said. So that program, that sounds like they mimicked exactly what we can do in ourselves. Connect to that healing power in our body, that energy that we get from the source. and that we came here in this thing we couldn't know because it wouldn't be organic. So in order to genuinely happen in an authentic way, we couldn't know the details about it. So we had to be here as if it's the brand new start. We had to go through the whole life learning about our own free will. And there's chemtrails in the sky again. Yeah. Wow.
Chemtrails in the sky. I can go twice as high.
See them streaking by.
Oh, I love reading Rainbow.
Good conversation, though. I didn't even leave the house yesterday. I was on the Discord so long that by the time I was going to get ready and go somewhere, it was ladies' night, and I'm like, I can't miss that.
It's like, oh crap, the ladies are gonna be okay. Can't miss it.
Yeah, because these ladies are super bright, man. You know, there's in some ways they're much better at it than men are, I think.
I'm telling you, there are things that men can do, and I find sometimes women just do it better. I don't know. It's like
I think in some ways women are inherently more grounded to their surroundings. Like men are more like we have to be up like because of whatever I don't know, our intellect kind of gets in our way sometimes. We forget about the basics of we're standing on the ground, things are level, it's a plane. Like I think women kind of get that. Do any of the rest of you find it strange, like growing up, think about throughout your whole entire life, in your own memory, the numbers that coincidentally pop up is very odd. Does anyone else find that true in their lives?
Yeah.
What numbers?
Like numbers of your phone numbers, address numbers, like all these different numbers that are in our lives, you know what I mean? Like there's something that's kind of bizarre about the numbers, and I found like in addresses, I would go from an address where the numbers put together would equal 6 and then another 6. Like or I would go like 4, 6, and I would look it up in Chinese numerology and what that particular number meant, and it was pretty bizarre because it it seemed to like have some real meaning behind it as far as what I was going through personally, which was really odd. But anyway, that's a little off topic.
No, all numbers exist on the flat Earth, right? So
Yeah. I'm just
but
saying.
no, yeah, we would do the numerology on places sometimes before we would move there, just to see what it would be like, and you could. Lately I've been having purchases, or I'll justify a purchase if the total comes to, like, the other day it was like $99.88. I was like, all right, 9988. Or the other day something came to 1441, or I was at I added a pack of gum or something at the, I don't know, some and it adds or makes it into some sort of number that is not just necessarily random, or I don't know. I take it as a sign. Sometimes to justify something I shouldn't be buying right now anyway, but I'm like, it's in the numbers. It's a sign.
Pretty interesting. I don't know. I mean, a lot of it probably is random, but it's hard to say because some of the things don't seem to be random as they're related to me personally in my life. Like if I look at the symbology of just the number of places I am living or that have lived, like in the numbers that, I don't know. It's just a strange thing. I think seems to be some coincidences. Most of it seems to be very random, but other things seem to stick out. That's all I was saying. Yeah.
So did y'all know it's 2021 and we still got people that think they live on a spinning ball and nothing?
Yeah, there's people in 2021 that still think they're on a spinning ball in space.
Hey, did you know
it's worse than that? It's 2021 and they think that the government's telling them the truth about their entire life.
Hey, did you know it's 2021 and we still got cars that use tires?
It's 1221.
I mean, I want my freaking flying car, man. They told me I would have this in the year 2000. In the year 2000, and, you know.
I want a flying car, even if it comes, I would even take, huge government overreach and enslavement if we could just get some goddamn flying cars up in here.
Get those flying cars. I want mine now. I think somebody owes me.
All you gotta do is buy a drone, put a lawn chair on it, right? There you go.
I think they need to just give me a Visa Black card.
They're working on that.
I'll just take $100,000 a year. That'd be plenty. Just give me my black Visa card with $100,000 a year on it, loaded automatically. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, just don't go blowing it.
What's that? And my flying car.
No, like blowing all everything on that card, like, oh, dude, I overpurchased this.
I want a car that could go over any kind of surface, even over bushes or trees, sand, water, or go in the air.
Yes, they're called speeders, like in Star Wars.
That's not asking that much, is it?
No, that's easy. They're actually going to bring them out soon.
Yeah, man.
Did anyone see the new Wonder Woman?
You can quote me on that.
No.
There was a funny moment. I laughed out loud pretty much. Like the whole idea is that eventually a guy from World War I gets fish out of water, where he's now in the 1980s, in 1984, and he sees like an exercise bike, but he thinks it's like some sort of hover bike, and he's like, I couldn't get it to work, so I just ran over here instead. I tried to get the bike to work, but it was funny. I don't know, it's just
hilarious.
If you're in the future,
is she hotter than Linda Carter, Fuzzy? If she's not hotter than Linda Carter, I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, she is.
Well, Linda Carter,
Okay.
there is a Linda Carter cameo.
Well, not if you give it away and like spoil it like that.
Well, I didn't spoil where it was. I'm just saying there's a cameo.
But I got a feeling that Linda Carter's not as hot these days. I'm just guessing.
No, she's actually good looking.
Okay.
She ages like a fine wine.
I mean, there are people that age badly, and there are people that age good. Like,
Hey, Fuzzy, can I ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind?
Shoot.
I know, like, you don't have to go into it all, but with you and your parents and everything, and what they do for their job and all that, how is that working? Is that working? Are they even working?
Well, my dad's more retired, but he used to be a teacher. But my mom is still, we don't
really
talk about it much. She knows that the world is not. She knows there's lots of lies and all this stuff, but she's like, well, but this is what we're at. What are we doing? Like, what do we? We haven't really gone down. She knows about that. I have talked more about it with my dad, but he's a stubborn Horus, and he's not getting it. And we just don't really talk about it much anymore. We sort of just,
window off a little bit. Yeah. But with this whole thing with the kids' virtual school, is that what's happening too? Is your mom like doing that for her now, or does she have to go to school still? Or
we have partial in school. Everyone has to wear bullshit, and there's all these separations, and they have to do all this nonsense. But it is actually in person for part of the week, and then a couple days not.
Oh, it still is. Okay, that's how it used to be in Indiana, and they switched it complete virtual until the beginning. Well, we don't know, but at least till the end of the year.
Complete virtual. Yeah, my cousins in like West Coast are all complete virtual. They haven't, she's taught the entire. Their teachers as well, and have been virtual the entire year. Never even met.
But what happens to these teachers? Do they all continue their jobs? I mean, if like say Indiana, and if your state did that too, right, and it was all virtual right now, would your mom then automatically be shifted to a virtual position? I mean, I'm wondering about some of these teachers. Are they being fired?
One day a week, she's virtual, so she would just switch. Yeah, they would just have it switch.
Okay. Has anybody heard about any teachers like losing their jobs, not necessarily fired, but let go or any of that recently since all this virtual?
I know at least a bunch that have just quit. They're like, I'm not doing it. I'm not taking the responsibility. Like having to try and tell 26-year-old sixth graders that they can't be within 6 feet of each other every single day, and in constant fear of if they do and something happens and it's your fault and you caused the death of the entire school or whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I'm out.
Exactly. I haven't heard anybody talk about the teachers, like what's going on. Yeah.
That is so criminal, man.
I might be able to find out because I know at least one young teacher who's going through the same thing when it started in March. So I'll see what I can find out.
Thank you, because honestly, I mean, we talk about it all, but this COVID crap has affected everybody in some specific way, for a fact. So those teachers need to be talked about too, because I know we're talking about the nurses and all these other people going through stuff, but what about them? Because that's a big shift in our education system. You know what I mean? We need to make sure that they're not just being let go, or are they all just, quitting, and why? And we need to, stand up for some of these teachers. I mean, come on. I mean, we disagree with a lot of things we're taught, but I'm not saying the educational system should be destroyed, or it needs, I want to redirect it.
No, they don't want to destroy it. They want to mold it into something new. They want it all to be virtual so that there are no books anymore. Books are dirty. They carry germs. Just look at all of our cool software. That'll teach all. It's all you have to do is log on, and there it is. All the information's right here. In a way, it's almost getting rid of the teachers entirely. If they can, once they become remote and you don't actually need to be in school to do these things, and all you have to do is watch a video, essentially all you're doing is watching a lecture of someone else talking the stuff anyway, that can be centralized, and that every state gets a certain curriculum or a certain group of videos per grade. You're getting rid of band and art and music and all these other things, and you're only, putting someone in front of a screen and telling them information.
I mean, my godchildren are learning music right now, and through freaking online, and I'm hearing how crazy it is and how difficult it's becoming. And this is not. I mean, if you get a whole bunch of people together trying to do that, she's not learning it right. You know what I mean? They need help. Some of these kids.
Well, we need to dismantle the whole thing and start from scratch. I mean, we really need to start over.
Agree.
That's the problem. Trying to fix this from within, again, it's like trying to make course corrections when you're in completely the opposite direction of where you need to be. You need to stop the entire car, turn it around, and go the opposite direction. And no one's ever that's not a course correction. That's backwards. No. Yeah, you got to go backwards because you're course correcting into a brick wall. There's not, that's got to be changed. The fundamental direction of it has to be different.
Turn this circus around.
Plus, for these school boards, like keeping up the cost of these buildings, I mean, that's a major expense for these guys.
Right, but that's bullshit. I mean, but we're talking trillions of dollars for just keeping up a building. I mean, we could build buildings that exist for hundreds of years, and we can't build a school, which should be the best of the best, and they should get all the funding possible if the kids are really indeed our future and our best hope for humanity moving forward, and we're just not putting any money into schools and having all the schools should be the greatest thing ever. We should have all of this funding and all this kind of stuff, but it's always the things that get cut because they don't actually want to do that because we all know the reason why. It's like they're literally it's changing the way the whole world functions.
You know, I had a debate with Jim Panda about a couple weeks ago or more, and it was about the educational system and science, right? And how I believe that kids should be hands-on doing these scientific experiments and learning about all the stuff that we talk about because they can understand it. They're ready for it and they're curious, and that is like the perfect time to be teaching these kids. That's when they seriously are taking on the most information and they can process it at these ages. So to make them feel like that, oh, they can't be a scientist or they shouldn't be doing these little experiments that we're talking about real scientists doing, messing with, chemicals and everything. No, it's supervised. Yes, we need our kids to be hands-on, learning real science and doing experiments. Absolutely. And it was like, no, they shouldn't. No, we need that. We can create that too.
They should learn about the second law of the laws of thermodynamics, like in first grade, second grade, kindergarten, whatever.
Well, kindergarten, that's a little too young for stuff like that. But
very simplified, though. Very, very, very simplified.
No, the whole kindergarten is because they needed childcare. Now we have preschool because we need childcare because we have two parents working 4 jobs just to be able to afford ramen noodles and a roof over their head when billions of fucking dollars. I mean, the whole thing is backwards.
Yeah, it's a whole racket, man. It's
Absolutely.
actually human slavery is what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
Nothing's better than having a slave that doesn't even know he's a slave. You can save on guards and chains.
Yeah.
Just to say indentured servitude is technically more accurate because most people don't realize they're slaves.
Information is a huge amount of power. Like if you got slaves running around, they don't even know they're slaves. That's huge for you.
Well, everybody always thinks that money's power, right? And it is. Money is power in this world, but actually it's the information. If you understand what money even is and all that, and the whole story, it's actually the information that's the power.
Yeah, money buys influence and power, not necessarily, The people who print the money have the power.
Yeah, I was going to say ants do this in nature. They're one of the only animal species that take slaves. They'll raid a cotton. The ants slaves don't even know it because they snatch them at birth and then raise them, and those ants think it's their job to go get the food. That's what they do. That just killed the whole conversation. My bad.
No, you're good.
No, it makes perfect sense. No, absolutely. If you look at the orphanages and the whole reset from the amount of orphan trains and all these kinds of situations. They literally took a bunch of orphans, put them in cities that were already built, told them how they were built, said that there was a World's Fair, and it only has taken a couple generations, and we all are buying this whole system hook, line, and sinker.
Exactly.
And look how easy it can be done again. I remember how long ago I was talking about mind resets, but this whole COVID shit happened, and now everybody's in a mind reset. And now if you put somebody in a mind reset, and think about how many kids go missing. I've said this how many times. It's a bad subject. I know. They go missing a year in the United States alone, let alone the whole entire world. You take those kids from the beginning and you put them somewhere. I don't care where you put them in. I don't care anywhere. I don't care. Underground somewhere. And you train them to be a certain way and you set them out in society. You're going to create a society based on whatever the hell you told them. And that's probably what's happened in our past. And we're doing it again. It's coming.
You see that movie, The Village?
Yeah.
I have, yes.
Yeah. You could do something like that easy. They could reset society if they stop. Yeah. I don't want to get all doomsday.
We should do a cinema night where we look at and critique those kind of films. That's very interesting to me. When there's a group of us together and we watch a film.
I'll be back later.
Well, people think, oh, it can't happen. That's so ridiculous how they can reset a whole world and they would change everybody's mind and get them to believe whatever the hell they want. That's absolutely ludicrous. But it could be done so simply. So simply.
Yeah, the part that's bothering me is what to do next. Like
if you
know what to do next. You know?
if you did reset the world, you'd still be left with those hunter-gatherer tribes that would have stories of these amazing people that could fly and do all this stuff, you know?
But there are tribes that speak out. Some of them, and I watched videos and documentaries even in the past that they were saying that history was something totally different than even we're being taught. And to be honest, even in Africa, they don't get taught, some of these kids, if you look it up, that anybody from Africa has ever been sent over to America. They were never even told this shit.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm just saying, so what's going on here? You know what I mean? We're all being told a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, there's cultures in the islands in the Pacific, I think. We used to use these islands as way stations during World War II, and we'd come and land with our planes, and we'd always have food, and we're smoking cigarettes, and they had the radios and shit. And these cultures thought we were gods. To this day, they still make wooden airplanes on the runways we had there.
Yeah, they call that the cargo cult.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of that. It's I mean, you just it doesn't take that long too, just a couple generations, and an entire, civilization can be just molded.
And these people are still making wooden models of, World War II aircraft, and they're worshiping
like a Cessna or something. Yeah.
So if they were to reset society, and then the new society ended up finding these people, they'd be like, "What are you talking about? These people are crazy. Stories of people flying."
Yeah, and they could turn it into a fable and myth. They could tell.
Yeah,
they perpetrated that lie, so they say, "Oh, these are all myths." So if you
what do you think we have all the caves and the drawings and everything, and then you look at the pyramids and they've been actually built upon, so the Egyptians didn't even probably do it. We've been completely just brainwashed on every level with no proof. We're just being told stories. How can we verify those stories in history? The same way with the globe. We have to be skeptics like that.
The whole Giza Plateau has issues with the dating of it. They did a lot of work with Robert Schoch, and the geologist from Boston went there, and he looked at the rocks and was like, "This isn't this old." Rocks on the Sphinx, and and they found
what was it? Graham Hancock.
They found Göbekli Tepe right next to it. The reason for the dating used to be like, well, there was no humans alive that ever could have built something like this. But then in Turkey, right next to them, they found Göbekli Tepe that got dated at, I think, 11,000 years ago or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with history. That's the thing. If they have buildings, they can just say, well, these people built them because of this and blah blah. No one's going to Egypt. Most people don't even realize that there's no hieroglyphics in the giant pyramid. Like people,
They shut off Egypt to us. They won't let us go there and do shit no more.
Yeah.
Do you see how they presuppose too? They're presupposing, right, that people were not here and could not build that. Excuse me? Do you have proof of that? It's all these presupposed positions of our history, but no validation. Just like they said, like George Washington was at, went to this war part, it was a war zone, and they have a picture of him on the boat and stuff. He wasn't there. That's not true. That never happened. That's just a picture that they said happened.
Same thing
Look
with
into the history of it. Yeah.
Same thing with the Clovis first model of the first Americans. They thought that for years and years.
Plymouth Rock, the Thanksgiving celebration, all of that was
Cowboys and Indians, guys. Cowboys and Indians. How many cowboys and Indian westerns were made in Hollywood to distract an entire generation of people who just landed there?
So check this out. This is a very interesting topic for me. So recently I started studying about the Lewis and Clark expeditions, and I did a whole study of about 12 hours of audiobooks of the initial explorers of the Californias and of the Spanish, and the conquistadors and all that. And I know a lot about Mexican history, like that kind of thing. But that's amazing. So what I think was happening is when they got here, because afterwards, I think it was Lewis had very weird things happen and eventually committed suicide. So what these people were doing was going out and exploring in North America when there was no white, what you would call white or Caucasian people,
Well, how do you know that they were doing this exploring? How do we know that this all wasn't explored already and then they just made up a story about this?
I believe that is true. Oh yeah, it was already inhabited. It was already settled. There were all these villages, and actually in North America, what I believe is there were indigenous people of all different races and colors, and they were all may have been giants. And I think with the first initially there were stories that I've read from many different sources about giants being found all the way from like the Blue Ridge Mountains all the way out through Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, like evidence of giant tribes, and then so I think they were finding these tribes, and that was the beginning of the destruction of these said tribes, and they just went in there and just demolished all of them and then just erased that.
Yes. I mean, if you ask me, all war has been basically for the last, since at least prior to World War I, has been a systematic way to get rid of the old world to make room for the new world order. So
I agree.
To get rid of the old world. And they control power, all of it.
I think even up to this day, we still systematically go to war with countries that aren't using the central banking
they
system.
said ISIS was hiding in some temple, some ancient temple, and ISIS were, we accidentally bombed a temple. Oh, we got the ISIS, though.
If you're not using the central banking system the rest of the world uses, we've been systematically going to war with those countries throughout the past, I don't know, decade. It's been decades.
But do you see, like what Buzzy just said, like if it's been a setup in a new world order that we've all been talking about, like, oh, it's now. No, it's not now. It's already been planned and been happening for how long, okay? So even what we're going through this ghost virus now and everything that's happening and vaccinations, do you not think this wasn't already planned or thought about long time ago, okay? Yeah. So that's the point. They may be sitting on here adjusting things as they go because we're human beings and they don't know for a fact how we're going to react. But they have a massive plan, for sure, that they keep trying to stick to.
And we can't really validate. For us nowadays, it's hard to even validate stuff that happened prior to World War. I mean, just the even creation of our own country. How do we know the Declaration of Independence was like? It's just it's all stories that we have to trust them for.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And if we're going to give the same crap to science, right, and our educational system, that's part of it, where science is going to lie, and then we still need to get the same skepticism to everything, including things that we cannot validate. So when we talk about history and everybody talks about all the time, and this person did this and this Captain Cook did this, where is the validation? If we do not have it, it's a story that we believe, just like those 3 points we talk about. Do you know it or do you believe it?
So check this out. So this is kind of along with this very long timeline of events through, the first move into those people that were killing all the indigenous people are the same people that are still doing it now. Right. And so check this out. So if we were born here, let's just say North America, it doesn't matter where it is, but we live, I was born in North America. We are the indigenous people here. And let's see, who are they targeting right now? Yeah.
Who are they not targeting right now? I feel like this is the first time that they've targeted every single person at the exact same time that I know of in history. Now, I'm not saying this hasn't replayed before, but because that's honestly, who's to say that this hasn't already all happened exactly almost before? And that's why this plan is so easy.
Well, that's what it's how we all heard the stories of how before 9/11 we needed a catalyzing and cooperative event to unify the whole world. That's what this is, guys. It's the whole world unifying together to fight off that darn COVID.
That damn ghost virus.
Wow. You have to be
Every single person in the world is affected by this. And we're all just trying to get out of it, to do our part. Just do your part.
Think about this too. When this all happened and the ventilators were supposedly needed, that was actually killing people, and they stopped doing it. But in the beginning, look what happened. Trump went on the news instantly. GM was already signed on, and we had ventilators going out. Well, okay, how the fuck did that happen so quickly? Then all of a sudden we have a vaccination. Boom, it's already here within 5 or 6 months at a company that has never done this before. What the hell? No. This is planned. They've had this and they've already known about what they're exactly going to do. And maybe the company that did it wasn't what they planned, because we got to go to history to see what company it's going to be. But this was already planned.
The reason why they decided right now is very interesting. So I don't know. I think they had to change their timeline. I think there was something that happened and that they had to change the timeline.
Yeah, that people like us are saying there's no journalism anymore. We're standing up and going on YouTube. They're trying to shut us down. We're talking about the shape of the earth and we're being lied to. The biggest lie of all. Then they're starting tours in the UK, going all over the country and Sweden and everything. Then we are going to go to the US, start it there, go to the universities. The more that truth gets out, and especially their biggest lie of all, they're screwed. They have to play the card. They played it now.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Or they're playing their trump card exactly as their trump card is playing out.
Wow.
True.
The trump card for a reason. Saving it to the end. As much as I want to hope that we're the ones affecting how they're reacting.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I could see it both ways.
Correct. I do too, hun.
But let's go with that. Now let's go with that. We're the ones affecting how much they have to react to how much it's getting out. Because realistically,
it's our only hope.
Whether or not it's flat Earth, people are realizing about 9/11 and JFK and all the weapons. And I mean, the amount of lies that we're just swimming to the bottom of the lies. There's plenty of them reasons why people are also waking up to that other stuff too.
And once you start waking up, you look at the world totally different, and they know it. Your eyes start glistening a little bit more because you're not like a dead soul walking and being a slave. You understand that you're basically a slave. You get the concept of it all, and you understand that your mind's free. Okay, I get this game, and I'm going to play it my way, not the way that they want me to play it, my own.
Yeah, see, here's the thing, too, though. The problem is that they know people are going to wake up. So they have a plan for those people, too. Right? It's still taking people 20 years, and they still think that 9/11 was done by a bunch of terrorists. Right? 20 years, and some people don't even know. Right? So it's like those who don't read history are doomed to repeat it, but the people who do read history are doomed to live amongst the people, majority of which who haven't and are still continuing the old stupid ways. It's a problem. How do we do this? One person at a time, I guess.
When they took over media, which they already kind of controlled anyway, let's be real. But when they really took over media and they started controlling everything, that's where we really fucking lost.
Well, I would venture the idea the entire invention of the television was a way to control us. But, I mean, the radio prior to that, like whatever it is they have at their disposal, either they're creating it for their own use or they overtake it. But I'm pretty sure they invent this stuff to overtake in the first place. That was planned from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but we're making this technology for you. Right? Oh, it's for me.
Free phones. Free phones.
And don't get it twisted. We're using them. We appreciate being able to communicate in Discord and always phone calls. But it's a double-edged sword. And you have to at least realize it. If you don't, that's where the problem's going to lie.
I mean, even a double-edged sword, if someone knows how to operate a sword, they're not going to cut themselves, right? Most people don't even know that there's a double sword. No, people don't even know it's a sword.
Exactly. Oh, we're in a mess. We're in a mess.
Yeah, the varying levels of wokeness makes it also difficult because everyone's been scattered in multiple directions. But what's nice about this is that it does kind of connect everything, because that's why I figured it out. Like the whole Flat Earth is the puzzle piece that connects them all.
Don't be mad. I went over there and set up Captain Save a Globe. I said, I'm here to help you guys put your globe back together. We're going to make it. We're going to do it. And all they kept talking about was Flat Earth.
I'll put your globe back together.
I thought it was funny. I was like, so you're not going to help me make my globe? We're not going to get my globe? We're not going to prove the globe? And they were like, what about Flat Earth? So I'm like, I said, why am I in a room with a bunch of flat earthers? You know, we're like, what? Yeah, that was pretty funny. If that was taped, that's got to be funny.
And I know this conversation that we're having kind of seems almost like when you go through it, it's almost like this doom, like, what? That's a really horrible way to think, but that's being real. That's realizing that not everything you've been told has to be factual. When did you start thinking that way? Because we all know people fucking lie. We've all been probably cheated on. We've all been told a story and found out later it's absolutely bullshit from somebody that we trusted. Yet we won't believe that people that would want to run the world and take over and have power, because power does exist, that they wouldn't want to lie to us? Oh, come on.
What really gets me is that there are plenty of actual intelligent, smart people, teachers, all kinds of people who realize the government lies, that money is all a joke, and all these different problems are in the world. But then when you tell them the government's lying to us about it, yeah, the government's also lying to you about how the world is flat. Well, no, I mean, why would they lie about that? Well, they're lying to you about everything else. What more do you, like, how, what? You know that they lie and make trillions of dollars off the deaths of billions of people. And you're like, nah, yeah, but they wouldn't lie about something like that.
Right. It's like a mind control. I don't know how to figure that out, because I see it through with regular people too. Like, you can sit here in front of their television and they know it's CGI. They're telling me they see it's CGI. They're laughing at the theater of it all, but then still say, hey, I want to go out and vote and I want to do this and I support that. And what is going on? You know, and it's that disconnect that I don't understand, because you can reach people and then boom, they go right back. It's like they are like a frequency holding on.
Double speak, double think, right? They've been bred to do that. We all get it. We were all there. But what was it that was just tricked our mind? All it took was one little push in one direction and our mind clicked. Yeah. And we got out of the double speak but I'm trying to remember what specifically it was, or was it just an onslaught of a year's worth?
Right.
The Flat Earth was where I lost all my friends and family. Like, they completely were on board with everything that I said up till.
Yeah, right.
Introduced Flat Earth into the conversation.
It doesn't make any sense.
Like, there is no curvature. You can't just whistle past that. That's just like you're making excuses.
See, this is why I think all someone needs is one little, because all those people, all your friends and family, all my friends and family, so many of them are just like, they're already on board. They know the government lies. They know why, and they get it. What is it that, how do they not know? Like, just see this one little curvature thing, like you said, it isn't there. Like, you can't, they're lying about, like, what does it take? What?
I know it's
because ultimately I think weird. That there are so many of those people in the world who know there's a problem. They just aren't even aware that it could even possibly go that deep. Correct. And illuminating that for them is what we're doing, I guess. We're figuring out the best ways every day. Actually, it's getting better and better per se.
Yeah.
But it is a little weird that even our fellow, and I'm not religious, but our fellow Christians, our fellow loved ones, they get angry. And that's a little weird that a subject like this, I mean, you could talk to them about crazy stuff, aliens that they've never seen and all this stuff, and that's fine. But you talk to them about something that's even tangible like this, and they want to resist it. And it's like it's been built into their mind already if you hear this, shh, no. And it's a little alarming. And I don't know how that is.
I didn't have that.
It's a core belief.
I didn't experience that. So when I showed all the proof, to my friends and family. They were on board with everything I said. Like they understand that the governments are lying. Like they're all in cahoots, basically. Like they got the basics, but this one, nah. Even if I give them the proof, like I can speculate all day, and they will agree. But this one, if I give them the proof of the flat Earth, nah.
It's even worse than that, because not only will they'll be like, well, yeah, of course, Russia and America, they're actually working together behind the scenes, and it's all just a big war stage, and they're all actually behind. And people will say that 100% and be like, yeah, I agree, yeah, they're all working behind the scenes. And then the next thing they'll say is like, well, but wouldn't Russia know that the Americans faked the moon landing? Like, why wouldn't the other countries not lie to, like you just said? Like when it comes to space, they don't, like what? How are they not working together sometimes, but they are? Like, come on, guys.
Exactly.
I know.
I don't know how like most people stumble on this. Like, what is the stumbling block here? Like, actual proof? Is that your stumbling block? Like, what are you how are you not seeing this?
I don't know. I don't think some people care about truth. I'm going to be honest here. Like, it's not a value or a moral in their life that they need, but they expect it. There's like this expectance from people to be honest to them, right? But at the same time, they don't really care if they are. Wait, what are you looking for? Because these people aren't looking for anything. They're just living life, right? They're almost like robots, right?
As long as it doesn't change how they live their life, they're fine. But as soon as it actually makes them have to change the way they think or act on a daily basis, then they're like, well, I don't want to change.
That's too much for me. Yeah, right. Too
Kinda
compliant,
like folding a
too
blanket.
lazy.
It's too big, isn't it?
Too compliant, too lazy. Sorry about that. I'm also just heard myself echoing over someone else in a delay, so I'm having a delay too, guys. If I'm talking over you.
Yeah, sorry. There's a delay too. I'm like, I don't know what's causing it, but yeah, it doesn't make. I don't know what it's going to take for people. It's one of those things where you can show someone the door, but they're the ones ultimately has to walk through it. You can't. There's only so much you can do. You just got to be you, and they'll get it or they won't. But that's be there
It's not
for when they
about
realize.
pride, but maybe they're too scared. Like when we talk about scared, like because they're lost. Are they too scared to face that they're living in a world that they're going to continue to live in, by the way, they're being lied to, manipulated at everything they do, their job every morning when they wake up, and they look at it in that perspective, and instead of seeing the light and the truth and the liberation that you get from seeing it for what it is and not falling into that fake reality bubble that's comfortable to them. But they think that's comfortability, but they're living in this like fire that they don't even understand that they're living in.
Yeah, exactly. They're so much a slave that they don't even know what freedom would look like. You show them freedom and they'd be like, well, but what am I going to do with it? I mean, how is that really going to change my day? Like I go to work every day and I do the same thing. I pump my gas. It's like, what would change if the world is flat or round? It's like, bro, you wouldn't even need to pump gas because we'd have free cars that are flying around for what I don't know. But your fundamental idea of what your day-to-day life would be utterly different, completely different. And they're saying there's so much a 9-to-5 slave that they can't even imagine a world that would be not that.
I don't think they can go internal.
My dad keeps saying that I need to use the system to my advantage. And I'm like, no, I just need to get out of the system. Thank you. And
yeah, right. There's no way. Exactly.
Yeah. It's like if the government really cared about us, when some guy, I forgot his name, that invented the water car, like the steam car, you just put water in it and that's
yeah, and then he was poisoned. Yeah.
We'd be using that, not oil.
Yep.
Yes. And
well, they've made an entire car out of hemp and runs on hemp oil, right? They could do this. There are so many solutions to the world. There are so many solutions to make the world a better place. It just takes the profit out of the people who are currently controlling it. And that's not going to happen on their watch. They'd rather burn it down. They're already burning it down. They'd rather burn it down further because they don't care. They only care about what their power gets them in relation to how we think. They don't care about old buildings. You know, it's like, and it's an uphill battle. It's really tough right now. We're at the same time. I also have this random amount of hope. I don't know. It's a very weird time to be alive. That's for sure.
Absolutely. But, I think when you start becoming, going into truth, and the beginning for me was, like I said, it was Monsanto, the food, and then I still wasn't like snapped to this reality though. And then it was 9/11, and that was like, whoa. And a friend woke me up to that. I remember the exact day, what I said, what I did, all that. And then after that, it was like, that's it. And then medical kind of came in because of my family. So then for the next 12 years, I was dealing with all the medical misinformation and lies. So I've kind of been thrown into all these different truths. And once you do that, you can't sit back and not say anything for me. But then I see people that do know it, right? And they say, I don't have that fire. It's too much. I can't handle that. I'd rather other people like you do that. And that's not what we need. We need every single person who understands the information to pass it on and to have that same fucking fire under their ass too.
What was it? Like when Batman says people need extreme examples to wake them or shake them out of apathy, right? You can't. If everyone just did a little bit, and it was, then it would be done so much quicker. But everyone's waiting for one person to do 90% of the work and not do a little increments here and there. I don't know. They're waiting for everyone to change before they say out loud that they're going to be. I know, I believe it too. They're waiting for everyone to switch bandwagons to then say, yeah, no, I've been on this. I'm on this bandwagon, as long as everyone's switching at the same time.
Exactly. It's because it's an easier way out. I mean, for me, I've been through it many times in my life where, like, Stacey, all you want to do is talk truth, and I live it, breathe it. Every day I wake up, I'm like, I understand I'm being lied to every morning. So for me to sit back and when I go out and talk to people in the street, for it not to come up would be crazy. You know what I mean? So for other people, they just still can go on and talk about TV and some of this. I don't watch TV. So every single thing that comes out of my mouth is usually talking about something that's important or talking about this. And it can be overwhelming for some people. But what else are we doing? Numbing our brains to the reality that's not true?
That's exactly where I dropped them. I'm not gaining anything from giving you this information. Like, I actually care about you. Like, I want you to know this. There's no other motivation behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then they'll say like, what are you doing this to feel special? Like, you want to know more than about everyone else. It's like as if we chose this level of alienation between every single person we know and care about and trust. Wow. Yeah, I woke up one day. Yeah, I just love all my friends and family and all my teachers to hate me and think I'm totally retarded, even though they're the ones who taught me how to think. It's a cool story,
isn't it?
I really try to be like, I'm not being smug about this. I don't actually think I'm smart. I don't know everything. I'm just providing you with the info. I care about you. I feel like this is something that you should know. So just putting it out there. But yeah, I'm getting treated like I'm insane.
Right, they were with you when you pointed out all those other conspiracies, and now when you find another one, they're like, "No, you're incorrect about that." I know.
I didn't even need to prove those things.
Right.
I just spitballed about everything, how the world works. Heads like agreeing with me on every part, but the one thing that I actually provide evidence for, which is the flat Earth, that's like nah. That's where they.
Yeah. It's awesome.
All right then, I was just like, cool, dude. Like,
I guess the only thing you can do is spugness. Yeah, just be willing to. I can't imagine you didn't plant something in their brains at some point. Maybe you planted a seed. It's my hope.
I did do it. A little.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying, like, you just have to be ready for them when they come around, as opposed to burning bridges. Just be ready to mend the bridge. That ultimately they're the ones on the wrong side of the river, but they'll figure it out soon enough.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I do actually care about my family and friends, and
absolutely,
even though they completely think I'm crazy and bashed me and ridiculed me, I'm still like you should actually look into this. Like maybe it would open up your mind a little bit. You just look at this. But no, it's just
Do you
somehow
think that
over their
there's a
heads.
big thing to this? Like the whole reason the CIA created the whole conspiracy theorist thing in the first place is so that shit like this and everything that we talk about truth gets looked at and put in a category of nuts or skeptical, and people just don't care then. Because if
It's
that
like the
didn't exist, it
knee-jerk
wouldn't work like this.
100%. Yeah, exactly. Anything like as long as the people in the news and on media and in places where they will see it and hear it on radio and wherever, of which the people are in control of. You just repeat the word conspiracy theorist enough times, and that's what people believe. And that people, and because when it wasn't taught in school, they control the narrative. So as long as the narrative is on their side, they get to control. The narrative gets to control what is conspiracy or is not. So getting it from them is the worst place to get it from. And I really, if anyone ever says conspiracy theorist to people, like, which they do, we've all heard it, right? Because I would take this back and say, no, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy therapist. I'm helping you through all the conspiracies in your world, because I've been there a lot long. I've forgotten more about the JFK assassination than most people even realize, right? Or the 9/11. I've forgotten most of that at this point. That was 20 years ago, right? So
I got a whole new take on that.
Oh yeah, and that's what indeed. Every time you start, you think. That's why I love this channel, this place, because I thought I knew everything about certain subjects, and I had already been down those rabbit holes. And then people come at from here, and they say, "Oh yeah, didn't you hear about it from this?" And I'm like, "Well, I didn't. I thought I knew everything about that subject." And it opens up a whole new realm of lies.
I'll just say one word: it's woman. That's it. That's all I'll say.
What was the one word?
Wife. JFK's wife.
Yeah. She's a he.
No, she's the one that murdered his ass.
Oh, never mind. You said JFK. I'm sorry. I'm thinking differently. Sorry about that, honey. You said JFK.
Oh, okay. Yeah, JFK's wife. I'm sorry.
I got you now. We're on the same page. That's a possibility, because if you look back on it now, I know people claim Mandela effect, what of that crap, but and I actually believe that stuff, but when you look back at it now, the film, it looks totally different to me. I think I've seen it different now, but even if you look at it now, it looks like she could have done that, yeah.
She could have had a part in it. That's all I'm saying.
And it's weird, yeah.
The car was bulletproof.
Because it's weird, the whole thing is...
you don't jump out of a bulletproof car if people are shooting at you. You just do not do that. It's not what you do.
But with the top down, it's
everybody else in that car ducked. That goofy broad jumped up, and they were like, "What?"
Well,
no.
when you say all the other people in the car, people who, the Secret Service agent and guys who have been in
the 3 or 4 people that were in the car. There was
and the governor and the governor's wife was there too now.
Yeah, they were in the car. There was 4 or 5 people in the car.
There's a total of 6 now.
Is there a video somewhere about this, about his wife?
Yeah, it was a 6 held. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you the one I seen that I think that she's the one that did it. She pulled the gun out from underneath her dress and shot him. And then she jumps up and throws the gun to the Secret Service. And then he tells her, "Get the fuck back in the car. What are you, stupid?"
But Denmark, how do you know that he even died that day? You know that for sure?
I don't even know he's a real person. Nope, I don't.
Don't know.
Yeah.
But if it played out with what was on that film, yeah. Exactly. People don't even have to ever exist. You're right, Dave. Even rappers today, how do you know they're just not all stunt doubles for a stunt double? Come on now.
Well, in certain cases, because some people, that can theoretically be verified, because if you're doing video or photos from behind the scenes and people are there and you can... it's possible.
No, I'm just thinking about it money-wise. If I'm a billionaire, what's the best way to keep my money? Make a personification that doesn't ever exist. It's just my money, getting my money made.
Yeah, we just exist on paper.
I do believe that the biggest source, when we keep talking about they, whoever's running it, we don't freaking actually know, but they probably exactly are doing what you're saying to them. Like, you're never going to find them. There's going to be this ghost upon ghost accounts. Nobody is saying their names.
They're feeding us names that they want us to occupy our headspace with, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you think they tell you the truth? Do you think the enemy would ever reveal himself? If he did that, or she, or whatever, they'd be stupid as fuck.
We're all under the military because every block, every city, all the stuff, coordinated, gridded, mapped out, set, numbered, based. It's all set up. It's all a blueprint. It all looks and is ran kind of like the inside of a fucking your computer. Sorry about the cuss word.
Well, I think possibly a lot of the infrastructure is based on old architecture or what am I talking? Infrastructure. Some roads are following old roads that don't make a lot of sense, or like the more you look into history again, then how cities are even laid out. I think they were laid out a lot different. It depends on some cities; they just burn down and then redesign themselves. And call it, so two birds with one stone. They get rid of the old world and then actively create the new world. But the old infrastructure is possibly why certain things look so gridded, because if it was made to be one type of thing where everything was connected in some way, possibly, I'm just saying, it could, that's why it would be all grid-like.
Like for say you're looking for Atlantis and it's right here. It's all these places that are connected better in a different way than what you thought. You don't know the orientation, the set out mapping or nothing.
It's almost like Atlantis. I think maybe this entire realm is Atlantis. And it was the idea of like a different reset and the whole thing. And the idea is that everyone's trying to look for one little thing. And the point is that it's everywhere. Everything is Atlantis. This whole place is Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone's looking for one thing where there's 1,000 things around you.
Technology, Google, the internet, Wi-Fi. Why would anybody pay for college? Anywhere. Why would anybody need to pay for information?
Yeah, the way we grew up is not the way that we should train our kids to act in the new way the world works. It's stupid for so many people to go. You're right. The college, like everything I learned, and they charge me double for it. Or like the new book comes out from. It's utterly ridiculous. It's an indentured servitude system.
And it doesn't make
go
anyone.
On YouTube, fix your car,
make
don't have to
anyone
go to school
dumb.
or anything to learn how to do it. It's like almost everything you need to know now is on the internet.
Yeah, on top of the fact that any 18-year-old walks into a bank and says, I got this idea for a business. I need $150,000 loan. I'm going to have this idea. I'm going to have this over here, this whole business. This is my income stream. And I have this idea that I want, and I need a little startup money to make it happen. No one in the bank is going to give an 18-year-old $150,000. But they say, I want to go to college to become an English major. Oh, well, here's $200,000. No problem. How much more do you need? Sign right here.
You know what really pissed me off when I was a kid? When we had like the little levitating pins and the cool stuff, and you could go to the little fair for a couple dollars and buy some neat stuff,
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's cool. They got an ink pen that floats. They got this other little thing that's levitating. I was like, where's the little planet? Where's the globe? They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, where's the little planet at? They're like, what do you mean, buddy? We don't do that. We can't do that. And that pissed me off from day one. We can't do it. I was like, are you kidding me?
And that is why you have Dimmock the way you know Dimmock. Show me your freaking ball.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's all a belief. It's all the way we were brought into it. I don't remember a time in life where I hadn't seen the movie Star Wars.
I wanted to I'm serious. I still today would be cool with being able to make a little globe and a moon rotate around just to show you that, even if we don't, regardless, just to show you something cool, you know what I mean?
I agree, though. Because they ain't never going to probably show us that shit. Maybe on a computer screen.
Oh man, don't get us started on computer screens when they can't handle the processing capabilities of gravity and water and direction and air and the spin of the ball. Oh man.
By the way, Fuzzy, I always enjoy talking to you. There's a lot of times you don't get that opportunity, and I know you're busy, but your information, I've always felt is very, very important because this is the background that you come from, and that's why you're so open and awake and everything that you've experienced. And it's inspiring because there's not many people like you, hon, that are, with their parents and everything else in this kind of fields and are awake and to everything that we're sitting here talking about. I can't even sometimes have the same conversations that we're having. We went down how many different paths and agreeing. That's hard to find in this world. That awake.
Everything's connected. And as soon as you realize, and then the Flat Earth connects it all. That's why every subject is a Flat Earth subject. We can never be off topic.
Exactly.
You know how you build things
that was literally the puzzle piece that made it sense. Because I realized that I was down so many different rabbit holes of government conspiracies and assassinations and banking and different medicals, all these different things. And I was just you're so scattered because they're all seemingly not connected. And then once the whole idea of it all being on a flat Earth clicked into place, it was like a puzzle that all of a sudden, and it became, once that one puzzle piece went in, it connected everything, and the whole puzzle became I knew what the puzzle looked like at that point, and there it was. It was just, there's no going back.
Yeah, that's why I literally was like a little baby. It was like I already knew all these truths, right? I already knew we were being lied to. I was already awake. I already believed it wasn't what they told us was, and I already thought it was flat. Thought always, that came into my head. Thought, belief. I understood that. Even then, it was a belief system. But then knowing and going through it all about it's flat, that, like you said, that was a puzzle piece. I mean, I almost crack it up right now. You can hear my voice because it was the puzzle piece for me that gave the freedom in my mind of what everything is. It made everything else make sense that I was thinking about.
It really does actually open up the whole thing.
Exactly. It's the beginning of the conversation.
But some people don't see it.
Exactly. It literally opens up the idea that, like, I thought I was the wokest, and then I found out the Earth was flat, and then I thought I was woke, and then I found out that all of history is basically a lie. And now it's like, well, figuring out the world is flat is like not the end of the conversation. It's the beginning, and now we start now from here, right? It's like we go back to square one and move forward and just figure it out as we go.
Yeah. Think about that. Square one. If you can't start at square one with the word gravity, right? And then it doesn't work in anything else, like on a big scale or a small scale, quantum scale, how in the fuck can it work in the middle of those?
Exactly. I thought that a long time ago. Like, if we keep getting bigger and bigger telescopes and are able to see further and further away, we can also see microscopes that are also, getting better and better, that you can see smaller and smaller. So we're literally just sort of somewhere in the middle of all of that vastness. I don't know. Okay.
Some weirdo had an idea we were spinning. So then he's like, man, if we're spinning, why are we not being thrown off?
Well,
and they were like looking up.
They saw balls. That's the only, one of the only options.
Electrically, they just didn't understand electricity. At the point in time, they didn't understand electricity either, I don't think, fully, and they were just like, how are we going to stick to this thing? And they weren't like electricity, they were like, hey, gravity, let's make up this word. So, but yeah,
exactly. It's like the first lie that had to be told, because if someone's saying that it's the reason why we see the objects in the sky move, which is really abundant to everybody, it's observably obvious that these things that appear to move above us, that one of only two things could it be, and if it's, they have to assume that it's a spinning thing and then make up everything else from that's the jumping off point. So you have to make up the one lie, and then every lie after that is based on the fact that it's spinning, and the only reason to keep it here is because of this gravity.
Right. And they have to have that for all the whatever ideas for Narnia that they have that they can't produce. I mean, it's all just ideas. They're all ideas to back up an idea that backs up another idea. None of it can be put off paper. Half of it can't even be put on paper. If you say draw a globe and how all these things are working live and name and label each one a different color, oh my God, good luck.
It's the 3-body problem, right?
Oh, way more than that. About 60 body problem.
Yeah.
You know, it is a little funny too. We don't even understand light. We're having a conversation there today, trying to speculate and stuff because they seriously don't get it fully in science. Yet we understand everything else and how the universe works. We can't even understand how the fuck light works.
Do you guys, what do you guys think about the speed of light?
Personally, I know it doesn't matter my opinion, but my opinion is that it's a constant thing. It's not really a set speed. That as soon as light can come from the source, it's as far as it can shine at that point, and that's where it goes to. It doesn't shine farther. It doesn't try to shine less. It goes to that point for the amount of power it's going to put itself out, and it's instantaneous, just like a thought. Like when you turn the light on, it's on. You turn it off, it's off.
Yeah. It's spooky action at a distance. Explain both the speed of light and spooky at a distance at the same time.
I think Globe Busters just got bopped on YouTube. It says they have no videos anymore.
Really?
Yep, just checked today, and there's nothing.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll check again.
I'll check it too.
So, light travels the same speed through every single medium? No. Right?
No, that's not what I was saying.
Okay. I was making sure I wasn't hearing that. Like what?
It's instantaneous. It's instantaneous for the amount that it, through any medium that it has to go through, it's going to, you know what I mean? It's going to act different, of course. But through that medium, it's going to shine to where it can, to that point to where it can shine, the distance it can, and that's it. It's going to be like on, off, instantaneous, like in a way. You see what I'm saying? It does depend on the medium, but it's instantaneous. The light, the reaction of light being on is instantaneous.
We all know.
So wherever
If light reacts differently in different mediums, then
flashlight.
why during the vacuum are we not concerned about how light travels through no medium or whatever? What?
Yeah, that's light gradient. Like we all know that the flashlight that you're showing in the streets, it's not gonna light up everything in its path. Yet, if somebody is like miles away, can still see the light, like can still see that you're handing, like you have a light source in your hand. They can still see the shine, but it's not lighting up. So how light works, I don't know. Tell me. The light source isn't lighting up everything, even though I can be miles away from the light source and it's still shining into my eye. I can see a dot of light. It's not lighting up stuff in my path. Like, yeah.
No, and they think
It's
the
a light
sun.
gradient.
They think that the sun can just light up everything forever, when clearly it can't even go through a certain amount of the lake. Like if you're underwater, it doesn't go past a certain distance. It's black after that.
Exactly. Yep.
So clear water can block light. So just like clear air with moisture or water or vapor in it can block light.
Yeah. What's it doing? Don't know. You explain light to me then.
Kind of like light with ice.
It out, aren't they?
I wanted to say light has the different colors of light have a different effect on people and plants and stuff. So that would indicate that light would be frequency, because frequency also, like hearing certain sounds, well, first cymatics can create light, but like it all comes down to frequency. I don't know how it works. I just know that it's once again back to like a vibration.
Everything has to do with the sound. That's why
Yeah.
the Masons are Masonic. It's M-A, May, and then Sonic. Sonic sound and speed.
I don't know if you got the chance to be here earlier, and if you weren't about light and stuff and frequencies. Elijah, not Elijah for Truth though, but the other one said, that it has to do with probably sound and frequencies as well, and so we need to look into that more because scientists have got it all.
You guys have seen like collapsing underwater bubbles, sonoluminescence, actually creating stars underwater. So with sound and frequency, and with sound and frequency, you can levitate things. So you can actually make things levitate.
Yeah, you're focusing. You're focusing that sound on it. And that sound actually creates a force. Yeah.
Yeah, and that sound and that vibration can create light. And it can levitate things. So that's very real. It's testable.
And temperature and sound also. They also play a role together. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Mark.
Well, I don't know how. Oops. I was just gonna say I don't know how y'all feel about the Bible, but in I think it's like 2nd or whatever, it says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and so I feel like that indicates that God is sound itself, that background frequency or vibration,
electrical kinetic energy.
I don't know what you want to call it, but
Word was with God, right?
Exactly. The Word was with God.
Here's a good question. What holds information? What's information? You ever asked yourself that question?
Oh, I have.
I was gonna say back to vibration again.
Water.
Yeah, what is information and what's the source to carry information?
Mm-hmm. And someone who was mentioning scripture earlier, I'm just giving this to you earlier too. We were talking about how light. Am I cutting somebody up? I apologize if I am. We were saying how the scripture also says that in the beginning, whatever, that God created light, daylight, and then He created the sun 4 days later. So there's almost, if you want to go by scripture, it's very, you have to go into it like, what is that? What is daylight and what is the sun? Is there two different types? And that's why we went to pure light, because there was this, I call it speculation from Isaac Newton back in the day, saying that pure light exists and it cannot be transformed or broke down into different colors. It's impossible. But I've never seen pure light, never had that demonstrated to me.
Pure light is just another way of saying water gas. It's everywhere. The water gas it's all water gas. It's all water gas.
All water gas.
Which is funny. He kind of, as long as they're speculating, right? He kind of is true, because most of the gas that is created from the oceans, which is water turning into gas. So, I don't know.
A lot of these conversations today, they make our brains think more, right? And we develop more instead of just saying the same things over and over. Of course, we'll do that tonight. You know what I mean? That's wonderful. We're bringing in people, giving 3 points and all that. But for us, that growth, I think, lies into what we've done today. Some.
Yeah, I was going to say what's very interesting to me. Oh, sorry. You can go first.
No, it's fine. Shh.
Oh, I was just saying you can go first. I was just saying, I was stopping myself from saying shit.
No, it's okay. The dog is just barking and being crazy. I don't even know.
Puppy. I'm probably making it worse. Sorry.
You're good. I was just going to say about the oceans being water, right? And how frequent the light is, you're saying, is essentially the purest form is water. So it's really interesting to me that the largest source of water is the ocean, being salt water too, and salt makes water able to be a conductor, even not a conductor, but makes it more conductive in a sense, doesn't it? I'm asking at this point.
I believe so. I don't want to tell you incorrectly on that, and my brain's a little fried this morning. It's still not, the coffee's not helping. But let me look into that too. I don't want to tell you wrong, hon.
Right. I just know when I was looking into making different like free energy generators, one of them was where you take 2 copper rods and you stick them in a bucket of salt water, and it wouldn't create a lot of energy, but it would create a minute amount, but it had to be salt water, you know, a specific amount of salt and everything. And I just find it really interesting that like there is a huge body of salt water, you know.
That is correct, by the way. I looked it up. Salt is very conductive of electricity, so we are correct.
It's also interesting that the human body requires salt. We are made up so much of water, and we require salt to really be healthy, especially good salt, like, you know, with the different trace minerals and stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go silent now. I
And-
just had to put.
I think we're made up of energy. I think who we are, like soul, whatever you want to call that, where we come from, is energy. I don't think we're our consciousness. I don't think we're our brain. None of that stuff. It's an energy inside of us. I believe. But our bodies are built like receivers, transmitters. You know what I mean? And we're all feeling this electricity, using it. It's all around us. And to sometimes for me, my head to deny an ether now, because I used to do this, and it's just still a belief for me though, is almost like, wait a minute, it kind of makes sense to everything I've ever felt in my life, because literally as someone who's an empath and everything too, you feel energy around you, and sometimes it can be too much. And I can feel it in my body. Literally, you can put your hand on me and you can feel the actual vibration. You know what I mean? So we're very like salt too. We're conductive, it feels like. This is why I don't have a problem too when it goes down to the whole, you know, electromagnetism, electricity, static, all that stuff, because I think science is completely leaving this out. And that is the most important thing. And that's how our world works.
I mean, you can walk into a room and the whole atmosphere will just change.
Yeah.
You're carrying with you an energy signature, definitely. So it don't even need to touch you for you to feel it.
And doesn't science say too that we actually never touch each other because we have like this war energy around us?
Oh,
so
yeah.
even when I touch your skin, I don't actually touch you.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
I think that's why they mess with our frequency. I think frequency is holding us down. I think that's what's messing with our minds, it's messing with our bodies, and we're being held at a frequency that we should not be held at. And I think mankind is more capable of doing things healing wise and everything in your own body, and possibly even communicating back and forth without communication, like language, can do it spiritually. But we're being kept from that because of this frequency hold. And this world is all about electricity, so they're controlling it in that manner. And that's why it's the biggest lie of all, because they're not going to tell you it's about that, because that's their control.
I think it was created by frequency.
Yeah.
Or like it's vibrating us into existence.
Can't argue with it. Whatever the creator is, the creating force of this entire cosmos in the universe, I don't know. But it is indeed created, so.
That is about energy, though, and God is energy or whatever, and we come from that, right? The beginning source of energy. What is the one way that you manipulate everything and become a God, like God, right? You control that energy and change it so that it's now what you want.
Do you believe that you can become a god, or you are already a god?
No, I don't think I'm anything close to a God. I think we have something that's above us and watching us and might be predetermined. I don't know. I'm in the I don't know category, but I definitely know in my heart that there's a creator, and it's a loving creator for me.
I wonder. I have to agree. Everything that you do passionately, you're actually loving that you're doing it. So, why is there life? Why are we here? Yeah, because it's created. Because that's not something that it's not an argument. Nothing can't produce something. So there has to be a higher power that is beyond our comprehension, creating it. So the question of why would they create it? And they loved it. He loved doing what he did, and he created it. He did it out of passion, and he did it perfectly. I say he, but I
know.
She, yeah.
Whatever that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's this big argument that we usually get when we talk about this, because it goes back to supposedly, evolution, Big Bang, all this stuff is, it's not about it came from nothing. Their story is it came from one singularity. Okay, it starts there, but they don't know what that one singularity is. They can't explain it, but they're hoping that science will one day, and that's where they lie. And it's crazy for you to think it's anything spiritual or anything that's there to guide you or have power and love for you and creation. No, it has to be from science, and science will explain it, that it came from nothing then still, because where did that singularity fucking arrive from?
Yep. It's funny, really, these atheistic people that praise science, and that you do realize that science actually disproves atheism. Like, try to point that out to them.
I have some. Hey, I heard something about this guy who, how people put things on your head sometimes to measure the amount of electricity going in and out of your head.
Right.
Well, this other guy I heard of about a year or two back on the radio, he was doing something similar, but instead of using electrodes, he was using something I don't know the name of. I mean, called a magnetrode or something like that. And so instead of measuring the electricity flowing out of someone's head, he put sort of a crown of electromagnet, things that measure magnetism around people's heads to measure magnetic fields going in and out of someone's head. And basically, he said he needed to do more research and conduct more tests, but he was kind of coming to the conclusion that it was possible that the way that our, spirit, soul, consciousness, whatever, communicates with our brain is through magnetic fields, both going in and out of our brain.
My brother had brain cancer and went through brain surgery and changed dramatically after he woke up. Different personality and everything. So because of that, I did a lot of research at that time, trying to figure out how a brain operates and the consciousness and all that. And I came to the understanding that science doesn't have a clue. I mean, they're guessing, and it's always assumption. And they may come to, hey, look what we figured out here. But they do not understand how we actually work. They can't figure that out.
I must admit,
but stuff like you're talking about is getting closer to maybe finding the truth of that. Yeah.
It really would bring new meaning to the idea of your consciousness being separate from your body, because, you can destroy your body, but you can't, destroy the magnetic field necessarily.
But then that goes into sometimes then, if that's the case, going in and out. Where is it, like Jim was saying earlier, what is information? Where does information come from? It's easy to be received. Okay, so our thoughts are thoughts. What I'm thinking right now, is it me? Am I speaking right now? Or those things sometimes I go, Sissy, what are you doing? Is that me saying that, or is something else telling me that? That's easy to be able to control your brain then through frequencies, through information. we got to be aware of that then, if that's the case. If that study was correct,
What do you mean
we could be in a world of trouble if we don't wake up.
Aren't you the brain?
No, I'm not my brain at all.
Why not?
Well, because if I'm an energy and I'm a soul and I'm my personality, right? And if my brother, this is how I do the comparison. If my brother was one way personality, loving, caring, one thing, wouldn't do certain things at all, like T-Maro mother, and then had brain surgery, woke up and is a completely different person and can't control that. His soul, who he is, his energy, whatever it is now no longer able to control his brain. So what is a brain? Is the brain separate than the consciousness too? Are you separate from all of those? What is your personality? All those things have to go into question then. If you look at the people who have actually had brain surgeries over the years, and this is a lot of them, that turn completely different personalities.
But I'd say that they changed the brain, so that means that personality would change a little bit.
Well, you would morally make different moral decisions. You can't even think for yourself correctly. If you mess up someone's brain, everything in their whole body is rewired now. Honestly, I don't think I would ever have brain surgery. As soon as you start drilling on a brain, you're shaking something that you shouldn't be messing with, and you think it's going to be okay. That's why when I went into these rehabs, and I'm seeing every single person who's had brain surgery going through their rehab and listening to them, and some of them can't even talk. My brother literally lost his sight completely. I mean, things completely shift. Yeah.
I was just gonna say about the brain. It's almost like the brain is like we're like the entire computer. You know, the brain is like the motherboard, but you also have things like the RAM and the video card. It's just a small part of it. You know, but then thinking about the brain and how it works, you can
the brain wouldn't be the motherboard. Brain would be the CPU.
Well, you know, it's an analogy. I don't know I don't know hardly anything about computers, but it also, the heart itself has the whole magnetic field and resonance and has neurons just like the brain. In fact, all the organs have different amounts of the neurons that your brain has. And so really, like, putting all the focus into the intellect the way they do, I feel like it's a handicap to be like, oh, I'm just so smart, you know, I'm the best. I mean, and it is. That's being conceited. That's being narcissistic. But anyways, just thoughts.
And that's why, and I hope you understand why I say I'm not my brain, because the person you know right now is me. I've always been this person. But if I tomorrow have brain surgery or something happens to my brain and I'm no longer acting the same way or doing the same things and I'm a different personality, which one was me? You know what I mean? Okay, cool's comment too in the chat. I completely agree with too. I mean, I think they're assuming a lot about our body and especially how our brain works. And we need to look into that more. You should be skeptical just in the exact way you are.
Yeah, it's like if the placebo effect is really a thing and we can just will ourselves into healing because we think we are, and that's not the more for, like, how is that not the most specific area of study as opposed to what medicine might happen if whatever? If we could just think about it and do it, why is that not an entire field?
Exactly. Absolutely. And I think those things, that's what I was saying. I don't think we're gods. No. But I think if we weren't being held under certain frequencies or whatever's going on in this world and their food and everything, that our bodies and stuff would heal automatically. We could just say, hey, look, I'm fine. And your body will know you're fine. You know what I mean? It is mind over matter. It's the same thing with my brother when he was trying to heal too to get out. He couldn't walk. He lost his ability to move. He was paralyzed. And within 3 days, me telling him, you have to get off your ass, because if you don't, you're going to be put into a nursing home, and you don't want that. I need you home with me. Walk. Keep telling yourself to move those legs every second you're sitting there. And within 3 days, he was walking. Because you have to tell your brain to do things, and then your brain tells your body.
Does anybody know about that book, Your Wish is Your Command by Kevin Trudeau?
Heard about it. Have not read it.
It's pretty good. It's about the law of attraction or whatever. But I just really feel like it's an amazing concept and a beautiful, like he does it, puts it out there really well. But at the same time, it's almost like it's not he, but the concept is, it's dangerous because when you give yourself that much power, I just think it's too easy to lose control and to lose focus, that it's not you so much as your connection to God or source or whatever you want to call it. Because when you think that you can do it without God, then that's what Satan did, that's what the devil did, or I don't need you aspect. I can do this on my own, or I don't need anyone but myself kind of thing.
But I also believe a little bit, if we get religious a little bit, because, if we're going to do that, is maybe that we're looking to, oh, no, like the Savior some more, but I think we're still being held down. If we believe in the whole Jesus thing, Jesus said when he walked on water that we're going to be able to do more things than he was capable of doing, or what he was doing. So we need to be able to understand that we are capable, possibly, of being able to control and manipulate our own body and matter. I don't know.
We can in dreams. Maybe we can in real life.
Well, test
are
it
the
and
dreams
then you
real
will see.
Dreams real life, and is this the dream,
If it is as we believe it to be, then test it.
Dreams are weird. Dreams are real while they last, much like real life.
Oh yeah, they are. You're experiencing them exactly as they are, right?
Or are
I'm
we
just
all
wondering.
So it is real at the moment when you experience it, so it is real.
I think precognitive dreams kind of put in question the idea of, is time an illusion? Because how can you have such a vivid dream of something that happens like 3 years in the future and then you watch it happen? I mean, what does that say about time?
Have you had future dreams?
I did. I had a dream in 2013, and then I remembered it in 2016, and at the end of and then in 2017, in the beginning, it happened.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me before too.
I've had a similar experience. I wasn't doubting you.
Bendy space time.
Well, not only that, when you're having a dream sometimes and you feel like it was a 5-hour dream, when you wake up, it's only been 10 minutes, and you go, there's no way I've had all that information. Everything went down. I felt like it was totally real. It was a long dream, and it's only, 10 minutes? Stuff like that. It's weird.
Like a mushroom trip is the same kind of thing. You come out of it, you're like, I'm no longer a prisoner of time or space. It feels like ages pass, and it's not even midnight. What? It's crazy. But yeah, Ben. That's an example of bendy space time. That was good. I like that. Right? But that's I had that too. Like where you have a dream. That's what I call deja vu. It's like there are times where I'll just find myself in a moment that I've either already dreamed or already perceived in some way. It's like but mostly it's already a dream that I had, or I'm remembering a dream I had, and then being in that moment, in that dream.
You guys see the post with the young boy who lost half his skull and his brain?
Super sad.
he lived till he was like 40 some years old. Graduated high school, college with honors. So yeah, kind of rewire the brain can kind of rewire itself, sending signals.
It can.
To tell the body what to do and how to react. The mind is not your brain.
That's right.
That just goes to show you that the brain isn't really that important.
The mind is not your brain, but it
Yeah.
belongs. It's your mind though, and your mind can be changed also.
That's right. Thank you, North Star. It's perfectly sad.
Where
Exactly
is
what I was
memory?
saying.
Like, where do you think memory is?
The
Where do your
prefrontal
thoughts
cortex, I
are?
believe.
Where are they?
I'd say memory. I remember years
Is that what
ago.
they are?
I think that's where sight comes from. I don't think that's where. It's been a while since I studied any kind of biology.
Some memories that you have.
Yeah, there's
if you've
long
ever
term
had
and
da-
short term.
If you've ever, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. Let me go ahead and finish the thought. So, I don't know if you guys ever had deja vu before. You know, you kind of thought you were there before or whatever. Being that we're talking about these things and being
I
that
think
life
that's
is in the
pretty common.
wow. Okay. So being that life is in the blood and people have deja vu, we have animals like a deer dog will say, you know, that it's in the dog's blood to be a deer dog. It was just born, it started running deer. So this, or a rabbit dog or anything like that. So it's in the blood. Memory can be inherited just like certain instincts, if you get what I'm saying. So deja vu could be inherited memory also.
So what was that bird?
Oh yeah, breastfeeding. That's why that should be
Yeah.
a certain part. But you never. I mean, everybody to teach their own. But you know what I'm saying. The memory
Can I get this? I might
glands
be
or
getting this
memory
wrong.
glands
Doesn't
or whatever you
science
want to call them.
say? Oh, sorry, honey. We're having a bad delay. Sorry about that. Doesn't science say that like memories are copied and they're in your blood? So if they were to pull your blood, they could find your memory.
I think they call it epigenetics. Epigenetics.
There's been like people who've got transplants from other people and their behavior changes. They start behaving like the person that they got the transplant from. So that's why I asked, like, where do you think memory is?
Right, absolutely. I don't know. But I don't know. Couldn't there be a copy of that memory on these organs?
Yeah, they got neurons.
Well, yeah, there was a chick that got a transplant from a man, a heart transplant, and she actually changed her way of walking. Like she started to walk like a dude and talk like a dude. There was no explanation for it, and she didn't have an explanation why she started behaving this way, but it was because she got the transplant from a dude. So where is memory? So
My
uncle, he got a transplant. My uncle, he pancreas, and he after the he's on all these meds for the rest of his life. He died now, but he started hearing voices, like it became a whole thing, like voices, multiple different ones. It was a whole thing.
That's really fascinating. I mean,
yeah, and it's sad at the same time because it has to be a little haunting. Like you don't know how to process that in your own brain because you're not two people. So if you bring in someone else's memory, and your brain has to compute that, right? That's a little off. Yeah. And so the blood is there, and the blood's going back through the copy, through your copy. Your brain has to sometimes figure out which one is you and which one is the other. You might take on someone else's behaviors, or you know what I mean? It's part of their blood, part of their memory.
No, my bad.
I mean, blood pumps their entire body. You know what I mean? And I'm sure it's almost laying copies in a way that stay there.
Yeah, that was just me trying to point out, like, it's not in your brain, obviously, memory. So what is even memory? It's not in your brain, bro. Not there.
Maybe it's in a cloud that, like through the magnetism and the magnetic field in your brain, maybe it's stored in the cloud outside the earth or in the ether.
Who knows, dude? Like, your explanation is as good as mine, but it's not in the brain. It's everywhere. It's not just in
the
brain.
The heart seems to be
so
the most important part.
You change your behavior. Yeah, heart definitely. It's the most important. Yeah.
David Weiss believes that, like, the actual, I don't know if he's serious or not, but he says it like he's serious, that the clouds are our consciousness, and that's where all of our consciousness is stored. And then when you dream, you get a download from the clouds. He's pretty crazy, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
It's a little. I mean, it could be, but I mean,
Yeah.
Well, on speculation day, we'll let it slide for speculation day.
I don't really understand.
But then again, since we're in speculation, I don't want to rule out anybody's, thing on that, because what am I right to say? Until we prove something, it's still in the unknown. It would be wrong because someone could say what I'm saying is stupid right now, and I'm sure a lot of people are, and that's okay. But experiences through these patients and what we've gone through, like you're telling your story, Fuzzy, too, with your uncle, that's important. Not what you're told on a piece of paperwork or what you're told that your doctor says how things work. Because if you really break it down and use your own logic, you will not your brain.
You know, it'd be funny. Not really that like uploading a dream or downloading a dream from the cloud, but pretty much sending like a signal. Like everybody has like a signal or a Wi-Fi, a personal Wi-Fi of their own. They send out like signals, and they can actually go up and get, the signal can go up to the cloud area, right? And they can bounce around and do their thing, and it's not necessarily yours coming back down. It can be a couple different things, but that'd be fucking crazy.
See, when we talk about all this stuff, though, and then we talk about the global shit and everything and medical,
This
everything.
is an example.
It's crazy. It makes you wonder, what is real science? Has any science truly actually been done? We need to redo everything and look at everything from a different perspective. Even water, oxygen, everything. Because we all know sometimes things can work two ways, right? Not just one. So what if we're being told, this is how this works, and we just stay in that conclusion, and there's another alternative?
Globers here.
I'm not a Glover, but I can play one on Discord. Hello?
Yeah, we're still here, hon.
Y'all were talking about dreams, or you want to hear about mine?
Sure.
I had this dream. I was swimming and almost drowning in this vast ocean of orange pop. Turns out it was just a fantasy.
You little shit. I should have expected that from you, Dave. It's funny, though. I've been missing our morning talks, by the way, Dave. We used to talk almost every morning. How you doing now?
Yeah. still exist in this reality, whatever it is. I'll call it on your neck of the woods.
That's right. I know. Are things getting a little easier when it comes to what you're doing and going shopping and all that, or has it even gotten worse?
Yeah, I'm currently in a grocery store now. I'm literally the only one without a face diaper on. But for the last 2 to 3 weeks, I haven't been wearing one. Nobody said anything to me. Not even the employees or nothing. So
that's good.
Some of these people are slowly starting to at least smell the rat somewhere, and they're probably way off from what it really is. At least they're a little suspicious of getting. If nothing else, people are just getting sick of this shit. You know?
Exactly. Agreed. They're definitely getting sick of the mask, but I'm worried they're going to still want that solution note. Remember, that's coming. So that's the worry part for me. Sorry, Dimma. Go ahead, honey.
I was going to tell him to tell you guys about that one mask that he used to wear. It says, "Please don't fart." It's a joke. It's a joke. Dave's like, what mask?
I did have one when I had to wear them. It said "Research Flat Earth" on the front, or
yes,
COVID-19 is bullshit. I had like 4 or 5 different things I wrote on the front of them.
Definitely. Yeah, the other thing was a joke, but yeah, I know what you're
I
talking about.
remember that.
Whoever said that it's in the blood, I think you're correct. I'm just,
Yeah,
right at you.
I believe it is.
I think you're right. I think you're onto something. It's in the blood. I think you're onto
Thanks,
something.
sweetie.
Yeah, liquid. Yes, sir. Because that's what you get when you have the umbilical cord too. You're connected to like a little jump starter. That's a charge and the liquid and the memory and stuff at first for like a first little dose for you. Give you a little jump start.
Yeah, we didn't cut our children's umbilical cord for a while after they were born. Even
That's right.
Yeah, even you can see it pumping still. It's like, how is it even pumping, like from the placenta to them? I mean, it's like crazy. It does kind of look like a little.
That's the most important time of the baby, to receive the nutrients from the mother after it is born into this world, and they cut that umbilical cord so fast for a reason. And if we don't allow that and you give that time, your child's going to be a lot healthier of a human being. Are you kidding me? This is why they do it.
They do that because they want to harvest the blood in it.
That way they're anemic right off the bat, and then they fill them full of some toxic chemicals to ensure that they'll be sickly their whole lives.
If the blood has memory, what do they do when they rush that blood out of there? What can they do with that shit? Like, literally, what do you think? Like, do you think they have some kind of computer they're trying to like make with like blood, like a brain? Like, that'd be crazy. I don't even think about it.
Well, they have blood banks everywhere, people.
I have no idea. They do have blood banks everywhere. So I don't know. Tell me.
How long do you
Speculation is fine.
How long should you leave the umbilical cord attached after birth?
Doesn't it drop off naturally?
It drops off naturally, so you don't actually cut it. You don't have a need to cut it. So.
Is that after the mother gnaws?
How long does that normally take?
Does anybody know? I'm not a mother, so.
You can leave it. It will start to smell until it falls off. But I mean, we waited up to 45 minutes.
I mean, when you start seeing it deteriorate, and you know that, and then the smell and all that, then you would honestly understand and calculate, hey, this is the time to stop it. You know what I mean? And it's probably going to be different for every single birth and situation.
Yeah, exactly. I was helping a friend at the hospital with her birth, and like right after the baby came out and stuff, you could see the cord still pumping. And the doctor was about to snip it, and I was like, wait, you can clearly see it's still like, pumping. And she got upset with me. And I was like, just wait, it's not that big of a deal. And she got all snooty with me, like, I'm a doctor. I know better than what you're saying. But at least she waited.
Damn, yo.
Every single movie, TV show you see, when birth is involved, you got mother in pain, and you got cutting the umbilical cord immediately and rush to the hospital.
There's going to be there's a There'll be pumping. There's an artery still.
It's me, the Iceman. Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
I'm on the fence.
How is it?
Well, this piece of the fence
Is it
up
a
my
flat
ass.
fence?
It's kind of getting old.
Yeah, cut the
No, it's spiked.
Oh, man.
Some people like it. I'm not a fan.
If you're high
I
on
don't know what you do from up here.
can you see far?
Kind of see all kinds of stuff. Sorry, what?
If you're high up on the fence, do you think you can see too far?
Oh, I mean, I can see a few things.
Hey, can I ask?
My
you a
vision is
question,
slowly
Anna?
clearing.
Do you think that what you just said slipped by us all, or what?
You know, slick, bro. So
That's
you're
what
on
I'm
the
saying,
fence.
sweetheart.
So you obviously have a question in mind. That's why you're here, right? Just something that you want to ask.
Well, I was just listening for like the past couple of days. I took a few days off of like joining and talking because I just didn't really, I had some things to deal with. So
But you just chimed in saying that you're on the fence. So it sounded to me like you have a question that you want to ask.
Oh no, it's just lots of people like to, lecture me, not in a bad way, you know what I mean, but like tell me stuff. From my experience, at least.
Hey man, you're not slick, so just ask your question. Not being slick.
Beg to differ, but
just ask you a question. All right, cool.
Hey man, come on.
Why would you think I'm trying to be slick?
Yeah, maybe just.
What kind of accusation is that?
Why don't you just?
Is it a friendly accusation,
why
or
don't
is
you
it?
just ask your question?
Can I just say one thing, hon? This is the reason why I asked you. I'm not calling you out. Nothing needs to be said, but I asked you specifically, do you think that got biased? Like when you said something, do you think that we didn't hear that? So please be respectful. That's all I'm asking. No,
Wait,
it
what
needs
did
to be
I
called
say?
that or said that.
What?
Did we
What did I
suck?
say? I believe you're mistaking me with somebody else because I didn't say anything derogatory or disrespectful to anybody.
You didn't say that we sucked?
No, I didn't. What? When did I say
didn't
that?
hear him say that. That's just me, though. I don't know.
I believe you misheard something that I said. I never said anything like that.
Well, that's why I asked you, did you think you got past this? Because right at the end of your sentence, you were talking to us and talk what we were doing, and then boom, and somebody talked over you, but it was a very slight comment. I don't know if you may have
All right, well,
heard
we
it.
can rewind the live stream and find out who that is instead
Right.
of making.
And like I said, I wasn't trying to call you out.
Okay, well, you did. And instead of calling me out and being wrong, you can always rewind the live stream and make sure before you make a fool out of yourself in front of everybody here.
No, I asked you what you said because I thought it came from you and it was your voice, I thought, but specifically, and what I heard that it got past us, and you made it seem like you had said it and you just let it go.
All right. Well, your opinion is different to fact. Sorry to break it to you.
Is this what you're here for?
And that's fine, hon.
No, I was here. I was just trying to
have a question.
maybe have a
question?
conversation.
Okay.
What's keeping you on the
You
fence?
said
Do
you
you
were
have a
on the
question?
fence. Yeah. You said you're on the fence, so I'm assuming
looking
that
into
you're
this.
voicing that you're on the fence. So you do have a question or not?
Yeah, I was just wondering. So the globe Earth has a reasoning and understanding for earthquakes, and plates rubbing against each other and creating volcanoes and stuff. Is there a flat Earth explanation or reasoning for that happening? Because it's observable. We can watch volcanoes erupt and lava or magma, whatever it's called, come out of volcanoes. And I just wanted to know.
Oh my God.
What the reasoning would be for that happening.
Just the most obvious thing is, why could plates not work on a flat Earth too? Like, why couldn't we have plates of some kind rubbing? I don't know. Do they only work if they're curved plates around the ball?
Well, it's just the core of the Earth is molten in the globe model.
Is it now?
Core to the Earth. That's an assumption.
Yeah.
Well, the whole tectonic plate
Well, there has to be
concept isn't
something
really
down there
like a
that
proven
contains
thing, anyways.
energy. So it'd be stupid to assume that there's nothing, that it has immense power and is extremely hot down there when lava comes out of the ground in certain parts where two plates are connecting. And this happens all over the world, even on the edges of the flat Earth, presumably.
What edges?
Edges. Come on, dude.
There's where
Nobody here claims
the
of
ice wall
edges.
begins.
I think he was.
Well,
I
there's many
think actually he
people with
was
many different
talking.
model beliefs, so I'm generalizing here, but because all you guys have your own opinions too about how things go. So sorry for generalizing there. It's hard to appease everybody that's here with one sentence or with one, Sorry if I offended anybody.
I think it would be much easier for us to answer your question about tectonic plates if we had mainstream big money behind, the truth as opposed to lies. But there's big money behind the lies, and so it's all about who has the resources, who has the scientific equipment, who has the time, who has the money, and where does it go? And it's not towards the truth. So hopefully in the future we can answer your question, but only if things move in the right direction.
Yeah, I was just, have you read a book called The Bell Curve?
Which bell curve?
By Richard J. Herrnstein, 1994.
No. Is it like a genetic thing? 'Cause I know of a bell curve.
Yeah, it's basically a bell curve is a statistical diagram. Is what it is. It's like a bar chart, which shows like a hill. Basically, is what a bell curve, because it looks like a bell. It resembles a bell. That's why it's called the bell curve. In this book called The Bell Curve, is intelligence and class structure. Classes means your income and money associated with your intelligence. So one could say that due to you guys not having the resources and money to research it on your own, that you're not intelligent according to the Bell Curve book. I'm not saying that personally, but I'm just saying the book.
No, I understand what you're trying to say.
So maybe you guys might be confused about some things,
Well, I have this book on dog ignorance. I mean, according to that book, what could we say about a couple people? I mean, we can go by any kind of. I mean, I got a Dr. Seuss book here. I got a Narnia book. I've got a couple different books here. I got Geographic. I mean, which one do we choose?
I have a Bible.
Cool. Which one do we choose?
So,
which one?
Sorry, I thought we were naming fiction.
When you're speaking right now, like, what are you talking about?
Sorry, I thought we were naming fiction books. You said Dr. Seuss said the Bible. So,
yeah, you were. Yeah, you were naming books. What can we do with that book other than close it and write our own?
Well, the book I was talking about, The Bell Curve, directly compares statistics and classes and intelligence IQ tests with money made and
sounds like a jank broke book.
845 pages.
Realize most people in here have their own businesses, right?
I prefer Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, they have money for their own business, but they don't have money to do their own research. On a scale that somebody said here, I'm just going by what this guy said. He represents you, obviously arguing on your behalf.
They admit that we only been down 8 miles. How would they know there's a core to it?
I can't verify that, so I'm not very sure of that. I don't think you can verify that either.
I can, because the deepest hole is the
been there?
borehole in Russia.
You been there? You measured it yourself?
I don't need to measure it.
Then how do you know for sure that's deep? Do you trust everything Russians have done? Do you know the history of the Russian Federation and the USSR?
What are you going on about, man?
Well, I'm just saying I don't think you should just trust everything everyone tells you, because that's what you're doing. You're just entrusting this person
that's what
that
we're
revealed
going
this all
off
to you.
of. That's what I'm just going off of.
You're going off of something that's not verified by you yourself.
Neither are you.
Could you give me an example?
Most of our stuff was rented from Russia. So what's that? What's that mean? What's Russia got to do? How's Russia helping?
That's where the dig was for the hole.
And did America say no? They're liars.
Well, the American
when did
government.
that happen? When did anybody call him out and call him a liar?
Well, I mean,
no one's ever called him a liar.
Anyone ever called the moon landing out as a lie? But that damn sure for sure didn't happen, did it?
Yes, because space is not.
No one ever called it out, though. No country ever called it out.
That's a false
Everybody
equivalency.
calls it
man.
out. What are you
That's
talking
a false
about?
equivalency.
Conspiracy theory.
Everybody calls that jank ass landing that never happened out. What do you mean? If
No
your
country
initials
has
are
ever
on the
officially
moon,
announced
I would
that.
believe you went there.
That
Put
is
your
a
initials
false
there.
equivalency. You can't compare the borehole to landing on a moon.
There was never any
Right,
landing on the moon.
especially when you can write your initials in the dirt on the moon, and that hasn't happened yet. So if you'd be
If you
the
think we
first
landed on
one
the
to
moon,
do
you're
it,
dreaming.
I employ you to be the first one.
Hey, it would be very
Elon guy
easy.
can't even get a missile into space. And you think the moon landing happened?
It would be very difficult. It would be very difficult for one of us to go and drill a hole 8 miles deep to the resources to do it. But likely, if you have just a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s, I'm sure you could try and get either a laser or a camera, a telescope, or an infrared lens and try to measure the curvature or lack thereof at Lake Titicaca or some other still large body of water.
Why did they name it that?
Yeah, well, I actually just disagree with the 8 inches per mile squared rate of curvature of the Earth. I don't believe in that because it's an ellipsoid. It's not a perfect circle or a perfect sphere, so it only works for
Well, that's
extremely
that's
small
an
distances
average.
very vaguely.
That
Yeah, it's an
doesn't make
average.
any
So
sense.
can you actually calculate the
It's an
curvature over any body of water?
These
Because
are
the
petty
curvature
little
rate-
things he's doing.
How is that petty at all? It's the math. The math is wrong, and you cannot disagree with me. The Earth is not a complete sphere, and that's just obvious.
Well,
With the
well,
math,
they
the
said-
math doesn't
they-
add up.
they-
Why?
They
We know
said
if you calculate
the
for
Earth
the
was
rate,
shrunk down to the size of a cue
sphere at
ball,
all.
it'd be as smooth as a cue ball. So what are you trying to get at?
Hey man,
Yeah, but
everybody,
actually, the Earth is much bigger than a cue ball, and a cue ball can have many differences on it. You know, it could be
the
a bit
Earth-
ellipsoided, and
They
it,
don't say the Earth is that big. It's only like a few thousand miles. Maybe like
I can't
20,000
agree
miles.
with you on that. I'm not sure for sure how big it is.
well guys,
How
we can
many
give him an
inches
easy
per mile
question. Actually,
He's saying, hey, he's saying he's on the fence. He doesn't know the dimension, so I guess he's speculating, like today.
Yeah, of course.
How do you
Well,
mean
again, I'm just trying to make sense of things here, like you guys have. You know, I'm trying to come to my senses here. I'm not.
well, no matter what calculations
Arguing
you bring
blindly.
up, how are you going to explain gravity, which is nothing but shy of magic, as a concept?
Well, I mean, you guys can say the same thing for a glass dome being a container. There's no evidence of that, but you
Well,
guys
that's-
believe in it
that's-
existing.
nobody
Gravity
claimed
works
that fact.
perfectly as a
Supposed to be
container.
Iceman.
Yeah, you're straw manning everybody in here.
I can't do it, but somebody should take control here and do the 3 points with this guy.
And that's a good idea. But also, you said there's no evidence of it, but the fact that there is gas pressure, I would say, is evidence of gas pressure being contained somewhere.
Yeah, but it doesn't say with what method it's being contained.
Yes,
So,
it does. A physical
It doesn't.
container. It says a physical container in the definition.
And where has that experiment been conducted? Within the effects of gravity. So,
What gravity? Where did gravity come from? What do you mean? Why you bring gravity?
well, your
in?
test has been done on the surface of the Earth,
isn't
right?
even affected by gravity.
We're talking about gas. Gas isn't affected by gravity.
Gas is
Omnidirectional.
affected by
Space
gravity.
magic,
What are you
buddy.
talking about?
Yeah, gas is omnidirectional.
How does density occur then?
And why doesn't it affect it?
3 questions.
Weight.
3 questions.
Weight
Gravity
is a
science
result
fiction,
of
buddy.
what? Mass being attracted by the force.
What force? Gravity's not a force.
What force? Yeah, what
That's
force?
Star Wars, my man. I think you're a little wrong.
Listen,
force,
gravity
Luke.
is a curvature in space-time and can be measured with a force of
Okay,
9.8
that's a cool
inches
story,
me-
but can you
meters per
verify
minute.
that?
Yes.
Go to George
Please
Lucas,
do.
dude.
You can drop
Ah,
a
that's one.
feather and a hammer in a vacuum, and they will both fall at the same speed at 9.81 meters
Have you done that
per
yourself?
second.
You can do that on regular ground as well, like in the open air as well, and they both fall at the same rate.
No, a feather is affected by oxygen in the air and the things in the air that it has resistance. So a
Yeah,
feather
it's
and a
air
hammer would not fall at the same speed. You're wrong.
Oh, okay. No. Oh, no. I was talking about without the vacuum. Even in the vacuum, what you've done is effectively removed any air resistance for either object. Therefore, they both fall at the same rate, proving nothing.
Yeah, No, it proves that the fall rate is 9.81.
Yeah, but
who brought it up to where it would fall? Who put energy into it to make it
My
fall?
question is, why would it? It's potential energy.
Because you put it into it, right, and then dropped it. What were they doing when they were
I can say why.
in the vacuum without any energy being pulled up to them?
Density equilibrium.
The
Well, it can
bowling
be
ball
put
and
at
the
different heights, and it will still fall at the same speed at different heights. So that's just a stupid argument saying that the potential energy would make the acceleration. Well, it can be at any height and they'd fall at the same
What's
speed.
more dense?
Yeah, you both put them up there and you removed any medium of air or resistance for both objects to fall. That's why they fall at the same rate, because it's not being neither object is being resisted by anything. That's why they fall at the same rate.
You could say that, but that wouldn't make sense anywhere else.
What are you talking? It makes
You
sense
could just say
everywhere.
that.
The way it was the medium
I can
that
say
an
what I
object is
say.
in.
Where are we getting?
The
We're going in a
medium that an
circle.
object is in.
Let me ask you.
The medium that an object is in is determining how that object is.
Can you show me some math that you have deducted from this?
Can you show an
You don't need math.
gravity?
You don't need math?
It's relative density. What's the density of the feather? What's the density of the vacuum? What's the density of the bowling ball? The bowling ball and the feather are both much more dense than the vacuum around them, so they'll just simply fall to the bottom at the same rate. It's going to do magical gravity.
Okay, we're going in circles
And
here.
nothing
This
to do
doesn't
with the
prove
magical
anything.
force either.
Do you feel the weight of your leg, or do you feel a force pulling your leg down?
Yeah, just stay in the pocket of the argument.
Again, this just goes in circles. This can't be proven, honestly.
So-
if you just think
So
about
you
it.
think there's a force pushing on
Gravity
you,
can't
right?
be proven.
You think it's a force? So if you sit down on the table and someone pulls the table out from underneath you, what force did they add to you?
My potential motion, potential energy.
They added that. That's the force they added
When
to
I
you?
got up on the table, they were releasing the
That's the
potential
force
energy that I
they
have
added to you
from
when
being
they
put
pulled
on
the
top of
table
the
out.
table.
Listen to the question. The table was pulled out from underneath your ass. What force was added to you?
There was no force added, but it removed
Thank
the
you very
resistance that
much.
I was
Gravity
enacting a force
is
on the
gone.
table.
Okay, now let's not talk
Which was
about
my
imaginary
potential
things
energy.
anymore that don't exist.
Well, that's really, really bad logic, and I would not live my life by that.
Yeah, so quit going
Because
around saying
there's
the word
simple
gravity.
mathematical
Quit
explanations for
saying
what you're
gravity,
saying,
then.
but you won't listen
That's
and you want
sad
to talk
logic.
over me.
Don't live your life by saying the word gravity to yourself again. Do you have a
Curvature
puppy
in
named
space-time,
Gravity
you mean?
you're looking for? Gravity, where you at?
That's very.
Hey, I got a question for this guy.
That's the major flaw
Do
in
you
your
think there
logic,
might-
is gravity. That's
I
where
don't
you
know
start to fail. All right, you can ask your question now.
Is it me, or does this guy not seem like he's on the fence? He seems like he's a full-on glober.
Well, I've been here for weeks, and I've been looking into it for weeks listening. And I'm just
Yeah, but here, I want to ask you a quick question. So, there's these laser targeting systems that they use on United States Navy vessels.
I'm not aware of what
they
those
can-
are, so I can't engage in a conversation about them. I don't know what you're
Well,
talking
it's a
about. I
pretty
have to look
simple-
into it.
Yeah, and you should. You definitely should. For the concept. So you have a ship, and it has a laser on it that uses the laser as part of a targeting system, and it can lock onto targets that are more than 280 miles away. And keep in mind, this is on a ship that's less than 100 feet above the water. So do you see how it's a little strange how it might be able to shine a laser on an object that's 280 plus miles away, and it's only less than 100 feet above water? And it's the object. See where I'm going here?
All right. I'm not sure if I'm the only one hearing this, but you're kind of lagging very badly. So I might have
you're
not
lagging quite a
interpreted
bit.
what you were saying to 100%. So what I basically understand is that you're saying that the ship that's about 100 feet above the water shines a laser that can reach a certain distance that should be unreachable by a ship on a curved Earth, right? With curvature. Is that
By
what you
your
said?
math.
Just to
By the
verify.
Yes,
math
that is what I'm
you have.
saying.
Yeah.
Could you present the math and numbers that you're referencing?
Yeah, easy.
Nothing working.
So,
calculator.
Go check out this little thing I use.
Yeah,
Go
I'm just
to
waiting.
band.video and
Could you
type
send
in
that to me?
Antarctica. I'm sorry, I'm not really tech savvy. I've
You lagging
Sorry,
out
man.
there real
Your
bad, buddy.
yeah, your connection's very poor.
You're roboting a little bit, all
It
right?
might be different. You're to the point where I can't
Are
understand
you
you
basically
anymore.
just asking him to give you the Earth curve calculator?
No, I'm asking. He says there's a ship that's visible 100 feet above the water, where the laser is visible. I mean.
Right, and you're asking him. And you're asking him what?
Yeah, I want to see the referencing and proof.
Oh,
that
you
this
want to see
is
the
an
actual
thing.
ship? Okay.
Because whenever you make whenever you say something like that, that's obviously a real thing that had happened, or
Might
is
as well show them the Black Swan, right?
Yeah, the Black Swan just has. They didn't measure the distance from the oil rigs and the shore, and they used the wrong curvature rate. So those
It's
two
not
things
about the
can
oil
obviously.
rigs, man.
Yeah, it's the horizon. The oil rigs aren't as far as they seem. The horizon's where it should
Are
be.
you actually retarded?
Yeah.
What's your
What
problem?
horizon?
Why are you using a slur?
Can you put a blue
Only
Well,
flag
there's just
on
people who
horizon?
have. There's
I'm
people with mental
asking if you're
disabilities in the
actually
server.
mentally held back.
This guy's
Because-
trolling you guys.
No, I'm not.
Right,
I think he's a time wasting troll. Or it's just
He's
not
trolling.
trolling.
Let's
The people who
entertain him.
built the
Time
oil
wasting
rigs say it's
troll.
10 miles away.
I'm here listening and
That's it.
asking for
10 miles
proof.
offshore.
I'm not time wasting. I'm a nitro booster of the server.
Nobody
Why would I
cares.
come in here and waste time?
Well, you really then go measure it yourself if you're if you're the only one apparently who seems to have a problem with it, because without that, that's the only port in your storm to deny any actual reality of what that situation entails with the Black Swan.
Wait, I just said two things.
All right, so if I take a tape measure and I measure 10 miles from the shore to that oil rig, and it's true, are you now a flat earther? Are you off the fence?
Well, that wouldn't work if you measured the horizon.
No.
You can't measure the horizon with a tape measure.
No. You're measuring from the shore to the oil rig. The oil rig there is there for a demarcation line, as to say that's 10 miles away. If the horizon is farther than that, it's not a sphere the way they claim.
Yeah. What math did they use to measure the distance? They didn't use a laser. They didn't use anything that's actually 100%. They used Google Maps.
Metrics.
Satellite imaging.
So what I just asked is if someone took a boat and measured the distance from the shore to that oil rig, and it is the way it lines up that everyone agrees with except you, are you now off the fence? Is that what it would take?
Yeah, I'd love to see that. A tape measure where they go out in a boat, like a piece of string, maybe that's a certain distance, and marking the string and then going back to shore. That'd be a great experiment.
You could just
to
plot
prove the weight.
two
or the
points
distance.
between it on a map, man.
Yeah, well, you're literally maps are not reliable on 100% true distances. You can go on Google Maps, and there's obviously the distances aren't 100% truly represented in the warped images.
That's cool. I hear you. So are you claiming that the people who built the oil rigs are wrong according to their mileage or how far away they are from the shore? Are you saying that the people who built
From
it are
the
wrong?
point of reference, from where he is, yes.
From the beach?
Yeah, the guy who claims to be where he was when he filmed the video, I believe he was either mistaken or got the incorrect distance from where he was from his point of reference where he was looking.
I mean, by
believe
how
that he got the
by
wrong
how
distance.
far? If you would just guess, like, do you
guessing
think those are
distances is
closer
just
than 10
stupid.
miles?
I'm not going to guess the distance. I don't know
but
how far
you
10
can
miles
tell a
looks.
different. Dude, you don't know how far 10 miles looks?
No,
Where do you live?
I can't see something that looks 10 miles away. I live in Germany.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
It's not because I use the metric system. It's because 10 miles is an inconceivable distance. I can't say something is 11 miles, 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles away. With a
But
reason.
what if
I'd be
what if
absolutely
those
pulling a number
guys
out of
that
my ass.
made the oil rig says that the beach is 10 miles from it?
Yeah, but the point of reference, I'm going to repeat myself for the fourth time here. The point where he is sitting and putting the camera cannot be verified because the sand,
There are multiple places to put the camera. There are multiple places, all of which are beyond 9 miles.
Give or take,
Yeah, or
like It's probably within a few hundred meters, man. Crazy of a distance. It's still like over like what a curved Earth should be.
Would you say over under a mile?
With the flawed curvature rate?
One?
You haven't taken into account to his position on the ellipsoid Earth.
Iceman, how far was the global horizon supposed to be?
It could be a mile off, and it's still a problem, right? I'm sorry. It could. Would you say that it's within 1 mile of error?
I can't guess. If I pull a number out of my ass, it's not going to verify anything.
How long have you? So you seem really confident in that it's wrong, but you haven't really put a lot of thought into actually proving it being wrong.
Well, that's the reason it's wrong, because the numbers are just pulled out.
I was trying to ask him if he saw the calculation for the horizon. Did you see that on the video?
The calculation for the horizon? I don't know what you're referring to.
Isn't it in the Black Swan video? Or on
it might be, but I can't recall what you're referring to right now. Could you maybe remind me?
Well, it's like, what is it, 1.2 times the square root of the observer height or something?
What is that?
Well, he took it from 1 foot, right? So the square root of 1 is 1, so it's supposed to be at like 1.2 miles? Is that right?
Are you talking about the horizon?
Yes.
I don't know where you took it from exactly. I don't remember. Probably 1 foot. I don't know. I haven't done the math.
It's not about taking.
Again, you can plug numbers into whatever. I don't agree with a lot of the numbers.
Thank you. See what Joshua.
I don't agree with the curvature rate.
Do you see what Joshua posted? It's got the equation in words.
Why don't you agree with the curvature rate?
Yeah, you don't agree with the curvature rate that is declared by the world?
I don't, because the Earth is an ellipsoid. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, but it's
so I disagree.
But the physicians always calculate everything, I thought.
Yeah, but if you actually Googled it and actually did some more research, it deeper into that, it only works on small distances very, very inaccurately over long distances. So, like, if you were to measure the curvature rate over 100 meters, you'd have a small difference.
It would be.
It's an ellipsoid. He made
Do you think that they take an approximate number for the space agencies to operate properly, or are they wrong and crash all the time?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Is the accuracy of the world good enough for the space agencies to operate from, or are they wrong, and they don't quite know how accurate the world is? And all the satellites, those are all just kind of ballparked there because your numbers you don't agree with their numbers because it's
this
an
Elon
ellipsoid,
guy,
not a sphere.
You know Elon? He just crashed his rocket the other day. So how he crashes them all the time. So to be honest,
the reason because of that is because they don't have a good enough number about the ellipsoid curvature.
Can you disprove that?
Oh boy!
I mean,
you're trying to disprove me, and you have no evidence to support your claim.
Do you think they take elevation from the center of the Earth?
Sorry, what'd you say? One at a time, please.
Do you think they take elevation from the center of the Earth?
You mean height relative to the ground, the surface?
When they're referring to sea level being 0, do they determine that from the distance from the center of the Earth?
No, it's from the water level. It's from where the water is.
Okay, the point I was trying to make is that on a flattened ellipsoid, there is no central point that's equidistant to all exterior points of that shape. So it's often claimed that elevation is taken from the central point, but you're one of the very few that's in here claiming that it's an ellipsoid, which is normally just a datum or a dotted line that's projected. It's never been physically measured or proven.
Neither has the curvature. So that's the support, and that the curvature number is wrong.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking logically here.
In the NASA photos from the moon, can you show us where the ellipsoid is not a perfect?
They're all fake photos from the moon. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
I don't even know where this. NASA's never been out of the atmosphere.
They faked that.
They don't have the math.
Musk is telling the truth.
Elon Musk crashed. They have never been out of the atmosphere. Can you prove that any spaceship has ever been out of the atmosphere before, please?
We can see too far if it were 8 inches per mile or 6 inches per mile or 5 inches per mile. So you got to use your own discernment, Iceman, to try to figure out what we're telling you.
Yeah, and stop using Google as a verb. Start using DuckDuckGo or StartPage.com as a proxy.
I think this guy needs to start his little own thing, his little own explanation.
In regards to the curvature rate?
Yeah, because you don't really seem to agree with anything.
Well, I'm just a 17-year-old. I don't really know the numbers or have that level of intelligence to create something like that.
Oh, well, yeah.
But I could see a inconsistency with the number and recognize it. I can't say how to fix it. Again, like I said, you can also factor in your position on the ellipsoid Earth to see the curvature rate over your distance that you're going and actually have a correct calculation. Again, I wouldn't know how to do that mathematically, but
is your stance right now? Are you certain that you're living on a spinning globe, or is that what?
I'm not certain about anything, but what I observe is what I observe.
He's on the fence.
All right, yeah, right.
And I haven't observed an 100% flat Earth yet.
Okay, that's fair so far.
Well, I've observed it. It looks flat, but it doesn't mean it is.
But where did you ever observe it curved?
Well, when you just look at the horizon, it's not going to be curved because your perspective,
whether it's flat
on a sphere or on a flat plane, is going to appear the same. Exactly. So how am I going to verify either one just from how it looks? Right?
Well, why would you believe people who you know to be lying to you about whether or not what happens beyond what you just can't see beyond the horizon? They claim it has curvature, and they have a whole bunch of math to prove it. Everyone else says it's just flat and you can't see.
Sorry, 1 second. My headphone came out. 1 second. Hello? Sorry, my bad. Pulled out my headphone
No, it's
cord.
fine. It's just why would you believe one person that says that beyond the horizon it's too far for us to see, so we don't know what's past there, but it's definitely, but then the other person says, look, no, it's definitely this curvature that I've got all this math for, no proof of, but we've got all these people who went to space, which is a lie, then they're using all these numbers that these people are lying about to do all this lying about numbers you don't agree with. Why would you believe that they are possibly telling the truth?
I believe that they're wrong. No, I don't think they're true at all. I think that it's curving at a different rate.
Why? Why would you even think that it's curving?
Where's the curvature, though?
Because it makes sense, because we can observe other planetary bodies.
You can observe lights in the sky. The same people,
lights in the sky.
People who lied to you about the Earth and the Moon and all of that, they're lying to you about what they claim they see in the sky. We're still looking at lights in the sky.
I see it just because with a telescope.
Just because you see circles in the sky doesn't mean you're on a circle or a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't. You can't.
You're pointing at the sky and you're telling us what the shape of the ground is.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't point at the sky and say what the shape.
But it makes a lot more sense than there being a dome, in this big.
Nobody here says there's a dome.
Well, a firmament, whatever.
Or firmament. It's just a physical barrier keeping the gas pressure in.
Job, I'm gonna say this one more time. I cannot appease every single person in this Discord because some people just don't have opinions on things that obviously have to have an opinion. You have to have an opinion on what's the container.
Well, you're treating this place like we have like a model that we all agree on.
Yeah, no, I just said you guys didn't, so it's hard to appease all of you. So please understand if I don't speak for all of you equally.
Okay.
You don't speak for anybody here.
You don't make sense because you're contradicting yourself. In one moment, you'll go and you'll say that it could, because we don't know what's beyond the horizon, it could be flat, which was observable and has always been.
I never said that.
Perceived. You did. You said it could be flat or curved beyond the horizon. We don't know which one, right?
I said it would look exactly the same. No matter what.
But you're now we're going to assume that it's now curving, and now you're saying though that now we look up at the sky, and because we observe lights in the sky, we're going to believe one people over the other without seeing what it could be both way. It could be flat or curved up in the sky. What are you talking about? You're contradicting. You're believing one side one way and then another side another way when both things could be possible both ways.
Well, what I am believing is that they aren't just random lights in the sky, and we can actually predict their movement with math.
Nobody knows what they are.
Yeah, nobody knows for sure what they are, but we can predict them with math and
it's
numbers.
Not with math. We observe this night sky doing the exact same thing over in a cycle every year of our life.
That's what it does. There's not that just because something happened 100 times, and on the 101st time you say, "I think it's going to do this," that doesn't mean you prove. Come on.
Well, we can track large-scale asteroids that pass the Earth all the time. So you
cannot point at the sky and tell me what the shape of the ground is.
That's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you are. You just said.
I said that it makes a lot more sense than there just being random lights that have no explanation and can't be like they're just randomly there and there's no explanation.
So making up a weak explanation is more feasible than we don't know what they are.
Yeah, I think that having an explanation for something is necessary, and that there's an explanation for everything that occurs.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we just have to make up something because we don't know of it yet.
Well, it's not made up. That's the thing.
Yeah, it is. It is made up.
Well, that's where it's hypothesizing.
Hey, let me ask you a question. If you were to point a telescope at the sky and you saw a flying spaghetti monster pass by, would you then come to the conclusion that the oceans are made up of tomato sauce?
I think my whole new worldview would be changed, and it's possible. But again, I would think I saw a hallucination.
Yeah, and even if you did see that,
on my site that I saw randomly one time, I would just go think the oceans are tomato sauce. I think that's quite preposterous to do that. Wouldn't you agree?
The point I'm trying to make is, even if there was a flying spaghetti monster up there, and even if you did see it, it would not mean that the oceans are tomato sauce. Just because you see circles in the sky doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat.
Okay. But it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? That they actually are other planetary bodies. You know?
I was told the same thing too.
The explanation makes sense.
We don't think they're random lights.
What do you mean other? The explanation of Santa makes sense. Doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah, that's a good point. What do you mean other planetary objects?
One man doing that does not sound. Again, Santa arguing that Santa is a plausible thing is just wrong.
Bro, you are completely forgetting about elf magic mixed with reindeer magic. Of course, one man could do it all in one night. Are you kidding? It's so obvious. You don't know any? Do you even know anything about elf magic?
Yeah, and we gotta come back to the thing that you believe that there's gravity, which is a magic in itself, a magical force. So why do you think it could be possible that there's elf magic, huh?
I couldn't really hear exactly what you said, Relic Brown. Your mic has downgraded from the last time you spoke. I don't know what happened. Maybe you went on speaker mode on your phone, but I couldn't understand you very good there.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now better?
No. But I can understand you. I will ask you to repeat things. Should I not hear you, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I was just saying that, why don't you think that there's elf magic, or that elf magic could be possible when you believe in the magical force, which is gravity?
I cannot observe elf magic, and...
Can you observe gravity?
I've never observed an elf. Yes. Things falling towards the ground is an effect.
But you never had presents under the tree? No, there were no presents under the tree? That is evidence of elf magic, yo. You never got a Christmas present.
I've seen him on TV.
One at a time, please, too, yeah? Because I can't hear all you guys at once. Sorry if I... again, could you guys repeat yourself? One at a time, though, please. Whoever just spoke or asked a question, please feel free to say it again.
Did you ever get a Christmas present? That's evidence of elf magic.
Well, I've gotten Christmas presents from my close family members.
Oh, at some point you believed it was from elves, right? And Santa, yeah?
I believe elves created it and Santa delivered it to my house. That's what I believed as a child.
Evidence of elf magic, yeah?
Well, that's not exactly evidence of elf magic. You could create it in a factory, or create this toy, or even buy it from a company, because companies
Wait, so you're
have
saying there's
sales
other
records
explanations? There's other explanations for the
toys.
lie. The lie that takes place.
I was replying to what you said.
No, I know, but you said there's other explanations for a lie, so
I'll just
that a
reply
lie doesn't
first
have to
before I
stay
continue.
true.
I'll reply to your thing before because I wasn't done yet. So basically, what you're saying is that there's no possibility that every single company, or this would be elf magic, every single company that manufactures children's toys or clothing products would fake sales during Christmas time directly proportionate to the amount of toys provided to kids on Christmas, and that would be elf magic.
No,
or that would be an
mind,
actual parent buying the toy. It just
in
makes
your
sense.
mind, it was elf magic. That's the point.
When I was
It
easily
only
fooled as a
exists
child,
in your mind.
and I believed everything told to me.
That's when they told you about gravity. That's when they told you about the world and
No.
space and the way it works. Yeah,
No.
they did.
Not in my case.
Oh, there was no globe in your school when you went to school? There was no globe in any classroom?
That was geographically. That was for geography. Well, again, I mean, the globe Earth model was being pushed, I guess, with having a rotating globe. I don't know what else to call it. A map of the Earth.
Have you ever seen a movie from the studio Universal Pictures?
Interstellar or Universal Pictures? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the intro.
So you're
depicts
saying that you
the
didn't
universe.
grow up in a world that was punting the globe to people?
Well, I didn't have TV until I was 16.
You don't even need TV. At this point, it's everywhere. It's in corporate logos. It's on signed billboards. It's on the sides of cars.
The people
it's
you talk to, the people you talk to, the people you talk to.
One at a time, please.
All the people
Yeah, I
you
don't have
talk
a
to believe
TV.
it's a globe.
Sorry,
It's
what
like
did you say?
don't have to. It's like you don't have to watch the news to know what's going on because people are blathering about it all the time. So all the stuff that was mentioned on top of that, you may not have seen any of that. You're still around people that believe
Okay.
that's what they talk about.
Those
So you
people,
just
someone
believe the
must have
news?
told you.
So
Someone
when the
must have
news is
told
on-
you about the moon landing, or before you denied the moon landing. Someone must have told you about it.
I actually read about it. I don't remember exactly where, but I read it somewhere, I believe, and then I looked into it a little bit more. I went to the public library and I looked on the internet and I researched it.
Even,
and I looked at
even
the images,
cartoons as kids,
and they always
right?
said,
Do you watch Looney Tunes with Bugs Bunny, Marvin the Martian? You didn't watch cartoon like it's so. Even the Flintstones. I know German. I don't know if you grew up in Germany, but there's Globe TV and
I grew up in
advertising
Alaska.
there too. Okay, well it's the globe is everywhere.
yeah, it's almost like everyone thinks we live on one,
Hey,
Yeah.
right? So maybe it appears in many things. That doesn't mean that they're directly influencing our mind by pushing this image. It has nothing to do. You can't prove that it's actual.
No, it's influencing your mind.
Influence.
It's influencing your mind. Your mind is being influenced by the people around you.
Yeah, but that's not proof that I'm being directly tricked at all. That's just people
Hey,
believe
you
that
said
we
you
live on a
grew up in
globe.
Alaska, right? You said you grew up in
I
Alaska?
said that.
It doesn't have to. Hold on, real quick. It doesn't have to be directly. It could be indirectly. Most of the people who believe in the globe don't even realize that they're believing in something that's not true. They're just going along with it because they went along, because their people went along with it. It doesn't have to be direct manipulation. Indirect as well. Sorry, go ahead. Alaska.
Oh, yeah, you said you grew up in Alaska, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever witnessed yourself 24 hours of sunlight without the sun setting?
I was a child when I lived in Alaska, but I have witnessed the Northern Lights before. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I've seen 24
The
hours.
Northern Lights are a different thing. You're talking
pretty
about a Aurora Borealis. I'm talking about, the 2 days out of the year
Yeah, I'm
around the
pretty sure,
solstice where the sun doesn't set.
I did fall asleep. So myself personally, I didn't stay up during these 24-hour days, so I couldn't verify that myself. But I'll take other people's word for it with video evidence.
Well, okay, yeah. But you're aware of the concept and you're aware of people filming it, right?
I'm aware of people. Well, yeah, I've seen people time lapse the 24-hour day and I've seen videos of that happening.
Okay, I have a question for you. Do you think you can find anywhere on the internet the same sort of thing happening in the southern hemisphere?
I only believe they only happen in the northern hemisphere.
Well, wait, but what you see what's wrong with that, right? Like if it's a
No, maybe
sphere.
they do actually. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it happens. I think there is actually southern lights around Antarctica. If I correct myself, actually.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
24-hour sunlight, you mean, in Antarctica. But that's my point, though. That's one of the things that took me when I was just a little bit on the fence, and then I was like, let's just look at this. And someone pointed out to me that they can't really find any 24-hour time lapses of sunlight in the southern hemisphere. And I took a good amount of time to try and go onto many different search engines, many different websites, and try many different search keys to look for such a thing. And I came up completely and totally empty-handed. And then I realized, well, that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, but it does prove that the Earth is not a sphere.
You 24-hour sunlight in Alaska?
No. The lack of 24-hour sunlight during the solstice of the southern hemisphere in Antarctica or any of the islands around Antarctica. There's no 24 hours of sunlight. The sun always sets in the southern hemisphere.
I can't, talk about that because I wasn't even aware. I'm not even 100% aware of there being southern lights, even, or 24-hour days.
You keep saying southern lights, but when you say southern lights, some people might think you're talking about like an aurora borealis like thing. But that just make yourself clear. That's not what you're talking about. I'm talking about the sun, not aurora borealis.
You're talking about the 24-hour daytime in the
yes.
Yeah, the South Pole. Again, I haven't seen it myself. I haven't seen a time lapse of it myself. Personally, I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, and I spent a long, hard time trying to find it, and I couldn't find it for the southern hemisphere. I can find plenty of time lapses of the northern hemisphere. People in Alaska and various other places very far north, they'll film the sun not setting for 2 days at a time, and then after the solstice has gone by, then it starts setting again. But I cannot find anybody doing the same thing in the southern hemisphere, which is an indicator that we're not standing on a sphere. It doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. It does mean that we're not standing on a sphere.
Correct.
All right, well, maybe I can find a video for you sometime later. But again, pointing a camera up in the air and filming the sky, you can't verify that's where the video was taken 100%. So that's how I would doubt my evidence, if there was supposed evidence, that you could just repudiate or refute that with, how
if you have 24, if you have 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I'd love to see it because I've been looking for 2 years now and I haven't found one. So if you have one, please.
No, I've never looked into it. I just said that.
They are fake.
Well, you said maybe you could find one. We've been looking for years and we haven't found one yet. So
there are fake videos that are stitched together, and there's obvious video editing, and they sort of make one day run into the next day, but it appears like it was the original day. So there are
real. I should have said real video.
But we just make that point that it needs to be a genuine video that hasn't been debunked.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what I thought you meant.
I just said you could debunk any video, but I guess you didn't hear that part of my statement. I said you could provide no evidence that that's the actual 100% location you were filming. That the person who was filming the 24-hour sunlight, they cannot prove 100% that's where they're filming at.
If it's about what you firsthand experience, and you're not trusting any of this other stuff, do you feel like you're moving? Do you observe it flat? Go out to the water if you want to check this, since you can't see large areas, I guess.
Sorry, what are you talking about? Do I feel the spin of the Earth, the rotation?
Yeah, it seems like you want firsthand observation. It's you're not liking a lot of the things that are being presented, and you're going back to I can't verify, blah blah blah. What I'm saying is, do you feel like you're moving? And are you able to get to an area you're able to see long distances flat, preferably water?
Well, again, I'm not going to repeat myself. I disagree with the curvature rate.
I heard that you don't agree with the curvature rate, so you don't.
So it's a bigger
Understand
ball.
why?
The curve that NASA says and uses all
It's not
the
a bigger
space
ball.
stuff that's
It has
indoctrinated
different
into it.
varying curvature rates. It's not a pure
So
sphere.
it's an oblate spheroid, right?
So again, how do
It's
you
an
know it's an oblate
ellipsoid or
spheroid? If you don't, how do you know it's an ellipsoid then?
Because you can change the curvature rate numbers to make the curvature true on certain areas.
Dude, you can take a flat table and make it curved. You can take a flat table and come up with math and make it curved.
The hell did he say? You can change the curvature numbers?
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, because the curvature rate is different on different parts of an ellipsoid Earth. There's different curvature rates at different angles.
Yeah, where did you ever measure those?
Where did you ever measure the Earth being flat?
Everywhere.
With the correct curvature rate that NASA doesn't use to fake their moon landings and Elon Musk doesn't crash his spaceships with. These are objectively wrong and it's proven every day.
Nobody has measured any Earth curvature ever.
Yeah. So I'm saying, how are we supposed to say that there is any just because we can't measure it? It's an ellipsoid sphere. And this is my original thought.
Even if it was a lumpy ball, you could still see curvature. I don't know what you're getting at.
It would be different.
Yeah, it'd be different, but it'd still be there.
How do you know?
Dude, do you realize the oblateness is like 70 kilometers out of the 40,000 kilometers?
I don't know what you mean by oblateness.
Well, you were talking about it being an oblate ellipsoid, right?
What does that
That's what an ellipsoid means. It's not a perfect
Funny
sphere.
ball. A funny ball.
I literally heard you say the word oblate, and you don't even know what it means.
I didn't say oblate ever. You can rewind the live stream.
No, that was
you
somebody
said
else.
ellipsoid.
Yeah, you said ellipsoid.
I said ellipsoid or.
Oh, what is an
spheroid.
ellipsoid?
It's a funny ball.
Ellipsoid is wider at the equator, right? But you know how much it's wider? It's wider by 70 kilometers out of 40,000. So what are you talking about?
Is that not a different?
You're talking about like
rate?
a 1/500.
Would you like to distree with me on this? That it's a different curvature rate than 8 inches per mile squared. Then,
Why?
if it's wider on the edges.
Do you have any evidence? Evidence of your different curvature rate? If you don't, then we can just dismiss you because I could say I believe it's a big unicorn. Do you have any proof of that? No. Then fuck off. Do you have any curvature for your ellipsoid or your sphere or whatever you want to call it?
Again, yeah. Well, everything we're arguing about can just be. There's no absolute proofs. That's just. I believe there's a hamster role in here for people who just say, "Oh, well, I could just say this."
For what you're saying.
That's a role in this server. It's called being a hamster.
Yes, you
and
would be
arguing
getting a
over
hamster role because
things
all
that
you're
don't change.
you're claiming something that you have no evidence for.
Yeah,
Where is the evidence of the container that contains all the gas?
The fact that
Pressure.
there is gas and pressure.
You're breathing.
That's not proof at all.
It's in the definition, buddy.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Well, the thing is that's what we were asking him for.
Just because, yeah, exactly. I thought we were asking you for evidence. I thought we were asking you for evidence of what you're claiming that's keeping you on the fence. Because apparently, other than I have nothing other than a belief that it's a sphere, an ellipsoid. You have no proof of any curvature of any ellipsoid. So what exactly are you talking about?
Well, I'm on the fence for a reason, aren't I? I'm not on here for no
I'm
reason.
kind of on the fence here.
Show us.
I'm kind of on the fence, right? But I kind of lean towards flat Earth because I realise that the globe is lying about what's supposed to be accepted as fact.
Yeah,
So
and I'm already at that point, but I'm not over
asking you
the
a question.
edge completely.
I haven't finished talking. I was about to ask you a question. What keeps you on the fence and what took you off the globe onto the fence?
I refuse to answer your question.
So you don't want to tell me why you're on the fence?
I don't want to tell you specifically. Yeah.
Why you're feeling now? You're upset. Are you upset?
Well, I just don't think that you could. Just because I answered your question.
I'm also on the fence, right, myself. So I'm wondering what got you to the same.
We have different views. I can tell. We don't share the same views.
Right.
Just because we're on the fence does not mean we have the same views.
Don't get
Okay.
upset. I'm asking you direct questions, and you just.
Can I mute somebody in the server?
Mode because you know I don't. Your bullshit won't work with me.
Okay, I'm gonna mute
won't work
him.
with me. It might work with everyone else. Good.
Sick
Nah,
guy.
man. Wait a second. You have no. He's asking you for evidence of something, and also
Yeah,
if you
I
have
can
nothing here,
talk to
if
you
you have
guys.
now, hold on. If you have nothing to contribute, what exactly are you doing talking here?
Well, I can contribute, just not to that guy, because I want to be treated respectfully.
Oh, yeah,
He asked you for proof.
Yeah, but then he said, "Tell me to stop talking," when I already understood his question.
Because you interrupted me.
You know, I was going to answer it, and he didn't want to hear my answer
Listen, bro,
at that
you
moment,
spoke
so he's not
over
going to
me.
get one.
He spoke.
I don't
you
repeat
spoke
myself.
Over me, so I told you not to interrupt me. So don't interrupt people. If you don't want to be, don't be rude.
I'm
Don't
not a
interrupt
parrot.
people in the first place. Don't interrupt people in the first place. You
I
won't
look
be
into
told to
things
shut up, will you?
myself. I don't repeat things.
Someone ask him,
that
bro.
are told
Someone
to
else
me.
ask him. Someone else ask him. What
Yeah.
got him onto the fence?
What's on? Why are you on the fence?
Why I'm on the fence?
Yeah.
Because the curvature rate does not work, and you guys have measured it yourself. That's the proof for me.
There we go.
Their curvature rate is not true,
You
right?
don't have any. You don't have any other curvature to claim an ellipsoid.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a number, but do I need one? It could be flat. It
You
could be an
need
ellipsoid.
something to base your whole worldview on. You need something other than it always measures and is operated on as flat. And we know that they're lying about this other curvature rate. But I believe in something in the middle because reasons.
Because it makes more sense to me. I mean, why would you believe that it's flat just because it makes more sense to
Because there's
you?
no curving anywhere.
We thought it made sense when we were 3 that there was a globe, but we found out that we were wrong.
Can you show me any curvature?
I mean, yeah.
Where?
Either day, some mod should step in right now and tell
I
this
mean,
guy
do you want me
that
to Google
he cannot
something?
just
Because
mute
I really
people.
don't just want to do
He
that
cannot
shit.
pick and choose who. Hold
I
on.
mean, like, what?
I'd rather
Someone
talk
should
than
mute
have
him.
to cite things.
Yeah, you should be quiet and quit talking over people. There's somebody trying to talk, guy.
I muted the
he's got me
reasons,
turned
guy,
down.
so
Yeah,
please
well,
forgive me
yeah,
for talking
you
over.
can't do that.
Well, stop
You
talking.
can't do that. You can't do that in here. You have to have the person turned up. Otherwise, you will clash and, it's not the only room for him to discuss. So if
Yeah, the Iceman, you can.
force this role to him.
You can't mute people here, right? It will be a hectic. Everybody going to talk over each other.
All right. Well, if anyone
Don't mute
wishes to continue the conversation with me, I'm going to be in live stream too. You can follow me down there.
Okay.
All right, leave him in there then. He'll have to just fucking get everyone to come back up here. We just need a mod to just enforce him and just get him in his fucking emotions in check, because he interrupted me at first and I told him not to interrupt me. He gets in his feelings. Oh, you can't talk to me like that. Well, you shouldn't talk over people, should you?
Yeah, no, that disrupts the whole thing when he does that.
Yeah, but I only asked him what got you on. He says I'm on the fence. I said what took you to what took you off the globe onto the fence? Because I'm also on the fence. And then when that's the question I was going to ask him. Before I got to ask him the question, he starts talking. I said, "Listen, mate, so don't talk over me." Do you know what I mean? And he goes, "Oh, you don't respect me." Like, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Like, go get emotional because I told you to shut up because you're being rude, bro. Like, fucking hell, sort your fucking head out.
Right.
Yeah, he just doesn't. When I'm direct, I'm very direct. So I've asked him a direct question, and he can tell that his bullshit won't work with me. Sitting there going, no, there's no about it. Let's find out whether you really are who you say you are and you believe what you believe. But obviously, he could tell that I was the sort of person and ask him tough questions to immediately just found an excuse to avoid me, and that's why he's avoiding me now. You know?
Yeah, that's what they do. They get afraid, they obfuscate, they make excuses. They don't like directness. They don't like presentations. They don't like show and tell.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he isn't genuine anyway. That's my assumption.
No, not at all.
Did you watch the Widget debate versus that Get guy?
No, not yet.
It's just a whitewash. Just Widget running circles around the Glover. And the guy, Wickett was on about, well, we want physical curvature, where can we get it? And then the guy started talking about court analogies and murder charges, which has nothing to do with the question. But obviously he was like trying to do an analogy to answer the question. But we're not asking for analogies to answer questions. We're asking for direct measurements and where can we find this curvature. That's exactly to do with the measurements. Like no one asked you for, give us your idea or your thoughts on it. We said, where the fuck is it? And it's just happening. I think people need to be more aware of what, like we should say, no one answers questions with specificity. We need direct answers to the direct questions that we postulate. Otherwise, they just get to just fucking say anything. How does gas? He was asked, how does gas go down? Helium go down inside of a vacuum? And he started dropping his water bottle. I mean, he's trying to say, gravity has dropped a water bottle. No, the question was, how do you have gas in a vacuum expanding in all directions? Where's gravity there? That was nothing to do with dropping a water bottle. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Oh, definitely. And then his idea was a ball in the first place. Where's his idea next to the vacuum? Like, what's he even talking about? He needs to point his own out, and then we can talk about whatever else,
Yeah.
Then if you pop that balloon, it would fill up from the bottom of the vacuum container to the top.
Like a gradient. Like a gradient. Hello.
Yeah.
I've not yet seen that. Apparently, you can have like pressure sensors at the top and bottom of the chamber, but I have not seen it yet to see that.
I don't think you can observe it. You can only describe it.
well, they said they can put pressure sensors in the chamber, at the top of it and at the bottom. Pop that balloon, and then you can see how much pressure sensors at the top of the vacuum at the bottom. But I'm pretty sure that most of the vacuum, helium rises. It's in a vacuum. It will just disperse in all directions. I don't really think it would have a bias, to be honest.
No,
I mean, I need to.
It would not. That's the dumbest shit Rumpus has ever said. That's the most ridiculous assertion ever.
Oh, what did Rumpus say?
That if you popped a balloon in a vacuum, the vacuum would fill it from the bottom up.
Oh God. Well, obviously he's going to say that because he wants to reify gravity, don't he?
Yeah.
But where's his demonstration, and how do they detect that, and what other air is inside this vacuum? Maybe there is air in there, or maybe there is different. I don't know. We need to see this experiment done, but we can't see it. Every time we want this definitive answers or this definitive proof, it's not there. It's all fucking analogies and different fucking ideas and excuses of why they can't do this. It's a load of bollocks. They just need to start conceding what they can and can't do and show honesty. They can't show gas pressure at a container. They can't show the curvature adding up to the size they've given us. And they just need to concede it and stop fucking chatting shit. They're fucking... Horizon's moving everywhere. Fucking... It's just a load of bollocks, man. They need to fucking wake up.
Hey, I'd just like to let everybody know that I've unmuted reasons.
Well done, mate. I mean, at the end of the day, right, listen, I'll give you an apology, but at the same time, I'll also tell you that the reason I responded to you in a negative way is because you did cut me off before I'd finished my sentence. So you was also rude, and I think that we can apologize to each other and leave it there. Is that okay?
You can apologize to me all you want.
Okay, so you interrupted me. You do realise that, right? When I was going to ask a question, you interrupted me when I was about to ask you a question. I never finished what I was saying. That's what happened. That's why I got quite rude to you. I'm just explaining what happened.
All right, reasons. I'm sorry, but in a conversation, sometimes people might speak over each other. That just happens, especially when there's delay in this voice chat, as you're doing now. Shit happens.
Yeah, I'd like to apologise as well. I'm also sorry for fucking maybe responding reflex a bit too sharp, coming a bit hot. But it does happen a lot, and I just got annoyed with people interrupting me, so it won't. Yeah, so I apologise also.
All right, well, miss me with that stuff in the future.
It just gets annoying when people interrupt you. That's all. I'm used to it happens all the time in these forums, but in 24/7 we're a bit more cordial, and people tend to wait till someone's completely finished, so we can But yeah, I mean, I'm also on the fence. I'm probably more 80% towards Flat Earth. But you know, like you, when I saw the black swan, that took me away from the globe. And I thought, well, if they're lying about this, what they're lying about everything. So I'm trying to like pull the string and unravel all the lies. And what's that? Trying to unravel all the lies. And it's a difficult job because they've got so many different tricks and so many different things that we have to unravel.
All right.
So what about yourself?
Well, yeah, I'm looking into shit. I just started like 3 weeks ago, so I'm relatively new to everything.
Well, yeah. Well, I debated it for like 3 years, arguing against flat earthers, and you know, for a good few years, and then eventually, like, I started actually listening to them rather than just shouting at them and telling them why they're wrong. And eventually, I realised that they had some good points, and that, you know, some good proofs that were being overlooked. And so I started paying attention to them and started realising, well, I can't honestly hold the position that I definitely know the Earth to globe, because things that like the black swan and the curvature that I never see that I'm expected to believe there. You know, the moon's rotating, but I don't see no rotation of the moon because apparently, you know, it's just conveniently spinning the same way we're spinning, a different vector in different directions, and yet the stars never move. And, you know, if you compile all the little things, there's a massive amount of evidence that goes against everything they're saying, and you have to be fucking stupid to believe everything they're saying, you know, when you can't confirm 90% of the things that they postulate, you can't confirm it. You know, we can't go to the moon, we can't, you know, we can't see gas going down. We can't, you know, we're in an open system in a vacuum. You know, when you think about the vacuum and entropy from the gas that should rush out there, there's just so many things that just contradict what they're postulating. So it's just interesting to get to the bottom of it and find the truth.
Yeah, again, I'm on the fence, so I think in the same way as you. There's shit that just doesn't make sense, like the moon being tidal walked or whatever the phrase is to the Earth. I think it's a little bit crazy. Should that be a real phenomena going on?
It's crazy, bro. I mean, fucking, it's supposed to be rotating, and we're rotating the other way, and so as it's moving across the Earth, it's rotating just enough so everyone who looks at the Earth conveniently at that point in time is seeing the same side of the Earth. Like, it's just, even that for a coincidence is crazy. But it has to be that way, otherwise their whole fucking model falls apart. So it just has to be that extreme convenience that it looks, you know, literally it can appear to be exactly the same size as the sun in the sky, but yet the sun is supposed to be fucking 400 times further and 400 times bigger, conveniently. You know, it's a lot of stars not moving, and apparently we're going around the sun, but when we're on an elliptical path around the sun, when we're 3 million miles closer, there's no difference in temperature, but the only reason the temperature in the summer and winter depends on the axis of the ball. And basically, a ball is just a ball, bro. And like the light being distributed over it evenly would be distributed over it evenly. You just have a cold point at the top, cold point at the bottom. And we can't confirm the things that we see in the north with the south. So it's just like there's a massive gap in everything. You know, Antarctica is this massive ice island, and the ice up in the north is really small. But why shouldn't you have it? You should have equally as many ice in the north. They should have done.
Yeah, it's because of the axis. It's because of the axis of the Earth isn't exactly parallel. Like the equator isn't parallel to the sun. The Earth actually has a tilt where the North Pole points inwards towards the sun for majority of the year.
Let me put it this way: if
which
I've
is
got
what
a ball,
summer
right?
is.
Let's say I've got a football or a basketball. Let's say I've got a basketball. Now, I hold the basketball in front of me, and then I tilt the ball. It's still a ball, isn't it? It's still a ball. Still
Yeah, but
how I hold that ball.
The heat is distributed differently.
I know. But what I'm saying to you is, there is no, like, it should still be even at the top as it is at the bottom. No matter how I hold that ball to the fire, it will always be evenly distributed. North and South Pole. The North Pole should be a big giant ice island, and the South Pole should be even, because no matter how I hold the ball, it will be evenly distributed across the sun's light. No matter how.
Yeah, but in different places.
But also, how are you agreeing with you? You already know that these people are lying to you about other aspects of the Earth, but you know how. Do you believe their explanation about how seasons?
Because I can't disprove it at all.
All right, I'm trying.
But you don't believe that. They're using the radius value that you don't believe in to determine.
It makes sense to me, and it. Sorry for interrupting you. But yeah, it just makes sense to me, and I can't disprove it. So the logical thing to do is agree with it.
Right? Imagine the heat coming from a source, right? Let's say we've got a fireball exactly like the sun is. And now I hold a ball 5 meters or whatever distance from that ball. Now, if I turn the ball slightly and tilt the ball, the ball is still even from top to bottom, isn't it? No matter what angle I hold that ball, the top of the ball and the bottom of the ball will be even distance to the fire. No matter how I hold that ball, it will be an even distance from the top of it to the bottom of it. So why does the bottom have such a big ice island and the top has such a small ice island?
Because of the tilt.
I mean? Oh my God! think of it again. Let's try again.
Because the heat is being diffused differently, obviously, than the bottom. Because there's less direct sun.
All right, so now let's try another way. Let's imagine this sun let's imagine this heat comes directly in a straight line towards a wall. Now I get this ball, right, and I tilt the ball, right. No matter how I tilt the ball, the top and the bottom of the ball are going to get an evenly distributed amount of heat. No matter how I tilt the ball.
Yes, but the Earth is at an axis. It points towards the sun relative to the North Pole. That's the explanation. That is the explanation.
People, you know that they are
the sun
using
moves a certain way.
They're using math that you don't think is correct to make that determination.
I disagree with you. I believe that math is correct. I believe the curvature rate is false.
You said that's the friggin' math I'm using, bro. Are you kidding me right now? I honestly can't tell if you're like being a super troll or you just don't get it.
No, you don't. I think we should ask one more time. I'll ask you one more time. So the top of the ball, right? Let's say it's 10% of the top of the ball is frozen, and we go to the bottom of the ball, and 30% is frozen. Now that would be, let's say 20%. 20% of the bottom is frozen, but 10% of the top of the ball is frozen, right? Now, if I tilt that ball, that percentage should 20% at the top, 20% at the bottom. Now, if I tilt the ball towards the sun, the position of the cold areas would just move, would just shift. So let's say it's at the top and bottom, and then I turn it 20 degrees. The cold points would just shift to the top again, wouldn't they? No matter how I tilt the ball, it should be evenly frozen at the top as it's evenly frozen at the bottom. No matter how I position that ball towards the heat. Do you understand what I'm saying, Joe?
Yeah, you're trying to say that the North Pole should be as equally cold, frozen as the bottom. I understand what you're trying to say.
But Antarctica is much more frozen than the Northern Hemisphere. Why is that?
Well, if I repeat myself, it sounds like I'm going to get into trouble,
I understand that you think it does. The tilt we've already falsified. It doesn't matter how you tilt the ball; it would always be equally as frozen.
That's just not true.
Well, explain to me how that's not true.
So if you have a basketball, right, and you draw you put a dot on the northmost point on the ball and the southmost point on the basketball, and you tilt the northmost point towards the light source. Is the northmost point getting more sunlight or less sunlight than the South Pole?
Well, the North Point would, if the North Point's tilted towards the sun, then that wouldn't be the top of the ball, would it?
It is.
And do you understand
there's no directionality in space.
65 days.
Electromagnetic field.
It's pointed both towards and away from the sun in the different seasons, when the northern hemisphere experiences its summer and when the southern hemisphere experiences its summer. That tilt would remain, and when it gets to the other side of the sun, it would now be pointing either away or towards.
Yeah, that's a bad
on top of the fact, hold on, are you saying though hold on, I really don't understand, because you said that the curvature rate is wrong according to them.
Well, can you measure the curvature rate?
Model of Earth. They're giving you the model of Earth and the way the seasons work based on the numbers that you disagree with. You're right now saying that they're both wrong about their numbers, but they're right about their numbers when it comes to seasons. Do you realize that?
Yeah, because how does the curvature rate being off by a few numbers or digits, have anything to do with how the seasons work? How is their math being utilized to determine the seasons with the curvature rate being varying?
You said you don't believe their numbers. But you do
I said that they're
believe
wrong and they're
numbers.
measurably wrong.
Okay, but now you're saying that you know all about the tilt and how much temperature is affected everywhere in the world based on the numbers that they're providing you about how the world is shaped.
Yeah, I think they got it right.
Yeah, I think your explanation, right? I think your explanation is to the model. They're saying it's tilted, so when you're on the other side of the sun, it will give different temperatures, and that's why it fluctuates. But in my head, the ball is still, even if it's spinning tiltedly, where the heat would differentiate over the ball, it would be even on both sides. It would create the same amount of heat at the same amount of cold will be at the north of the ball, the top of the ball, at the bottom. I don't care what orientation it's supposed to be axisly spinning. It's a ball, so wherever you spin it from, there's going to be a top and bottom equal distance from the sun. Well, no matter what side you're on the sun, it would both be equal. It doesn't really matter. It's a ball.
Yeah, but again, also Antarctica is bigger than North Pole, so it's going to have more ice representatively.
Exactly. That's a problem. That's a problem for the globe model. Think about it. They're telling you that it's on its axis, so you'll have less ice in the north. But a ball's a ball. It doesn't matter how you spin it. It really doesn't matter. Equal sides of the sun, you're going to get equal amounts of heat on both sides of the ball, which should give you a temperature equal at the top of it and the bottom of it, regardless of what angle you tried to postulate this. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it'd be even, but at a different angle on each side. It's angled. I honestly don't understand why it doesn't work. Why would it not work? Of course, it's a ball.
Where the heat that hits the ball will melt the top equally till it melts the bottom.
Is there a way to draw this? Because I think I'm either misunderstanding you or not getting the point here. Because what you're saying to me sounds like you're just repeating what I'm saying.
I get what they're saying. They're tilted towards it. So when the light distributes over the ball, it will the side that's closer to the sun will in the summer, like in the northern hemisphere, you'll get more heat on the ball, and it will distribute. It will be colder down the bottom. But then when the ball's on the other side of the sun, the heat will distribute the opposite way around. So that's why you won't get you'll get like the summer. That's why you get summer on both sides of the world when the ball's at different sides of the sun. I get what they're saying, but when I think about it, independent from what they're teaching, I think about a ball that's spinning around a ball in the middle, and no matter how I tilt that ball, it's never going to change from that tilted position. So the heat that hits that ball will be evenly distributed at the southern and the north and the southern. So you'll get an equal amount of ice at the top as you would at the bottom, no matter how you position that ball. But when you think about the way they're saying it, it makes sense. I'm not disagreeing with that. But when you think about it, you think about it without the mind fucking education they've put into you, then the top of the ball and the bottom of the ball would be equally as frozen. But they're not.
Yeah, I sent an image that helps me explain what I'm trying to say.
I get the heliocentric model. They say that it doesn't matter that we're 3 million miles closer on the elliptical path as we're traveling around the sun. It's the tilt that gives the differential of heat across the ball. I get it. I totally get what they're saying, right? But when I take away the education and I think about it independently, I think about a ball spinning at any fucking angle you want to postulate. It doesn't really matter. When you're 3 million miles closer, you don't get a heat differential. But then when you tilt the ball slightly, you get these complete weather changes on the north and southern hemisphere. Maybe you need to think about it separately. Imagine there's an equal amount of heat coming from the sun in all directions. So the heat from the sun is equal in all directions. But when you travel around with the ball, you tilt the ball slightly. Wherever you hold the ball, you can tilt it like 100 degrees, 180 degrees, 10 degrees, whatever you tilt it at, you have to stick at that tilt. Now, when the heat gets distributed over that ball, it will be even at the north as it would the bottom, regardless.
Why would it be?
Both poles will be equally frozen because it's a ball.
Why would it be equally frozen?
Because it's a ball. It's round like a basketball, so the entire ball is getting the same amount of heat distributed over it evenly. Regardless of how you talk about
it's fucking tilted. I'm not going to say it again. It's tilted.
Oh God!
What don't you understand?
You know the days are longer. There's more daylight in the summer than there is in the winter. You know that, right?
Yeah, because you have more sun exposed to you. Because you're pointing towards it.
Yeah, so maybe that's the seasons. is that there's more daylight in the summer, so it's hotter, and there's less daylight in the winter, so
It's not
colder.
equally heated.
Yeah, of course not, because the days are longer and shorter. It has
Yeah, but we've
nothing
just
to do
been
with any
arguing.
tilt.
We've just been
Yeah, it has
discussing
nothing
this
to do with any tilt.
like 7 times.
Who discovered the tilt?
Well, that's just the explanation.
And I dispute.
Oh, by whom? Who
I
gave
know.
us
Again,
this
I know the
explanation?
explanation.
There's any
So I'll
explanations
give
for
you an
both
example. I'll
sides.
give you
None
an
can be proven.
example. Well, it's not something. The only thing you could ever have is correlation. It's all you could ever have, which is not proof of anything. It's just a correlation.
Yeah.
India,
Again, this isn't an
So,
argument that could prove there's
anti-correlations, right? So I'll give you an anti-correlation. In Detroit, in July, it's hot as fuck. It's never snowed. But on the other side, the same latitude, on the so-called other side of the ball, is Tasmania. And their summer is in February and January. It snows there. Why is that?
Well, again, climate and like temperature in regions varies.
Well, it's the same latitude. It should have the same sun exposure. It should be identical.
It has the same day and night. It doesn't have the same heat.
It would be the same angle too.
He doesn't believe in the globe curvature math. Yeah, he's arguing for
Well,
it.
you can't measure it,
He
so the
doesn't.
number
He
must be
doesn't
wrong,
believe.
right?
He believes that the globe curvature is wrong. Yet he also will absolutely believe this whole stuff about the tilt and all the other explanations that utilize the curvature rate in their explanation.
I never said I would.
you are.
I said I went with the most reasonable explanation that fits with what I observe and what I believe.
Reasonable is your subjective opinion, dude.
Yeah, it's my subjective opinion that this is true and it makes sense, and I can't disprove it on my own. I can't find anything online that disproves it. Therefore, I have to accept it. I can't disprove it. It makes sense to me. Why would I?
It's easy to disprove. It's easy to disprove. There's no curving water.
Well, that's just another. Well, I'm talking about the weather in specific.
The weather.
Can I try one more time? Can I try one more time? Let's say there's a frozen ball, right? Let's say I've got a frozen ball, and I hold that frozen ball on this one side of the sun. It melts the ball equally at the top and the bottom, right? Now, I carry that frozen ball that's been melted by the sun. It's left 20% frozen at the top, frozen around the bottom. And I spin it around, and I go to the other side. Still on the same tilt. So now you're saying it will melt more at the top and less at the bottom.
Reasons. We've been over this a few times. It would be different due to the tilt, and I'm not going to discuss this again. Even if this was proven or disproven, the weather does not prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, what tilt are you talking about? Where do we?
No shit. Then why are we talking about it?
Yeah, I know. Someone asked me about the weather or something. I don't remember how we got here.
No, what tilt? We're asking you about the tilt. You're claiming there's a tilt of the Earth. What tilt? What are you talking about?
That's the explanation. You can't observe the tilt or anything.
You need it.
Maybe you can watch the sun go around a certain way but again, I don't have a tilt that I can examine. It's an explanation. It's an explanation. It's not a proof.
Right.
So you believe in explanation.
The tilt goes with the curvature because they say the tilt. Okay, so maybe you don't know your own theory, right? They say that the rays are parallel, and because the Earth is tilted, the regions that are on the top versus the bottom, it has a greater surface area. So you get because of the angle, right? So, so say some area of light is spread across because it's hitting the surface that's curved. It's spread across a larger surface than say at the equator, where it's more direct. It's indirect sunlight versus direct sunlight. The angle. But that is curvature is intrinsic to that argument.
It is the surface area of the ball that they claim that he disagrees with.
Yes, exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
No, I disagree with the exact measurement in the exact shape. I never agree. I never said that I disagree with the globe being a globe. I said it's an ellipsoid.
Well, if the Earth was flat and tilted, then you wouldn't. Then it would be exact equal amounts of light spread over a surface area. It can only
Again,
have
there
a
is no
different
flat Earth
surface
model,
area.
so you can't explain all of these phenomenon going on at once. So I
No, it's
can't
trying
agree
to.
with it.
Here's
I
a
know.
phenomenon you can't explain. This is a phenomenon you can't. Hey, here's a phenomenon you can't explain. The Earth measures flat. So explain that phenomenon.
Curvature rate's wrong.
Pardon me?
The rate of curvature, which is provided by NASA or whatever the number is,
But
8
don't
inches per
worry.
mile squared,
But don't worry. When it comes
is
to the
wrong
tilt, the
objectively.
curvature rate is accurate. It's accurate though when the tilt is involved.
The curvature rate has
keep
nothing
that
to
in
do
mind.
with it.
Did I come in?
Yes, it
the right
does.
time?
We're talking about the shape. The shape is the shape. The curvature
We're
rate.
dealing with a nuh-uh, or all his reputations are nuh-uh.
Well, because what he's a glober. He's a glober pretending to be on the fence so we can have this conversation. That's the.
Oh, there's no reason to pretend to be on the fence. Just
Why would I pretend I was on the fence? Why are you
because it's
accusing me
more
of
of an
evil
open
and
position. It sounds
malpractice?
like you're a bit more reasonable. Because it sounds you're more reasonable, and I agree. Don't get me wrong. You might have a slight bit of doubt, but I don't think you. Like the fact that the tilt analogy, I get it. The ball's already tilted. It's frozen equally at the top and bottom. Then you move the ball around. It won't change the fact that the sun's hitting an even amount at the top and an even amount at the bottom. And then all of a sudden, when you put it on the other side of the heat, that for some reason it's going to be different. Like if you think about it, tilt's a load of bollocks.
It wouldn't be different.
Well,
I'm not going to argue with this. I invite you to let that go and be quiet, please. Thank you.
Basic geometry says it would be different.
You're not coming in here telling me to be quiet, mate. Oh, like that's I'll tell you that for free.
Why I offered you it. I invited
I don't know who the fuck you think you are, mate. Don't come in here and tell me to let things go. I'm having a conversation about you, about the fucking shape of the Earth.
Okay, tough guy.
You got
All right.
Yeah, you're the tough guy as well, aren't you? You're the tough
There you
guy,
go.
aren't you?
Now he's spiraling. Here comes
I
the
think
death spiral.
this is why I muted you before reasons, because we couldn't have a
you never need
civilized
to talk-
conversation.
You talk shit to me first, kid. Don't think you talk shit and tell me to drop it. Because I'm bringing
Reasons, you're repeating
fucking logic
yourself
to fail.
over and over.
You're an idiot, and you're an idiot.
Okay, do you have anything evidence to support that?
Yeah, the fact that we just spoke about
Your last 30 minutes.
what we've been saying.
Says the
I'm
fucking
questioning my
guy
reality.
who doesn't agree with the official account but has zero evidence of yourself about whatever your ellipsoid. You have zero evidence for that, and you are asking other people for what are you talking about? Like are you serious?
This is cool. He also said his model explains phenomenon when I gave him an example of where it doesn't explain the observed phenomenon. The difference between Detroit and Tasmania, even though they're on the same latitude.
Climate.
What does that mean?
Climate's the temperature.
Yeah,
Your supposition is they get equal. Listen,
Ever heard of wind?
we're talking a temperature of 50 degrees. More than 50 degrees.
Okay, there's permanent deserts that exist in the world. Why do you think those exist? It's due to the climate, dude.
Okay.
Like, come on.
Yep, and because a desert, it's frozen.
Deserts can freeze, too.
Right? Sahara's a desert, it's hot. In your model, that's based upon latitude. So you have the same
Not
latitude.
exclusively. The
And
seasons are based off of the latitude, or not the latitude, the axis and the latitude relative to that. And
yeah, so how are you going to incorporate the difference? These are the same latitude. Climate. That's just a weasel word, dude. Like,
well, I mean, why is there permanent
we need more
deserts?
cowbell to it. I just
Ever
covered
heard of Death Valley?
Yeah, have you ever
During
heard
winter, it's still hot.
Have you ever heard of
What causes the climate?
desert?
It has the same amount of daylight as anywhere else in the same latitude.
Latitude of what?
Of its position.
Where did you
Exposed to
measure
sunlight.
latitude? Do you have latitude measurements? You don't agree with the official curvature, but you got latitude measurements?
They're in the same place, yeah. It's a different at a different angle because it's curvature. The latitude remains the same.
You can have latitude over a flat surface. The sun's just further away, and you have a different latitude based off of the position of the sun over the flat plane.
He's just pissed off because I've pulled the curtain from everyone's eyes. He's trying to blatantly pretend to be on the fence when he's completely a glober, and that's why he didn't want to talk to me. How could sniff out liars?
Well, you can
And
have
that-
because
gender and latitude
Now I've
rings
exposed you.
that are concentric around the central North Pole, and
Exposed.
rings of latitude expanding outward from the central North Pole to the outer southern edge or whatever. The
Yeah,
Antarctic ring.
exposed you completely, mate. I exposed you. So it's just guilty. Just you a glober. Just be a glober. Don't pretend to be on the fence. You're clearly not.
Well, he said
reasons your opinion means absolutely nothing to me.
It's just an opinion, but you can't. The fact is, I know for a fact you're a glober, and I know you're pissed off that I've figured it out completely instantly, and that's why you're trying to go. Oh, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, your opinion means nothing to me. You don't try that shit with me, bro. I can see straight through you. You're transparent as fuck.
Does my opinion mean nothing to you?
No, I'm just saying this guy, he cannot conduct himself in
guy
a
just called me a
formal
glober,
way.
and this guy called me a glober, and I'm not a glober. But I repeat my logic like a glober. I act like a glober, I talk like a glober, but I'm not a glober. I'm on the fence.
Well, it's 2021. Let's have some fun. It's good that you're questioning the shape of the Earth, whatever it is. I'm gonna say it's flat and covered by a dome, but that's just me.
All right, I'm just going to make this very obvious. If I was to do any sort of insult back to this reasons guy, I guarantee you I'd be muted and kicked out of here. Just so you guys know.
I'll be honest, I've been listening for about 10 minutes and all I've heard is you complaining about things that have nothing to do with the subject matter.
Give me some examples if you...
Perhaps we can get back to the
fact that you're
subject.
still here.
Why are people talking over me? Why are people talking over me? I can talk for myself. Yeah. Perhaps we can get back to the subject matter. Bear in mind, I'm a moderator here, so if you don't do that, I will mute you. So
No
let's
shit.
get back to the
I
subject
already
matter.
said that you do that. I predicted the future. Okay, tell me some examples of how I
You
was...
know what? You know what? You can fuck off. You can just.
I
fuck
win.
Off.
I win then.
tell
If you
you.
mute me, I win.
Get ruined.
No, you don't.
Get ruined.
No, you don't.
At least practice. Put him in practice.
Imagine being an idiot. Imagine being an idiot and then declaring victory because you got kicked
You
by a
couldn't retort my
moderator.
evidence. You couldn't supply any evidence. I win.
No, wrong, all complete nonsense.
Where's the evidence? You have no evidence at all. You have the live stream. Prove that
I did. I gave it to you.
Man, who you?
Ice. Your ice got melted. 20% at the top.
He
20%
knew
at
he
the
was
bottom.
going to be this way.
Yeah, no, I melted his ice.
Does anyone want to talk to this smooth brain, low IQ dickhead, or should we just move on?
No, we can move on.
Let's find an honest person to talk to, is what I think.
Well, I predicted the future too. I'm just so you know.
Imagine trying to give people a bunch of attitude, and then the second they do anything about it, oh, I win! No, that's not how it works, bruh.
I already felt his attitude when he came in early and you guys weren't here, and I was just like, I'm out. I can feel the energy, and yeah. Oh well.
I'm really. I mean, clearly that ice
vibes here. Negative glow vibes.
We have Saint
Clearly.
Keanu Reeves here.
Clearly, the north of the ball and the south of the ball would be equally frozen no matter what tilt you hold the ball. And then when you move to the other side of the heat source, it would still be the same, regardless. Tilt it all you like, mate. The only thing that's tilted is your logic.
The thing is, we don't have evidence of actual
Reasons.
tilt.
You're beating a dead horse, man.
We don't have evidence
We have.
of actual tilt from space. I mean,
We can move on to the next Glover.
black space.
Oh, the next new person is a new person here called Saint Keanu Reeves.
Look, listen, just the last word on that. Listen, I gave specific examples which refute his conjecture that the tilt of the Earth causes the seasons, and he just galloped. He didn't even address them. He just pretended I didn't say it. So, that's a wrap, man.
Yeah, it looks like they just assumed that there was a tilt based off of the necessities of their model, which is different than actually having, some sort of empirical evidence. I mean, it would be nice if NASA would show us the Earth tilting in relation to the sun, but they never do that. There's no stars in their pictures. There's no reference points in their pictures. No sun. I don't even know what I'm looking at in the blackness of space because there's no reference point.
So we Bomb Funk MC. He has VC verified. I'm not sure.
I even tried to apologize to Crypto. I even because he interrupted me and I went a bit snappy at him.
Yeah, I heard you.
Insulted you first.
Mate, I only got here a couple of minutes ago. I could already hear
apologize to that dick.
I could already hear the shit-eating grin through his dishonesty, and I just thought this is just going to be a waste of everyone's time. He's just on a wind-up.
Well, if we're making theories off of assumption by the necessity of our model, let's make some assuming theories off of the necessities of a flattish model too. If they're going to do it, all's fair in love and war.
What's going on, Lemon? How you been?
Look, I gave
I've been good.
examples that show that do not correlate with the idea. So, I mean, the chance to address them. It wasn't said. You got to count for all phenomena. You just can't cherry pick the ones you want.
Well, most models can only account for some phenomena anyway. Like if you're going to like a medical school, they'll give you a model of the, circulatory system, but it doesn't necessarily, have full accuracy. It may be colored to, help some things pop and stand out. It may be exaggerated. It may be larger than it actually is in the human body, but it's just a model to demonstrate something. And it doesn't normally have all the other systems, inside of that model per se. So I guess the question is, what do you want to model? The shape, distances, perspective, how it looks like from, up above, looking down. Just depends on what you want to model.
I want to model the science that they claim they have.
So you want the orbits to be modeled like in a vacuum or something, or?
Yeah, whatever scientific, the most complete scientific model they claim they have.
I have none.
Was variation in temperature, quote unquote, seasons was reasonable and made sense, or he's going to believe it, and nothing disproves it. And then given examples, and then just kept on, man. Just like he's one of those people that they're never going to acknowledge. You say they're going to just keep repeating themselves over and over again. He didn't even address Reason's point. What did he say to your point? What was his reputation of your point, Reasons? Nuh-uh.
Well, no, I came in, I started talking, and he started talking over me, and I said, "Don't talk over me." And he goes, "Oh, I'm going to mute you because turn you down because you don't talk to me like that." Who the fuck are you, mate? So like, he then goes, "I'm going to leave onto the other live stream. People follow me down there." And then he come back, and I thought, you know what, for the benefit of the doubt, maybe I was a bit snappy, but it does get irritating when people interrupt you. So I apologised to him about it. He apologised to me. Fresh start. And then I started talking about how, I understand the tilt. I understand what they're claiming and the distribution of the light. But just I'm giving you an example. Can you try and imagine it with me? And then he just says, "Oh, I just told you the tilt." And I understand the tilt. We're not arguing about the tilt. We're arguing about a separate idea here. Just think, no matter how I tilt the ball.
No, I'm wondering what he said to refute what you said, because I heard what
the tilt,
you said.
bro. He just kept saying the tilt. He just kept saying the tilt.
Yeah, but you said it would illuminate the whole surface of a sphere. I understood what you said.
Yeah.
What did he say to contradict that? Nothing. Nothing, dude.
Nothing
You didn't hear a word you said.
Basically, he just went straight back to the tilt.
Yeah, exactly.
I already postulated at the beginning.
Dude, they're like, the dolls with the pull string that just keep repeating themselves? That's what he is, like a doll with a pull string.
Absolutely. No rebuttal, just mention the tilt, and that's it. But I already postulated at the beginning of my example that I fully understood the tilt analogy. Now let's think about it from separate from your education, aka indoctrination, and let's think about a heat source that, the light rays come out evenly. No matter where I hold that ball, it melts and at that spinning point, and then I put it to the other side, and it'll melt evenly on the other side too. Well, yeah, he completely was a definite glober pretending to be on the fence. I mean, you could just smell it a mile away.
On the fence roll?
On the globe fence.
Well, if you're on the fence, you're on a globe. Wouldn't all fence be tilted?
I'm tilted towards the flat Earth. Like I said, I'm 80-20, man. I'm just the last couple of fucking things I'm trying to unravel. You know what I mean? That definitive proof is what I'm looking for. But the things they're postulating are you know, there's answers for. You know, the flat Earth are doing an extremely good job, and you know, it's an uphill battle, I think, because there's so much bullshit out there to decipher, and you can't be an expert in everything. And all globals will do is just trying to find out one thing that you don't, that you're not too sure on, and then they'll just go, oh, well, if you don't know that, you don't know anything. But they'll ask you 1,001 questions. You know, you'll probably know more than them about every single topic, but just the one thing that you can't give them, they're just for that one reason, they don't, you know, you don't know nothing no more, and it's sad.
I don't know if he was faking it or it was a clear-cut case of doublethink / doublespeak when he's like, I don't agree with the numbers that they give, but what about this other thing you claim? Oh, yeah, no, I think they got it right within one sentence. Like, bro, you don't see that?
Hello, can you hear us?
I think.
For this, oh yeah.
I think it's just the connotation that people think like they're crazy if they come to the realization of this, so they fight against it so hard in their own heads because they're like, I'm not crazy, so like I've obviously got to be able to prove this wrong, but that stops them from seeing anything. You know what I mean, because they just assume that they're right when they didn't even take a moment. So they're
Well,
fucking themselves.
insanity would be like getting all these indicators that tell you, you know, it's flat and ignoring them. I think we had a form of institutionalized insanity in that we saw the flat land and were forced to act like it was round.
Exactly. But that's not fair. It's like at the end, it's like we're really observing it as flat. Like the fact that you're having a hard time, at least like scratching your head with us and saying like, well, I got some questions. Like, well, why is this like this and why is that like that? Like, I don't mind the people that have like a ton of questions, but when they act like they know, I'm like, how do you know you know? Like, you just at least act like you don't know, and then you might pick up something new. But if you act like you knew, you're bound to miss it. You know what I mean? Because your mind is so hell bent on that you're right. It's such a close-minded.
Fake it till you make it. Yeah.
Yeah, but they never. Well, I'm not gonna say that doesn't work, but
That's you're teaching them how to be more deceitful. But the truth is, like, that their programming is so embedded that they can't help but try to defend something that's illogical. You know, they can't help but go, no, the tilt, malfunction, tilt.
Well, it may be crazy to go against the reality that they've set up for us, but it's not crazy to actually acknowledge reality. I mean, just because they've had the power to enforce this for 500 years doesn't mean that we're crazy for going against them.
Yeah, of course not.
Exactly, and it should be welcome. It should be welcome and celebrated. The fact that Flat Earth is hated and discriminated against shows you that they've got something to hide. Because why not just say these people? You know, it's good that they're thinking this way, and it's good that they're challenging science. But instead, they're all idiots. They're sick. They're stupid. They don't understand things. They're misstraw manning. They're everything but right, or they're everything but people that are actually trying to find out answers. We have to respect people going for the truth, even against all odds, even against all the body of evidence. Science is supposed to welcome critique. Is that not right? Is that not what they tell you? Science is open to be challenged.
But they're playing on that insecurity that they gave you in the first place. Because remember, they sent you to a shitty school so that you didn't learn anything, and you got, you know, maybe a position you didn't want, and you know, like you always felt like someone was smarter than you and did better than you and was more ambitious than you. So that's why the jokes hurt so much, right? So you never wanted like someone to call you stupid when you actually may have thought you were a little stupid in school because they made you feel that way through the test taking and all of these things you had to do, and you know you didn't get the result you wanted, but you couldn't have because the system wasn't built that way. You were built to be a cog in a wheel. I mean, a cog in a machine. So it's like there was nowhere to go. They gave you the insecurity, and then they poked at the insecurity, and that's why they can't see this because they already had the insecurity within themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, when you go against the power structure, it's let's laugh at them, let's scorn them, let's ridicule them, let's, hate them and ultimately destroy them. When you go
Of course.
against the power structure.
Yeah, but at the end of the reality is the reality. We all have eyes here. If you don't choose to use yours, that's on you, Chief. But the rest of us that are just looking at the stuff around us are saying, hey, we corroborate each other. Like, forget what the fucking light box on the wall says. We're looking at this shit ourselves. I don't see how people would go against that. Like, that just seems nonsensical. Literally nonsensical.
Yeah.
It's like acknowledge reality or get fired, or acknowledge reality or get laughed at. It's they give you, not many choices with this sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, especially like the tribe mentality, it's based on survival too. So like going against your survival instincts as well. Like I'm gonna leave the whole tribe, 99.9% of people think this way, but I'm gonna be the outlier and starve? No way. You know what I mean? That's terrifying for anybody. And I understand it.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But of the options that they give us, comedy can be the best medicine. They try to turn it into scorn, with kind of an edge. But, it kind of lets us, look at this, no pressure. Let's have some fun looking at this theory and see if there's anything, to it. So I take the laughter and talk about what's actually real with the flat earth beyond just the scorn and the vilification.
Reasons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just listening back in with a little bit of delay, so I'm about 3 or 4 minutes behind.
Yeah,
You said that you were looking for the definitive proof. So I'm not sure which way. Are you looking for the definitive proof that it's a sphere, or the definitive proof that it's a flat?
I mean, definitive proof either way. But I'm leaning towards flat Earth because of the lies that I'm seeing in the globe. So whichever the truth is ultimately the truth I'm looking for, regardless of where that takes me. But yeah.
Do you do you not put much weight on either the black swan or gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, or no measurable curve? Do you not put much weight to those arguments, or do you think that they're pretty strong? Because personally, I think they're like killers.
They're watertight, bro. They're actually they've pulled me away from all that indoctrination, all that brainwashing. I've been studying science since I was a kid. I've looked at all the planets, Pluto, and I've believed all the Star Trek films. Fucking everything that they've postulated, I've taken on as truth, and I've argued against. So yourself. We used to argue against it, didn't I? We used to argue against flat earthers. So I was embedded in it. I was brainwashed.
When you said that you were looking for the definitive proof, which way do you mean? Definitive proof that it's a sphere or that it's flat or what?
Well, like I said, wherever that truth leads to me. But for me, I think at the moment, the only that would completely leave no doubt in my mind would be going up into the atmosphere and seeing it for myself. But going up to the really high altitude where I'm supposed to see it.
So what doubt have you got in your mind? What doubt have you got in your mind that we can be breathing if the sky's the vacuum of space? Because to me, that's one of the strongest arguments.
I've already postulated that it must be something physical, for example, like ether, or plasma, or something that is like an energy field that holds down the gas pressure, that keeps the air here on Earth. But so I don't think that it's a vacuum, because otherwise, if it was, that the air would be taken away. But that just because there's something physical there now, that doesn't give me the 100% proof that it's an infinite plane, or a plane that's long and flat and goes on forever. It hasn't factored out.
It does give you 100% proof that the Earth can't be a sphere in the vacuum of space, right?
Not really the shape, but it can tell me there's no vacuum.
He says there's a bar with a bucket on top. All right, like a hemisphere. 2 buckets. Yeah, that's possible, I suppose. But we'd see the edges, though, wouldn't we? As you get near the equator.
Like I said, it gets rid of the vacuum, so it can't be a vacuum. So I don't have that problem.
But if you agree that it can't be a vacuum, why does it need any more further evidence, like for it to go one way or the other for you?
Because it not having a vacuum doesn't prove that the Earth's shaped.
But it does disprove that we're in a sphere in the vacuum of space, though, right?
Yeah, which I agree. Like I said, I'm not no problem, no contention or argument with the vacuum of space, because I think it isn't a vacuum. It must be ether or something else. It must be a physical entity or physical property. can't be emptiness and void of anything and emptiness. Otherwise, the air
All
would
right,
go.
okay.
But,
So,
but
so
that
you
doesn't.
accept that space isn't a vacuum, but you're not sure about the shape. Okay.
Yeah.
What about then? What about the horizon then? The black swan, in the sense that if that's not definitive, that the horizon's an optical effect. Therefore, it's not, boats are not going over it at the beach from a few miles, like Galileo said with his telescope. Why is that not a definitive argument either way for you?
The ball could be like, we could be like 10 times the size of Jupiter.
Oh no, I agree with that.
No, I know what you're having a problem with. Is because I had the same problem with too. Is once you realize that it's definitely not the globe, you're starting to look for active evidence that it's full on flat all the way around, and that's something we still can't prove. That's why we have to settle on the fact that it's clearly not the globe they perpetuate to us. That is the most important part. We don't know ultimately. You're right. It could be 10 times the size of Jupiter. We don't know. It's just the most important part. It's not what they say. Sorry.
I agree. I've been to the beach many times with my camera, and sometimes it looks flat, sometimes it looks round, sometimes it's right in the middle, and you can't decide either way. But for me, it's like I don't think we'd ever be able to do anything unless we measured it to be one or the other. But I think that if you realise that a straight line can't be a curved line, and a curved line can't be a straight line, any observations to the horizon, be them one model or the other model, you've got to accept that the line of sight that you're looking at has to be based on a straight line. All right, it might be manipulated a little bit because of like the effects of the atmosphere that we're looking through, but essentially they're a straight line. You're looking at, I don't know, the windmill, or you're looking at whatever it is that you're looking at, and it's a straight line. It's not a curved line, which for me is like the refraction argument that they base their standard refraction on 7/6R. That R bit tells me that it's a curved line on their model that you're looking to the horizon at. It's not a straight line. For me, that's like black and white. It's like that completely debunks their model, because I don't look around in a curved line. I'm looking in a straight line.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think when they say there's curvature there, but I don't see it. They say the moon's rotating, but I don't see it. They say there's gravity there pulling down gas, but I don't see it. But
what they're actually saying with the 7/6R is that you're not looking in a straight line. You're looking in a curved trajectory. Your line of sight isn't actually a straight line. It's a bent line or curved line. That's what they're actually saying. And obviously that's nonsense. But for me, again, that proves that we're not on a sphere. But I agree with you that we can't necessarily prove flat, because if you look at it from the context of how big is both sides in the argument, right? The average flat earth has got a P900, a magnetic compass, and a badly dog-eared map or whatever. And compare that to like NASA, that can send massive rockets up and do whatever.
Yeah.
Are your standards not a little bit high at this point for the flat earth argument? Because how can we prove it when we've got no money, we've got no science, we've got no resources, we've got no institutions, we've got no anything. Everything's geared for a sphere, right?
And we've got limited resources, but we're also limited to where we can travel. So we can't just go to Area 51. We can't go to Antarctica and travel where we want. And even if we could, we ain't got the resources to do so. I agree.
So
and we ain't got no north to south navigation.
So do we need to prove that it's flat, or can we just accept that we might not be able to prove that it's flat, but that's not because it's not flat, it's because we haven't got any resources or skills or whatever, because it's all geared for a sphere. So my view on it is we don't even have to prove that it's flat. If we can prove that it's not a sphere, that's way more than enough for me personally.
Yeah, as long as you like someone else said earlier, falsifying the model is all that's necessary here. You know,
I agree.
Like independent replacement, isn't it? You know, falsification is independent replacement, and that's a true statement. You know, as cliche as it sounds, it's very true. And if they want to sit there and go, "Oh, you're just saying fancy words," or no, I don't need to fucking replace it, and I ain't got the means to do that. But as long as is there any way I can definitively prove to myself that it's exactly the same shape that you're saying it is? Well, I'm seeing further now, and you're saying the whole horizon's looming over a curve. You're saying the reason I'm seeing further is because the light that's reflected behind the physical obstruction is bending over the curve, coming straight into my eyes, and making it look flat. So inadvertently, what you're saying is it's curved because it looks flat, and that's just it's comedy.
I just wanted to ask you, because it just seems like your standards of proof to try and prove that it is flat seems to be higher than what it needs to be, on the basis that A, we can disprove that it's not a sphere, and B, that we don't need to prove that it's flat, because we haven't got, like I said, we haven't got the resources or the finances or whatever. So how can anybody really expect us to be able to measure or prove that it is flat when we haven't got anything to be able to do it with, when science is all geared up around the lie? So it's like maybe your
I
standards.
guess my standards have gone a little bit more because I was completely convinced that I was completely right, and I put a lot of, it's like you've been hurt from a relationship before, you've been hurt from the truth before, you believe something so passionately, and you was wrong, and I feel like that stung a lot, knowing that the globe could, everything that correlated, that how true that was to me, and for now to have things punched the holes in that, to then now have a new truth that I may end up doing the same mistake again. Do you understand? So it's that extra step that I think that's probably why my standards are going higher, because I've been hurt once before by it.
Go give us $60 million a day for a year, and then get back to us. We'll have something for you.
Just give us $60 million a day once, and we'll be able to sort something out. I mean, it's a huge amount of money, right? And we can do that, but they'll never do it because they don't want us to know. But we can prove that it's not a sphere in many ways, but that doesn't mean that we have to prove that it's flat. So, like, all I wanted to say was, don't put your standards that high for trying to prove that it's flat, when realistically we've not got enough equipment or expertise. I mean, look at me and Bob, for example. We can't agree on whether or not there's this downwards acceleration bias or whatever. Yeah. And on that basis, it shows how contentious the whole topic is, because even though we're on the same side and we don't agree, it causes that much problems, that many problems, that how could we work this shit out when we can't even disagree properly within amongst our own ranks? Do you know what I mean? Because there's always going to be elements to both models that don't necessarily work based on our own ignorance of what we think's going on. Because there might actually be another part to physics that we're not able to experience because we didn't create it and don't understand it.
And we can't, that's probably what they're going up there doing in space. They're probably not flying around satellites in the International Space Station. They might be up there harvesting ether or this energy field or whatever's up there. And they're just saying to us, oh, we're just going to do this, and, going into this fucking, this other energy field that's giving us the gas pressure, and they're just blatantly lying to us, and we can't fucking work out anything because we can't test what they're doing, and they're just getting paid millions of pounds to go and harvest stuff up there, or I don't know what the fuck's going on, to be honest. I mean,
I don't know what's going on, but I always think back to Werner von Braun's headstone on his grave. The guy that led NASA in the 60s, 70s, whatever it was. And he says, for the heavens show the glory of God, and what is it? For the heavens show the glory of God, and the firmament show its handiwork, or something along them lines. And for the guy of NASA to be referencing the firmament and biblical phrases, for me, is like a massive thing that just tells me that they know exactly what's going on, and they're relying on our own ignorance. But we haven't, like I said, we haven't got the money to be able to work it out. But we can prove that the sky's not a vacuum, right? And that for me is enough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I think that the people that are bringing this information to people, it's going to be easily dismissed because it's there's no white coats or this broadcasted on a lot of worldwide scale, and the only people that they are giving this massive attention are people that they can easily be dismissed. I mean, look at some of the most famous flat earthers tend to be the most they don't bring any of the arguments that you guys are bringing to the table. Nowhere near, not even close. They're just saying oh, it's a dome, and they're just making it sound basic and silly. And it's when people come across it, they automatically throw it in the bin. They automatically think, no, they're flat earthers, dumb flat earthers, don't know, talking shit. Science is for everybody. Science is for everyone. Don't care how small, how dumb you are. Don't care what college you went to.
Scientific method it is, yeah.
Science is for us all, man. Just stick to what you can prove. I've got the Ryan Garcia's fight is about to start now, though. But so I've got to get my attention onto that because I think Ryan Garcia is going to knock out. What's that guy's name? Fucking. I can't remember who he's fighting now. He fought Lomachenko. I forgot his name. He's a UK guy anyway. He's a good little fighter, and the fight's just about to start. But I appreciate you coming in, and I definitely, I hear what you're saying. I should have my standards lower. You can have more confidence in what can be deduced from there. But at the same time, I have to also ignore a lot of things out there that there's a lot of stuff out there that I've got to unravel. And I just, as I said, I don't want to put myself in that overconfident position again without that definitive proof, that thing that just makes it all click together.
You're not going to get it.
I might find him out.
You're not going to get it, though.
I may never.
Well, that's the point, though. Because you're right. I actually don't like the term flat earther because that sort of implies that we have a lot of answers about a lot of stuff that we know it to be true. And no, it's more flatter than the way NASA claims it, earther. But that just doesn't roll off the tongue quite the same way. But I've always been on people. We don't ultimately know, but it's clearly not the bullshit that these guys are peddling. That's the most important part. So that's all you stick to, and that's the only we can,
Yeah. Anyway, Tommy, go and watch your I was going to say football. Go and watch your bouts, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks a lot, man. But I do think I do feel a bit more optimistic. I do think I'll figure something out one day. And the guy's name's Luke Campbell. He's fine. Thank you very much.
No worries, man. See you in a bit.
Sure.
What I do want to ask you guys that are here. So you know F equals ma, Newton's second law of motion, right? Anybody here?
Yes, I've heard of it before. QE has several things to say about it, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about F equals ma. If I push against a locomotive, right, I can't get the locomotive to move because it's too heavy. But I can push and I can push and I can push and I can push, and it's not going to move because it's too heavy. You can downscale it to the average family sedan or whatever. That they're heavy as fuck these days. You can't really push them. Maybe get them to move a little tiny bit, but you're going to push and push and push and not really get anywhere, and then you'll give it up because you need to get towed. So if F equals ma is correct, right, which they say it is, it doesn't take into account inertia, the weight of the object, because you can apply a force to a mass and fail to get it to accelerate. Yet according to the rule F equals ma, if you apply a force, then mass will accelerate, implying that all masses have got no weight. So therefore, it seems that F equals ma fails to account for inertia. And when Bob says from Globebusters about this downwards acceleration force and static charge potential, or however it is that he describes it, he admits and accepts that it's not a strong charge. But if it can't accelerate anything with more inertia than a spider's web, which is, we'll credit him for that because we can see the spider's web seems to do that ballooning thing that he talks about. If it can't accelerate any real matter of any significant inertia, then even though there's a force there, it's failing to accelerate mass. So therefore, would it be a force? Because if force equals accelerating mass, then what happens in the case where force fails to accelerate a mass? Because would that then invalidate F equals ma? Because force fails to accelerate mass because of inertia.
Don't you just need more force?
Yeah, but F equals ma, doesn't that imply that
equals
any object? Because if I apply a force of 10 Newton meters, right, or 10, I don't know what, 10 newtons. If I apply 10 newtons to a jumbo jet or a locomotive, it's clearly not going to accelerate the jumbo jet or the locomotive. But according to F equals ma, if I apply a force, then an acceleration should occur. Yeah, it's clearly not going to do it in real world. So it seems to be forgetting the effect of inertia. Therefore, not only does it seem to be incomplete, it seems to be convenient in the sense that it allows everyone to think that anything accelerates, therefore must be subject to a force. Well, in Bob's case, if he's thinking that something accelerates because it's subject to an electrostatic force, but it's not strong enough to accelerate very much beyond a spider's web, then F equals ma wouldn't really apply, would it? Because virtually all objects of mass or have got more inertia. Therefore, the F itself would not equal an accelerating mass. So would that make it a force if it fails to accelerate mass, or would it not?
Yeah, I mean, if it fails to move the object, but you're definitely putting force on it, but it's not enough force to move the object, it's not equal. I mean, you're definitely putting an amount of force to it. Yeah.
So in the context of Bob, how would that work with Bob? Because Bob's adamant that this force, you know what I mean? He's adamant that this works. Okay, well, if it fails to accelerate mass because it's not got enough force to do it, or there's too much inertia, whichever is true. If it doesn't accelerate mass, which he knows it's a minimal force and it doesn't really accelerate anything, that makes it a force or not a force?
A force causes a change in motion or a change in state, I think. But who knows?
But what about
a sufficient force? It might be a weak force.
Yeah, but if it fails to accelerate mass, does that make it a force or a non-force? I'm asking the question. It's not a gotcha.
If it accelerates the mass, it would be a force. If it fails to accelerate the mass, it would either be an insufficient force or not a force at all.
The only thing that matters is the force acting upon the water gas, okay?
That's the only thing that matters.
Well, only forces that are allowed in the current paradigm are pushes and pulls. There's not much talk about vibration. If everything's vibrating in place, then you could have force mediation, where you take out or scoop out a section of the medium or the space, and something vibrates and rushes in to fill the space from all angles, up, down, left, and right. So it could be force mediation instead of pulling or pushing in one direction, or rather a push and pull from all sides of the vibrating medium.
Maybe the answer is I don't know. We don't know. Do we know?
We need to look at how we look at forces, pushes and pulls, and or vibration, and or occult mysticism, or whatever.
I think if it fails to produce the acceleration of mass, applying the rules strictly, then if F does not equal accelerated mass, then it's not a force. Now, I'm not saying that there's no force there, because baby pushing locomotive isn't going to make the locomotive move, but there is a force being applied
But
there.
it's still a force, right? Yeah.
So if it's not strong enough to accelerate mass, does that make it a force or not? Because the rule states F equals ma. It's contingent on the acceleration of the mass. Well, if it can't accelerate mass, it's not powerful enough. What's the position?
Well, force
'Cause
needs to be able to change position or motion potentially.
But potential, no, because it doesn't say potential force equals accelerated mass, does it? It says force equals accelerated mass. But what if the force is not accelerated mass, but it's still there?
In that case, it would be a weak force. It may not be sufficient to move the object, but it would be a weak force.
But then is there a force there? Applying the rule strictly, there's no force there because there's no acceleration of mass. So it's not addressing the inertia.
Correct.
Yeah,
I've often thought about this when you place an object on a table. They always talk about if you lift the object and drop it, there's gravity. But the moment it's stationary, then the acceleration is zero, which means the force is zero, because if anything multiplied by zero, it equals zero. So did the force suddenly disappear now because the object is stationary? And when you drop an object, it actually accelerates at an increasing speed, which almost would suggest that the force would be variable as well, because the mass is constant. So exactly what you're saying now, this actually makes absolutely no sense, this equation. It's too simplistic.
It would need modified.
The reason why I ask it is because obviously Bob's Nodell says like this downwards acceleration, electrostatic, however he words it, right? Well, we all realize that I don't think anybody really disputes that there is something that causes static, right? Because we see lightning. But if my question is, the reason why I ask it is because if it fails to produce an acceleration because of inertia, relative inertia, then how does that make it a force or not? Because if it doesn't make it a force, then Bob's argument fails, because it might well be there, but it's not strong enough to accelerate any mass. So on a strict definition, a strict interpretation of the phrase F equals ma, or the equation, that would mean that it's not a force. But Bob won't accept it.
You have two sides. You have the thing trying to push the other thing that's so massive and inertial it's not moving. But if that other thing that's trying to move the bigger thing was in another circumstance, it would be able to move and accelerate, like say in another medium or against a lighter object. It just met an object that was so massive and so big that force is no longer enough to accelerate the bigger mass. But at one time, theoretically anyway, that force or whatever was enough to accelerate, say, the smaller mass that's trying to move up against the bigger mass. So I guess this comes with the implication that at one time, this force from this small thing that's trying to move this other big thing was enough to move the small thing through another medium. So I don't know.
Well, if we're going strictly by definitions, what's the definition of mass, right? We're in trouble already. right?
Yeah, I know. But the reason, well, I think we can all agree that mass is one of those weird conceptual things, right? But there's no doubt we can't really use the word weight because that invokes gravity by the definition in physics. So, like, we need an alternative word that's neither mass nor weight because they've raped weight and mass means nonsense. So, how do we describe the thing that we're trying to push? Like, how do we describe the baby pushing the locomotive if he's failing to get the locomotive to move, but he's definitely applying a force? But F equals ma states that he's not getting that locomotive to move. So basically, what I'm getting at is like Bob would have to concede that it fails to address it with inertia, and therefore it isn't strong enough to make anything move, and therefore it's not a force.
Well,
but obviously,
you could repurpose the word mass. I guess when you get down to it, is stuff that takes form, and energy is that which tends not to take form. That's transferable, theoretically between the stuff, the masses. Other than that, it's mostly philosophy. Between stuff that takes form and stuff that tends not to take form. I think of weight, mass, or whatever as a collection of fields. You can change the weight of something by putting it in water or air, changing the medium. The way that weight, quote unquote, measured on the scale will kind of change or whatever, based off of the medium. So I think of mass as a field, a bunch of energy interactions that come together to, give you quote unquote mass that can change under the right conditions.
I just wanted to put that question out there so that if anybody does come across a reasonable answer for the baby pushing the locomotive.
Sleeping. When I posted that thing in the live chat, I know you know more stuff about this and everything is semantics and how they use science. When it says it's physics in the classroom, is that, for example, supposed to be correct on what a force is?
Which example is this?
I'm sorry, it's saying that I posted it around live stream voice text. What are 4 examples of force? It's at 444. Oh, isn't that funny?
Yeah, I see it. Or to read it about
Okay.
individual force. Applied force, gravitational force, normal force, frictional force, air resistance force, tension. I think you've got to go back to the basic definition of force, and they say that it's like for a force to be a force, they define it as it's got to be a physical interaction, a push or a pull. Well, obviously, Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve said that there are no pull forces other than magnets. And that's where the incoherent dielectric acceleration argument comes from, basically magnetism. Right. But then the other argument is, the other word says is a physical interaction. Well, we know that you can manipulate the density of the medium to cause an acceleration, and there's no interaction there because there's nothing touching it, right? So do we have to go back to like redefining the word force?
I know, right? This is exactly what I'm thinking too. Are we serious? And I mean, maybe we have to because people are going to get twisted and confused. And I mean, is this new for Bob? I mean, like I said, I've only been here for a year. Is this something that he's always felt that there's always been this force?
Well, they basically talk about a threshold to this massive thing to move, to basically overcome the acceleration due to gravity downward at 9.8 meters per second. This little baby trying to push this huge rock isn't going to do anything unless it generates enough force to overcome that gravitational, force that's on that heavy object. Once that threshold has been reached, it will move and accelerate. So I think the way that they deal with that is saying that thing isn't going anywhere until a threshold of force has been reached to cause it to move and accelerate, from still to in motion or whatever.
But then I'd just argue there that you've just debunked F equals ma because that's not what the rule says. There's no consideration for meeting that threshold. It simply states that any force can accelerate any mass just by applying any force. That's what it's. That's what
and that's incorrect.
Isn't that like when an object will remain at rest until acted upon by a force? But it's got to be a specific amount of force to be able to overcome it. Yeah.
So a locomotive will remain at rest unless a baby applies a force. That implies that the baby can accelerate the locomotive. It's obviously nonsense.
Well, yeah, they'll get into the technical theory of technically they did apply. It moved a little bit. It was only a micron, but it did move.
No, that can't be the case because it would start to accelerate, and that's not true, is it? The locomotive, that to be true, the locomotive would have to weigh nothing, be like a helium balloon.
If force accounts for acceleration, then doesn't that just debunk the whole thing?
Yeah. I think so, because Bob says that it is an axiomatic principle of physics that he's not been able to disprove, that if a force is applied against an object, or an object needs a force to move. Okay, so does that mean then a baby can accelerate a locomotive? I was just, because I heard him say it, and it's been going through my mind, and I'm thinking, there's no consideration there for inertia. So if inertia is 0, then any force can accelerate any matter. But if the inertia is greater than 0, then the force needs to be greater than the inertia of the object you're trying to accelerate. But F equals ma doesn't account for that. So therefore, Bob's claim when he says that it's an axiomatic condition of science, or whatever it is he says, a force is necessary, or force must be. Well, the force has got to be greater than the inertia. So it's not just a force, is it? It's a force greater than the inertia of the object. Relative force. I'm going to call it a relative force, because if he hates relativity.
We're changing it up now. We redefined force for science.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as up and down without the human.
Right, this is silly, but yeah, I mean,
But
maybe we
do.
have
We
to.
need to redefine terms of every. We need to define
I
air.
agree.
Air has to be
Yes.
redefined, right? Atmosphere is wrong, right?
Yeah.
If the same guy who came up with Cavendish is the guy who came up with H2O to explain water, I'm going to need to look into that as well, because we're supposed to take his word on that.
Well,
Like
we can't
everything.
define it.
I'm just saying, like we need to go back. Yes, we should re-examine ideas that we have. Sorry, go
Well,
ahead.
we could repurpose a lot of this stuff. I mean, if every time a paradigm changed, you had to start from scratch, it's like we wouldn't go anywhere. But a lot of this stuff can be repurposed. But we can take another look at that stuff too, if necessary. Sure.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Obviously, certain things, but I'm just like, we need to make sure we go back to the certain places square one, because I mean, I don't know of any other paradigm shifts that are this shifting. I don't know. It's a completely different worldview based on the very language we use to describe it. That's been purposely used as language to hide what's actually happening. It's bad.
The other thing, of course, is when we start talking like this, like obviously between ourselves, where it's not a contentious fight, then it's not an issue, is it? But when a baller comes in and you start trying to talk terms, the meanings of words, the minute you start trying to get into these words, they just don't like it, because like they just say, oh, it's a semantic argument now. We know this does that, and they just completely switch off. But ultimately, like F equals ma can't be correct. Not only because of quantum mechanics disputing it in terms of Feynman, he says that he admits and acknowledges that F equals ma was not right and it needed to be modified. Well, I just wanted, I want Bob to address if the F equals ma failing to take into inertia, because inertia is required to accelerate an object. You need to overcome that inertia, otherwise the object ain't going to accelerate, right? That's the limitation with his perception that this upward-downward bias thing is the thing that dictates this up from down. That's a relative direction that's subject to the human being there, etc. I want him to address that, but he won't talk to me because he's kind of done the Simon Dan thing where he puts himself in a safe space where nobody can get to him, or I can't get to him. He won't have the conversation with me, but claims that he's open and honest. And I'm like, well, deal with this then, Bob. F equals ma minus inertia.
Well,
That's
the
what we
thing
need.
is, it comes from a paradigm where pushes and pulls make an object move. An object doesn't move in and of itself. Something from outside of it must move it. So that's the paradigm that we're dealing with. An object doesn't move unless something else is moving it, unless, it's, got like a will and it can just get up and move or whatever.
And then obviously we've got the age-old problem of like trying to redefine terms so that we can all understand the point that's being made without the language to go with it, because a lot of this stuff's new. It's like, how do we talk about this when they've raped all the meanings of the words that we want to use, like weight, and they've given us wishy-washy words to use instead, like mass. Nobody really understands. How do we communicate successfully with each other on our side when we can't even use the terms that they've hijacked because they've hijacked them?
Well, that's what I wanted to say a second ago too, is because you were saying something about semantics and how the people get upset. But I know you understand this too. Is semantics are very, very important what people say. And if you don't listen to that and take it into account and things aren't defined, then there's a problem.
Yeah, they redefine terms though when it suits the model, and when it doesn't suit the model, and when it does suit the model, they're happy with it because it's convenient. Like straight, they call curve, and curve they call straight when it suits. It's ridiculous. If anybody knows what the answer to the question is there, if a force fails to accelerate a mass, does that make it a force or not? let us know, because I'm curious to know how Bob would address that.
Well,
I
the
got an
force
answer
was
for you, Tony.
sufficient. The force was sufficient in another area where movement was possible and or power change or force was possible, but it just came against something that it couldn't move. So
Yeah.
it was a force in one place but not another, or not a
Right,
powerful
guys.
force.
I'm gonna drop because I'm gonna go and jump in a bath, but I'll be listening. So carry on without me, guys. Thank you for your time.
I guess that gets into whether or not a force is sufficient. A force may be sufficient to rip paper in one instance. It also goes into whether the force is not just sufficient, but able or capable. Because
It
I
depends.
can, do a dragon punch against the air, and nothing's going to happen. To manipulate the air, I'd probably need some electricity to be able to actually touch the air and manipulate it with efficacy. My fist is not going to do anything against the air, even if I'm super powerful in many ways. Most of the time, anyway.
Also, different forces required to rip the same paper in different directions. This, it depends on, an object can be strong one way but weak a different way.
So we got sufficiency, we got whether the force is actually able to even touch the thing. This stuff gets pretty philosophical. Whether it can be collected, channeled, released, whether it can be accumulated. Even the punch. You have to be far enough away from me for the punch to deliver any power. If you're an inch from me and I try to punch you, unless I'm a kung fu master, that punch is not going to have any power, even if I'm, the heavyweight champion of the world. So you need to be at the right distance to get the full, brunt of the power of the force.
What about guns?
Even guns, their bullets eventually fall to the ground.
Yeah, but an inch away from a gun, you'll get more force than further away.
That is true.
Well, with guns, you have the added extra Coriolis force that's added onto it. So you got to account for that. It becomes more complicated.
Yeah, it depends on which direction you shoot it, whether it's deadly or not.
That's true. I forgot. Yeah, that's right. So it's direction. It's all about direction.
And even where the force is expelled, if you put your finger in the gun, you'd probably lose a finger. But if you put it really close to the explosion may recoil, backfire, and shoot the gun away from, the thing plugging up the gun.
That's right. I saw that done by a rabbit one time. It's funny too. It's like, we also got to account for how much water gas the ball has to pass through. So water gas will slow it right down.
I heard Chemo arguing with some people in another debate channel I go to. You know what the Glober's best debate is right now?
What's that?
Just because everybody believes it's true doesn't mean it's wrong.
That's good. That's coming from the same kind of people who said a logical fallacy is better than nothing.
Or a formal logical fallacy is okay if it's not a formal debate.
Yeah, as long as you're not debating, it's perfectly fine.
No, they said that you could use it in a debate, just not a formal debate. So if you're wearing a tuxedo, you can't use a formal logical fallacy.
Right. You got to be, it's dress code required.
It's only fallacious if you're wearing a tuxedo. But I'll tell you what, chemo can trigger the shit out of globe heads more than anybody ever seen in my life. It's like he's got a gift. I think the most clever trick I've seen them do, though, is mix up physical and like they'll throw physical in place of the word nature and assume they're both the same thing. It's pretty clever.
I thought physical stuff just interacted with other physical stuff. That's the only definition I've heard or seen that makes any sense as far as I can tell.
Well, for it to be physical, it's got to be, measurable structure, things like that, physical. Like a dream is not physical.
Even that, I think they try to physicalize by saying it's chemicals or whatever firing in the brain. They try to reduce it to something physical.
Well, see, I think, those things have an effect on physical reality, but they're not physical themselves. Like, you aren't your neurons firing, Like, that's just, you're more than that. And they even recognize it in law, Like, you have the natural person, and that's the physical human being. You have the legal person, and that's your the mental construct. And then you have the juristic person, and that's, mind and body. I believe they call it mass whenever they talk about it, though.
I just think of mass as stuff.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Lemon or anyone, that thing I posted about the laws, now with the second law, he's talking about where things move, right? When you put force on something, on mass. But isn't the third one kind of saying the opposite of that?
Are you talking
about it doesn't have to move?
I don't know what that is. I'd have to look.
Okay.
Are you talking about the Newtonian laws of motion?
It's basically Stacy, I believe it's what you would call like the resistance when you're trying to act force upon an object. You know, it's a resistance because of that weight.
Well, there's an equal force coming back at me, a reaction.
Right. So you're acting upon like 300 pounds of force, and it's coming back in this the object you're putting that force upon is going to be pushing back that force back at you, I guess.
Right. So then it doesn't have to then, with the 3 laws, then actually have to accelerate.
I don't think it's saying that there's an acceleration in both directions. I just say there's a force.
Yeah, and the second one, though, makes it seem like it has to accelerate, though, like he's talking about.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, the force causing a mass to accelerate, like, what is causing your neurons to fire? You know, like, you think of something, neurons fire and your body moves. Does that make your mind a force?
A force to be reckoned with, yeah.
That's a good one.
Well, I'm just saying the F equals MA is obviously wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, right? And you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. It's almost like it's contradicting itself. Yeah.
It's one of those, like you watch your neighbor for weeks on end, and every day he leaves the house at 7.
I'm going to go out on a limb. Because of its popularity, I think Ryan Garcia tonight, the viewership is through the roof.
Hey, are you hot micing their reasons? I think you're a sweetheart, whatever you're watching.
Boxing, sorry. I didn't know my mic was on.
It's all right, hun.
Ryan Garcia stops Luke Campbell with a left hook to the body. Beautiful boxing. Absolutely beautiful. He got knocked down in the early round, so it was a very interesting fight indeed.
It does appear that you can look at metal foil attached to a string kind of bobbing in the wind inside of a glass cage cut off from the outside world, and you looking at it appears to be sufficient to move the foil. So perhaps the mind does have some sort of force looking at it, gazing at it, the waves coming out of your eyes, or who knows. Many times people will say they can feel someone watching them.
Morning.
Doesn't science say something about our atoms in our body are repelling upwards or something like that?
I don't know if I'm still in cog this or something. But the thing is, after that uh, eight 8 miles per inch squared thing, and I found out that they've been lying to us all this time, my mind just completely shut down. It's like all bets are off. They don't have any argument. What they did was they just kept adding and adding and adding to it. So it's like my mind just shuts down every time I hear somebody come to me with an equation and try to say that this is reality. I don't just go there, but I'm not disputing the fact that you can use equations practically. I've just figured for myself that this is a language and you can use language to lie every day. People use different languages to lie. So now it's like we should just start from the very beginning all over again. And it brought me to this passage in the Bible that says, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And this is exactly what happened. It's like everything collapsed after that. We should start from scratch and start from the truth and then work our way around there. So somebody comes to me with an equation. Blah, 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 blah. I just basically do that in my head. But it doesn't mean I'm disputing the fact that there are some equations that are true. You know, if it's expressed to be true, not disputing the fact that there are forces out there. It's just that since they've hijacked everything, from the language to the body of verification, which is a consensus of scientists that aren't admitting that it was wrong. So where do you go from there? You know?
Very well said. I thought that was spot on. I don't think there's meant to be somewhere to go. I think it's meant for you to just fight with each other about these arguments.
No, 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 no. This is the beginning of the conversation. Now, once you find out that the Earth is flat, now you can start talking. Now we can start figuring out what's going on. And we can start realizing how much of a lie all of most history is, and all other manner of other life is. We'll find out what lies are being told. So this is the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, but you know what my fear is? It's like, think about the people that are like working with neuroscientists at all these social media firms and phones in our hands, and they're literally like dialing down our ability to focus long term, right? And ruining our memories. Like we don't have to remember anything. Everything's in our phone now. So it's like, I don't know what the long term effects of that are, you know, if I'm being really honest. You know, it's like, so even as we start to get better at our arguments to show people what this is, they may be in turn getting dumber to the fact where they can't even focus on this topic. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. And then it brings me back again to the Bible. All their thoughts were evil continually. They're, because if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. You're just propagating whatever lies that were put on top of it. So who do you trust at this point to tell you the truth?
Yeah, nobody. I just trust myself. Like I have enough faith in myself to trust myself to figure out what's truthful and not truthful. And I could be wrong, but I'm malleable. I'm flexible. I don't mind being wrong as long as I get corrected quickly. I don't waste too much time being wrong. Who was I just speaking to now?
Was somebody speaking?
Oh yeah. I was asking what your name was.
My handle is Rio.
Oh, your hand. Yeah, that's what I meant.
You can call me Rio.
Well, nice to meet you, Rio.
Nice to meet you, Serva. There's somebody new here that I'm not familiar with. Hayden? Hydn? Is it Hayden? Hayden. How's it pronounced? Hayden? Hayden.
Hola.
Hola. Mic on. Hayden? Hayden? Hayden. Number 2434?
You don't think they want to chat?
I see you got the books, but not the juice. For all. Yeah.
I can check.
Is it quiet in here or did my speakers mess up again? Radio check. Radio check.
Did somebody say radio check?
Yeah, I did. Is my voice coming in real low?
You're
I
good.
got a
You're
ship
good.
mic on a ship phone. So
Sounds good to me though. So you're good.
anything interesting been going on today? I ain't been around much.
Not right now. It's been quiet for a while, but yeah.
There's always a calm before the storm of
True.
retardation. I heard like a sound clip of Bob the science guy saying that gravity was an acceleration. Like, is it an acceleration or is it a cause of an acceleration? You know, like they want to jump back and forth between that crap.
Man, gotta tell me.
Hey, I got a better one. Gravity. Is the reality.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just very quiet.
Yeah, I've been wanting him to be quiet upstairs and downstairs. I'm like, is there something wrong with my connection?
No, you're good. You're coming in clear. Just very quiet.
Man, what's going on here? Are you guys sleeping?
right? Take a while, but
no, take your time. Actually, we want to make sure. We want to make sure that you're thorough when you come back, okay? Because I will be thorough when you return.
Oh yeah, for sure. Can I ask questions?